We're going to call the 2026 Brattleboro Town Meeting to order. The time is 8:44. If I can please confirm with the Town Clerk that the meeting has been properly warned. All right. We have confirmation that the meeting has been properly. Hello. All voters need to check in with the attendants in the back of the room. Voters should be seated either on the floor or in the bleachers. There's a single bleacher section beyond that caution tape for non-voters. So any non-voters should please be in that back section on the right. We can take the caution tape down if it looks like there's more non-voters. I think that we'll have plenty of room here in the gymnasium. Please wear your green wristbands. That way you'll be able to come and go and won't be checking in again at the at the recess other than showing your wristband. When you checked in, you will have received a packet of colored paper, and I'll explain why a little bit later during the opening comments here. I'm David Gardenstein. I'm your town meeting moderator. Good morning. Thanks for being in attendance. The exits for the gymnasium in the back, here in the front, and two on the side. To get to the bathrooms, you go out the back entrance and walk down the hallway and take a right. There was a line that was dividing out the area where non-voters are going to be sitting, but we took it down so that people can make their way through to the back to go to the bathrooms if you need. At this point, I'll ask the town clerk, please, to read the opening and closing paragraphs of the warning.
Good morning, everyone. The legal voters of the town of Brattleboro are hereby notified and warned to meet in the gymnasium of the Brattleboro Union High School on Saturday, April 11th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. to act on the articles listed below. Articles that have not been acted upon by 5:00 p.m. will be moved to April 12th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. unless the body votes to continue past 5:00 p.m. Dated at Brattleboro, Vermont, this 13th day of March, 2026, Brattleboro Selectboard, Oscar Heller, Chair, Amanda Ellis Thurber, Vice Chair, Nell Mayo, Clerk, Peter Case, and Isaac Evans, France. Thank you.
I want to spend There we go. Excellent. Very nice. I want to talk some about the procedures that are going to govern here at the town meeting. I'm going to start by noting that this open town meeting, this regular old town meeting that we're having here today, is the first time since March 1st of 1960 that voters, residents here in Brattleboro, are able to come to town meeting without needing to be elected as representatives. So I was thinking about who would have attended the March 1st, 1960 meeting. You needed to be 21 years old to vote at the time, and that was 66 years ago. So anybody who would have attended and participated in that March 1st, 1960 meeting would now be 87 years old. And if any of you know anybody who attended that March 1st, 1960 town meeting, please let us know, because we'd like to speak to them and see what their experiences were at that time. So there are many different experience levels here among people who are in attendance. I want to thank everybody for coming out to the meeting. Some of you may have attended town meeting before, some of you may not have. There's also going to be as many people in the room, there's going to be that many different points of view about what should happen and how to get there. And the question is how, in a mass meeting like this, because that's what Robert's Rules calls it, in a mass meeting like this, how do we get to decision? So we follow rules of procedure that are called Robert's Rules of Order that call for debate on articles that are put before the body by motion. And there are rules that govern how motions could be made, when those motions could be made, who can speak and when, and what's the priority, the order in which motions are made. So let me speak a little bit about that so you have an idea about what's going to be coming today. First of all, items that are going to be acted on today have to be brought before the body, have to be moved by motion. And so we're going to have people assigned from Selectboard to move the articles that are on for consideration. Motions are made, they're read out loud, they receive a second, which then means that at least two people who are in attendance are prepared to speak about it, and then I restate the motion so we're clear that everybody understands what's on for decision. If you want to speak to the motion that's on the floor, you need to be recognized. So that means you're going to raise your hand and you're going to wait to be recognized. That's why I've been taking names to the extent that I could, hoping to be able to call on people by name. When you're recognized, please stand up and go to one of the two microphones that are in the center aisle. Comments here at town meeting are generally limited to 2 minutes per speaker. I won't cut you off immediately at 2 minutes. But when you get to 2.5, you'll get a gentle notice that we're over time, and we'll ask you to wrap up pretty promptly. Any speaker can speak twice on any motion, but you can't speak for a second time until anybody else who wants to speak has had the opportunity to do so. Please direct your comments when they're made to the moderator. If there are questions that are being posed, please pose them to the moderator, and the moderator will then direct them back out to the appropriate person to respond. This is not a forum for dialogue between individual people who are in attendance. My role here is to make sure that everybody's voices are heard and for the meeting to be running effectively without unnecessary delay. My preference is not to limit comments, but please be aware of what the people around you are saying. If you hear somebody else make the point that you intended to speak to, it may not be necessary for you to get up and say the same thing, and you can express your position through your vote. And please think about that as the meeting progresses. One of my responsibilities here is to make sure that discussion happens in a respectful and orderly manner. People will hold on some of the issues that are before us strong views. Cheering or applauding are just the flip side of the coin from booing and jeering. Please don't do either and express your voice through your vote. It could occur that a voter who's in attendance needs to be called to order. Please do not direct your comments to the person. Don't engage in disparaging comments towards others. The comments that you're going to be making, the discussion we're going to be having is on the subject matter of the motions, and please speak to the motions, not to the opinions of other people. Now, once a motion is on the floor, there can be amendments. There's a whole process relating to amendments. If you want to make an amendment to a motion, you need to raise your hand. You'll approach the mic once you're recognized. It's prudent, unless there's a very narrow amendment, for it to be in writing and to be available for me and for the town clerk so that we have a record. If you disagree at any point with some ruling that I make, comments, for example, need to be germane. It means they need to relate to the topic that's being discussed, and they need to relate to something that's been warned. The underlying principle being that you decided to attend today, and other people may have decided not to attend based on what's on the warning. So if a comment, for example, is ruled not germane, or if I make some other ruling during the course of the meeting, you can appeal, and there's a process for proceeding with that that will explain when the time comes. You just need to say that you appeal. Please don't move your chairs, and please keep the rows aligned. The methods of voting at the meeting today will be by voice vote to start. If there's a question about which side, the ayes or the nays, is in the majority, I will either ask for a show of hands or for people to rise so that I can assess which side has got the majority, or in some cases you need a 2/3 vote, particularly to limit debate. If there's still a question about which side has the majority, a division can be called for, and any voter can do that. So that would entail people rising for a call of nay or yay, and then the clerks who are here working the meeting will come row by row and count your votes when you're standing. If there's still a question after a division vote, we do have a provision for ballots. So if I can have that packet of paper, Hillary? Right? Everybody got your packet? There's like 8 pieces of paper, different colors. The white paper in the back is just as backing. If we're calling for a ballot vote, there's pencils in the back as well. And you'll please tear off the top paper in the packet, and you'll mark your vote. Don't tear the paper in half, because if the paper's got more than the top corner removed from it, the ballot's not going to be counted. There'll be a period of time that's assigned for voting, and then we'll take a recess for all the ballots having been collected to be counted, and then I'll give you the results of your vote. There is no provision any longer for a roll call vote. In years past, we've called the roll of elected representatives, but since we don't any longer have a list of 150 people who are elected as representatives and attending, there won't be roll call vote. There is mechanism for limiting debate, all right? If there comes a point when somebody feels that the discussion has become repetitive, you can wait to be recognized, and you can raise your hand after being recognized by raising your hand. You move the previous question, or you move to call the question. You can't make comments about the motion when you want to call the question. Any effort to limit debate, calling the question, stops debate, or to put a time frame on debate, that is requires a 2/3 vote, because it cuts off debate. Oh, we printed off 250 copies of the town report. My understanding is that there's like 3 left in the back as of yesterday. So about 245 had been picked up and taken before this meeting started. If you don't have a town report and you want access to the materials that are being discussed, we have QR codes that you can use up in the front here, 2 on the sides in the middle, and I see them posted on the sides in the bleachers as well. So if you, is that who? Oh, all right. I'm sorry, the ones on the bleachers are for closed captioning. If you don't have a town report and you want access to the materials, or you just want them electronically, you can use the QR codes that are posted on the stanchions here and get access. Is voter Cooley here? Millicent Cooley, are you here? The moderator represents voter Cooley to speak, please, briefly about childcare. Thank you.
So this year, there's a fund
If you,
I'm sorry, Millicent Cooley, District 9. There's a fund that has been sourced this year in the Community for Dependent Care, and it's administered in partnership with the United Way of Windham County, and that's to help pay for the cost of caretakers for children or adults who need that care. It's not for pets, for the hours that you attend town meeting. Funds are limited and cannot be guaranteed to everyone who applies, and they'll be dispensed on a first-come, first-served basis. Today is the first day that applications for that are available. It's a very simple form that you fill out and leave in a basket for this purpose. Those forms are out in the lobby. There's a woman named Rebecca Baruzzi. She's with the United Way, and she can answer questions out there. And we're asking that you do that before you leave. It's a really short form. If the meeting gets extended, there will be new forms for that second day. So this is for today. From now until 10:30, Rebecca will be here. The forms will be out there on the table. When you go, you'll see a basket. There's a pile of blanks, and in the basket, if you fill out the form, you just put it face down in the basket. That's going to be out there all day. Rebecca leaves at 10:30, so if you have questions about this, you can ask me. And I think Jessica Stickler understands the program, and also Amanda and Nell do. But see me first if you can find me. And that's it. Thank you.
thank you. Today's refreshments are being provided by the members of the BUHS QSA group, the Queer Straight Alliance. They'll be here until after the lunch break. BUHS QSA is the largest student club at BUHS, and it provides peer support and school-wide education while working to improve conditions for all students, especially those who identify as LGBTQIA+. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded by BCTV. It can be viewed in real time on Comcast channel 1079 and on their website, brattleboro.tv, or their YouTube page, Brattleboro Community TV. After the meeting, an archive of the live stream will be available on the BCTV website, and a final version will air in the weeks after the meeting. Live captions are available during the meeting for anybody who wants to follow along. Up front here. To access captions in the meeting space, direct your attention to one of the large screens displaying them, or scan the QR codes posted around the room to access them on your mobile device. For those watching on cable or online, look for the CC icon on your television or other device to enable captions. There's one other issue that I want to address before the first item of business is called. There's been a number of comments that have been circulating that I've heard about people wondering if they can come to the meeting just to attend and participate in discussion about topic in which they're interested. And it's been my understanding that relates to the budget and to the human services articles. The way this year's agenda is structured, it's certainly possible, and it seems to me likely, that we'll be getting to the budget and human services funding articles relatively promptly, maybe hopefully by 9:30 this morning. So if you're watching on television or on the computer and you're interested in attending to participate in discussion about the budget or the human services articles, you might want to make your way here promptly. When it comes time for the budget and human services articles, I'm going to be proposing a procedure that will allow a little bit more informal discussion than proceeding directly to the motions. It'll be explained in more detail after Article 6, but the motion, the suggestion will be, and hopefully it'll be adopted by unanimous consent without objection, is that we convene as what's called committee of the whole. That will allow us to speak about the budget and the human services articles together. And it also would allow an assessment, us to gauge the level of support for various alternatives by taking straw polls during that committee of the whole. You can't proceed with straw polls with that sort of effort to gauge support when a motion is on the floor, because there are pretty specific rules relating to motions. So I will be making that proposal before we step into the budget and human services articles. Also, there's been quite a bit of discussion about whether the human service or the budget article should go first, and we will address that as well at the time. There is a procedure for laying an item on the table to a definite time that will allow us to move the budget article to after human services, if that's what town meeting determines is most appropriate. We will talk about those procedures in a more detail when we get to that point in the agenda, but we will have an opportunity to go through the first 6 articles first, so that everybody's got some practice to see how the meeting works for those who've not been in attendance before. You have everything? On preliminary motion number 1, the moderator recognizes Peter Case.
Thank you. I move that the following persons be authorized to remain in the meeting with the Select Board and open town meeting members. Town Manager John Potter, Town Attorney Robert Fisher, Communications Coordinator Seth Thomas, and Executive Assistant Jessica Stickler.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second, voter Brunig. Without objection, I think we should amend that motion to include Hannah Clarice. You're a voter. Oh, that's right, you're a voter. Is there any discussion about preliminary motion 1? Hearing? Yes, sir. Yet to stand and come to the mic and say your name, please. Mike, to the mic.
What are the reasons?
Say your name, please.
Mark Younger.
Thanks.
What are those reasons for those people to be voted to be up there, I guess, or wherever they are?
The moderator recognizes select person Case.
They're a critical part of our town's management, and John Potter's a town manager. I don't think we don't want him up here to be able to answer questions. Our town attorney, Robert Fisher, the executive assistant, these are all people that are critical to today's flow, and they have always been up here traditionally. We have to officially invite them because they are not voting members in our community.
Okay, that's kind of what I was wondering.
All right.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in, the preliminary motion 1 is that the following persons be authorized to remain in the meeting with the Select Board and open town meeting members. Town Manager John Potter, Town Attorney Robert Fisher, Communications Coordinator Seth Thomas, Executive Assistant Jessica Stickler. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 1, preliminary motion 1. Preliminary motion number 2, moderator recognizes select person Amanda Ellis Thurber.
I move that the media be permitted to remain in the meeting.
Is there a second? Second by voter Arthur Davis. Is there any, it's been moved and seconded that the media be permitted to remain in the meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted preliminary motion number 2. Article 1, moderator recognizes select person Isaac Evans Franz.
I move that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town clerk for a term of 1 year be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? Second by voter Carville. It's been moved and seconded to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm Select Board's appointment of a town clerk for a term of, it's been moved and seconded that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town clerk for a term of 1 year be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Select person Evans Franz, do you want to speak to the motion?
No.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Voter Carville.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I had a question about George Carville. I had a question about rules. I wanted to ask you, is now an appropriate time before we get into other articles?
I think as a point of order, that's the perfect time.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, you properly mentioned that there'll be people coming and going for various articles. Later in the day, when there's not many people here, what are the rules for reconsideration?
Vermont law does not provide for reconsideration of an article once it's been decided after we move to the next item of business. So Robert's rules do provide for reconsideration. Vermont law precludes that. So once an article has been decided, unless somebody moves to reconsider before I say next article, that's the decision of the body. Did we vote on Article 1 yet? Is there any discussion on Article 1, the ratification of Hillary Francis as town clerk? Seeing none, the motion on Article 1 is that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town clerk for a term of 1 year be ratified, approved, and confirmed. You ready for that question? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, and you've adopted Article 1. On Article 2, the moderator recognizes Oscar Heller.
Thank you. I move that the appointment of Leslie Smith as town treasurer for a term of 1 year be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? Hi, John. Yeah, no, I know. It's seconded by John Wilmerding. It's been moved and seconded that the appointment of Leslie Smith as town treasurer for a term of 1 year be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Is there any discussion? Are you ready for the question? It's all those in favor of Article 2 being that the appointment of Leslie Smith as town treasurer for a term of 1 year be ratified, approved, and confirmed, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, and you've approved Article 2. Article 3, moderator recognizes select person Mayo.
I move that the appointment of the firm Fisher & Fisher Law Services, P.C., as town attorney for a term of 1 year be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? Voter Stroud. Seconds. It's been moved and seconded that the appointment of the firm of Fisher & Fisher Law Offices, P.C., as town attorney for a term of 1 year be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Is there any discussion? Are you ready for that question? All right. The motion on Article 3 is that the appointment of the firm of Fisher & Fisher Law Offices, P.C. as town attorney for a term of 1 year be ratified, approved, and confirmed. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you've adopted Article 3. On Article 4, moderator recognizes select person Case.
I move that the Select Board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue.
Is there a second? Voter Brunig seconds. It's been moved and seconded that the Select Board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. Is there any I should be asking if the move on wants to speak to the motion. All right. Is there any discussion, any questions about Article 4? Yes. Voter Younger, please come to the mic, say your name.
Can you elaborate on what the money's going to be spent on?
I think that we'll begin by recognizing Town Attorney to explain the reason why this article is included in the warning.
Mr. Moderator, this is included. There's no way to know what that money would be spent for. It's only in anticipation of taxes, grants, other revenue. So if the town needed to borrow money before tax revenues came in, this authorizes the town to do that. We have not had to use that in my memory, but at least it's there in case the revenues didn't support what the budget amounts were.
And if the town attorney could then distinguish this type of borrowing from other borrowing that the town engages in as part of its ordinary business. Hold on.
Right. So if what you're asking about is things like bonds, those would have to be specially voted borrowing. But this would be in anticipation of tax revenue that the town doesn't yet have.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to make sure that we don't have just an open checkbook. I know you said just now that you've never used it, so it's kind of like, why are we even doing it then? So, but again, no open checkbook. It does go through in front of a group of people that gets a vote on that.
If I could respond before somebody else is interrogated. There's various borrowing that will be authorized by a town meeting. For example, bonding. Town meeting will approve spending in a certain amount in anticipation of raising the money for that spending through taxes and other sources of money. And this only allows the town to borrow the money while waiting for the rest of the revenue to come in. It's not a blank checkbook. Okay. Any further questions or comments about Article 4? Voter Wilmerding.
Thank you, John Wilmerding. My question is for the town's officers generally. Will there be periodic cash flow projections done on behalf of the town's management? Thank you.
Town manager is interrogated. Thank you.
Yes, there are regular monthly budget updates that go to the select board, and those materials are all provided in a packet that goes with each meeting agenda.
And those materials are publicly available, and if so, where, please?
And they are also publicly available on brattleboro.gov or by request to the town.
Any further questions or comments on Article 4? Are you ready for that question? Article 4 is that the Select Board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 4. I pause before saying the result of the vote, because if anybody is reasonably in doubt as to the result, you should say so, and we'll go to the next step in the voting process. On Article 5, the moderator recognizes Select Person Ellis Thurber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $131,698.86 through special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Special Benefit Assessment Tax District, as approved by town meeting March 24th, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District, for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood mobile home parks.
Is there a second? Voter Brunig seconds. It's been moved and seconded to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $131,698.86 through special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District as approved by town meeting on March 24, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood mobile home parks. Select person Ellis Thurber, do you want to speak to the motion?
Not at this time.
Are there any questions or comments about Article 5? Are you ready for that question? It's been moved and seconded. I'm not going to read it again. I'm going to understand that everybody remembers what I said 30 seconds ago. All those in favor of Article 5, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, and you've adopted Article 5. On Article 6, moderator recognizes select person Evans Franz.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District, as approved by the town meeting March 19th, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization, as reflected in its work plan and budget.
Is there a second? Voter Schiff has seconded. It's been moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District as approved by town meeting on March 19, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan and budget. Is there any discussion? Voter Younger.
Mark Younger, elaborate on the monies. Where is it going? And does that not go for, I know some of you people are all about creating a bridge walkway. Is that money going for any of that? Or am I not thinking about this properly? Who's going to tell me?
Select person Evans Franz is interrogated if he's willing to be.
Yes, those funds are for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, which aims to build community and economic vitality in our vibrant downtown. You may be familiar with Gallery Walk or the Festival of the Miniatures, and there are many different programs and initiatives. The bridge in particular is not something that I'm aware of them, but I'm sure that the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance could speak to that.
And if a member of administration could please clarify from where that money is raised. Town manager is recognized.
Yes, that funding is raised by basically a special assessment on the businesses and the property owners in the downtown improvement district. So it's not a general tax across the whole town. It's just for that specific district. Those property owners have recently voted to continue this assessment, and this is the result of that.
Is there a representative of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance in attendance who can speak any further to the use of the funds? Seeing none. Voter Younger, you have a follow-up question?
Follow-up, so who are the people that actually spend the money? Meaning, is it you guys, or is there a separate group that's gonna say, I'm giving 5 here, 1,000 there, whatever? Who's the people that actually spend that money? Because our downtown is 6 to 80,000 square feet of empty space, and something's not being done right, in my mind. So who's those people?
The moderator recognizes select person Evans Franz.
So those funds are spent by the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, not by the Select Board. On page 118 of this annual report, there are page 118, 119, and 120, you have 3 pages describing how these funds are used and who decides, gives examples of some of the events that they're used to fund. So all that information is in this town report.
Voter Younger, you've had the floor for the allotted period of time. Let me see if anybody else has any questions.
You didn't answer my question.
Are there any further comments or questions? Voter O'Connor is recognized.
Thank you so much. Kate O'Connor. I want to speak just to explain a little bit about this. I'm the executive director of the Brattleboro Regional Chamber of Commerce. I used to be on the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance Board. I also was on the Select Board for a while, so I'm very familiar with this, how this all works. The Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is the official designated downtown organization of the town of Brattleboro. We've been designated that by the Select Board in the state of Vermont. The $80,000 that we are appropriating today is exclusively levied on the downtown property owners. It's not a general tax to the taxpayers. If you're a property taxpayer and you have a home, this has no impact on you whatsoever. The downtown property owners, of which the Chamber of Commerce is one, gets to vote on whether we want to bring this $80,000 request to you folks here today. The Downtown Brattleboro Alliance also proposes a plan for the money to the downtown property owners who have voted to bring this to you today. So this is a fully vetted $80,000 request from the people that are actually paying it. And it goes to keep some of the programs and the staffing for the designated downtown group. So I would urge everyone to support it. It does not come out of our property taxes if you are a homeowner. And the people who are paying the tax have actually voted to bring this request to you today.
Voter O'Connor, if you could please finish up by explaining what does it mean, the designated downtown organization, and what are some of those programs that you were referring to? Thank you.
If people really want to get into the weeds, I won't get that far in the weeds, but we actually have a town ordinance that verifies a certain amount of space downtown as the designated downtown district. And that's basically from the Holstein up to the Common, a little less than that, and from parts of High and Elliott. That is the designated, the DID it's called. The Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, which is the designated downtown organization, which is a state program, is in charge of just that part of the town. And if you go and you'll see, because we're a designated downtown, there are things that you don't see. What you see is gallery walk. They did, last year, started serving lunch in the Preston lot, got some food trucks down there. The Downtown Broad Alliance just had an event in March that they did where they got people to go into stores. They do a lot of that, but they also do the flower program. When you go and you see the buckets, that's the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. And because we're a designated downtown, through this program, there are tax credits that the town can get, that businesses can get. There's a facade program. There's a lot, and we're contributing $80,000. But the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance also gets grant money. Businesses sponsor them, so their budget is even beyond this $80,000. This is actually a drop in the bucket. But again, I just want to stress that this money that we're being asked to appropriate or support today is coming exclusively from the downtown property owners to maintain a program that helps the downtown.
Thank you. Any further discussion or comments or questions? Voter McCaffrey.
Ken McCaffrey. Having listened to all this explanation, my question is, why is this on at this meeting at all?
Town attorney is interrogated.
It's on this meeting because special assessments need to be voted upon by the electorate.
Law says the electorate has to vote on the special assessments. Any further comments or questions? In the back.
Good morning, everyone. Jennifer Burnell, Town Assessor. I just wanted to clarify that it is only the commercial properties and not the residential that are taxed in the downtown.
Any further discussion? Voter Wilmerding.
Thank you very much. Just in terms of potential philanthropy, if we show our support for this, it will assist those organizations such as the Alliance in applying for grant funds from other sources. And that will show our community support for very, very important parts of our cultural life. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 6? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the downtown improvement district as approved by town meeting March 19, 2005, and is delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the downtown improvement district, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan and budget. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 6. The next two articles on this agenda are the budget article and the human services article. Once the articles are moved, there are very definite procedures that apply and that control the discussion. A number of people have reached out and inquired whether there's a more informal manner to discuss the budget and human services issues as a whole rather than divided out and segmented. Also, particularly last year and the year before, when efforts were being made to determine human service funding levels, the procedures were not as flexible as otherwise might have been useful to have a full discussion and try to get the best possible understanding of the greatest level of support on human services issues for any given position. So, what I'm suggesting, what the moderator is suggesting at this point, before Article 7 and Article 8 are called, is that without objection, we convene as the committee of the whole, during which the moderator will continue to serve as chair, during which the general rules of debate will be followed, including the 2-minute comments and speakers only speaking twice on any topic, in order to allow joint discussion of the budget and human services funding issues, and to allow for straw polling on the amount, if any, of human services funding, and on any other potential budget amendments that may arise during discussion as committee of the whole. And that recommendation is also that we cap that discussion at 2 hours in committee of the whole, it now being 9:35, that would run until 11:35 or a little after, unless it's determined to extend that. Is there any objection to proceeding that way? Absent objection, we're now in Is there a question or an objection, Voter Agave? Yeah, please.
Spoon Agave, District 8. Over my 10 years attending town meetings, almost 30 years now, we've always done all of the money items before we did the budget. So I would like to motion that we first go into Articles, 9, 10, and 11, and get those out of the way. Those are tax exemptions. They alter the budget slightly, but it's always been our practice to get all the money items off the table and completed, and then so we know when we finish the budget, it's done. It's the final figure that we're approving.
I don't take that as so much an objection to a proceeding as committee of the whole, but rather as a motion to suspend the rules to take Articles 9, 10, and 11 out of order, that they're referenced in the warning, and to decide those articles now.
That's correct.
That motion to suspend the rules, to take those out of order, and there is another mechanism you should be aware for switching the order of articles that I will recommend later on as to the budget and the human services articles. But that motion phrased that way, is there a second? Second. Voter Copans, Stuart Copans, seconded. That motion to suspend the rules, to take up Articles 9, 10, and 11 now, that's not debatable. And because it's a suspension of the rules, it requires a 2/3 vote. So it's not clear that we need any further explanation. I'll just reiterate that the request that's been made is to modify the agenda and the warning to discuss the tax exemptions now, and then to discuss the budget and human services. That being a non-debatable motion, I'm going to ask for all those who are in favor of suspending the rules to move now to Articles 9, 10, and 11 to say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The moderator is in doubt on the voice vote. All those who are in favor of suspending the rules to do the tax exemption articles now, please rise. You can be seated. All those who are opposed to a proceeding that way, please rise. The ayes appear to have it by 2/3. The ayes do have it by 2/3, and you've suspended the rules to take the tax exemption articles 9, 10, and 11 before Articles 7 and 8. On Article 9, the moderator recognizes select person Case.
I move that the town approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Brattleboro Post 5 American Legion's Little League Field for the period of 5 years.
Is there a second? What's your name? Voter Odell seconds. It's been moved and seconded that the town approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Brattleboro's Post 5 American Legion's Little League Field for a period of 5 years. Does select person Case want to speak to the motion?
I mean, it's kids. We need to support them. It's baseball. We love it. Let's just do this.
Any further comments? Hold on a second, hold on. Over there. That was the first hand that came up. Yes, Voter Schwartz.
Okay, I move to amend this item to, from 5 years to 1 year, and I'll just speak to why.
Is there a second to that motion to amend from 5 years to 1 year? What's your name?
Robin Morgan.
Voter Morgan seconds. Voter Schwartz, do you want to speak to the motion to amend?
Yeah, this has nothing to do with what the Little League field provides, but I'm concerned that there are 3 nonprofits, as the other 2 are in different articles, that come to the town meeting to be exempted rather than going through the process that other nonprofits go through. And I think giving them the abatement this year and then asking them to spend that this year going through the regular process that all other nonprofits go to in order to have their taxes abated would be a reasonable way to not punish them this year, but get them in line with the other nonprofits. And I know I can only speak to this article, but I have the same feeling about the other 2 related articles.
Town attorney is interrogated to explain this exemption from the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes as opposed to other tax exemptions that might apply under these circumstances.
Okay, with regard to this exemption, this is for the municipal portion of the tax only, so it's not to the education part of it. I'll leave it more to the moderator. In my view, the motion to amend is proper in terms of whether it's 1 year or the 5 years. We've been typically on a 5-year rotation. So that's why it's been 5 years. And Voter Schwartz mentioned abatement. These are not abatements, these are exemptions. Abatement is when an organization or a taxpayer is taxed, and for various reasons that tax is abated or forgiven. These are exempt from tax, so here the exemption is from the municipal portion of their tax bill.
And that's municipal real estate taxes.
Real estate, yes.
Voter Schwartz, you have a follow-up question?
No, I just wanted to say I didn't use the correct terminology. I don't know a lot of the legal terminology. I was referring to the exemption, and I used the wrong word.
The discussion at this time is on the motion to amend to shorten the period of time for the proposed exemption from the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes from 5 years to 1 year. Is there discussion on that amendment? The people who are lined up are not seeking to speak about the length of time?
No.
Right? Did I see a hand over here? Voter Davidson.
I guess I'm curious about this amendment, and in some ways it makes sense, but I'm wondering, is the family garden eligible to be considered under the human resources budget as a 5013C? So I'm wondering, does it have that opportunity to go through the usual process? Thanks.
This motion was about the Little League, not about family gardens, so we'll talk about family garden in the next article. But it's noted, we'll remember. Yeah. The voter who's approaching.
Paul Rounds, District 9. Over the past 50 years or more, and I think it goes back to like 1957 or 58. The town has done it in a 5-year stint for the Little League to be exempt. At one time, they tried to do it a little bit longer, and there was something in the state statute that we were going to get in trouble if we went beyond 5 years. The 5 years matched the other exemptions of this same sort that were given by the town. Each one was always done for 5. I was a town rep for 40 years, and I know it went through all those times. There was always a 5-year exemption. So I would say to vote this amendment down, stay at the 5 like it's always been.
Any further discussion about the length of time on the proposed exemption? Voter Brunick?
Fred Brunig. I have a question for Voter Schwartz. She refers to the way the other organizations go through it. I don't know what she's referring to.
I think that the town attorney will be interrogated about the process for exemption from state taxes as opposed to the municipal real estate portion of taxes, which is what this article refers to.
So there are some exemptions where an organization will apply and go through a test that the assessor's office applies as to whether the organization is exempt by law from both the education and the town portion of the taxes. In some situations, those are denied, and then that organization can come to the town asking for the town to exempt it under what is Title 32, 38, Section 3840, which is charitable and fraternal organizations. So when it comes before the town for a vote, the town can vote whether it's both the education and municipal portions. If the town votes both, then that portion of the education tax that needs to go to the state, the town is picking up that expense. This has been warned to be the municipal portion only, so that the town is only, if the article passes, you're only exempting the municipal portion, so you're not collecting that tax from that organization to pay the town portion of the expenses. Did I miss anything there?
Thank you. The assessor, Jen Brunel, is interrogated, if she would be, to discuss the process for the exemptions, please, and the nature of organizations, the number of organizations in town that have those exemptions.
Oh, boy.
No, just general explanation.
So I apologize, I was helping someone, so I think I understand what the question was. There are nonprofits that come to the listers and request exemption. They have to go through, they have to fill out a state form, supply us with all the information that's asked of from this form. And I believe every time we turn to the town attorney to make sure that we're looking at the entity the way we should, and they have to fall in, we look at court cases, and what has come from court cases are the 3-prong test, and I believe Bob mentioned those. You have to be nonprofit, open to the public, and take an indefinite class of people. So we have a lot of court cases to refer to. We probably have, boy, I'm not even going to be able to guess right now how many, but we do have a number that are exempt, and yes, it's fully exempt for the municipal and education. Is there more that
No, thank you very much. That's way helpful. Thank you. The continuing question on the floor is on the motion to amend Article 9 to shorten the period of the proposed municipal tax exemption from 5 years to 1 year. Is there any?
Lester French. I wish to call the question. We've spent a lot of time talking about an amendment to the...
Can't make comment once you move to call the question. Motion to call the question is non-debatable because it limits discussion. It requires a 2/3 vote. The question now before town meeting is whether to limit debate, to end debate on the Schwartz amendment to shorten the period of time in Article 9 from 5 years to 1 year. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Schwartz amendment to shorten the time from 5 years to 1 year, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it by 2/3 vote. The ayes do have it by 2/3 vote, and you've ceased debate on the Schwartz amendment. The question before the body is whether to amend the period of time in Article 9 during which the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes would be exempt for the post-5 American Legion Little League field from 5 years to 1 year. All those in favor of the amendment to shorten the time to 1 year, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it, and you've defeated the Schwartz amendment. The continuing question before town meeting is to see if the town will approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Brattleboro Post 5 American Legion's Little League field for a period of 5 years. The next person in line.
Hello, my name is Cindy Kane Fitzgerald. I live in District 8. The Little League field is in my neighborhood and I love it. I am simply standing here to ask a clarifying question and to get more information. And this same question and request stand for the next 2 articles. I don't know how much you're asking me to approve as a voter. You're asking me to approve this 5-year exemption from municipal tax, but I don't know how much money that is in the big picture. Can you at least ballpark it for us? Because the reason that we moved these questions earlier is so that when we have the budget debate, we are more fully informed.
Excellent question, thank you. Town manager's interrogated.
So we won't know what the exemption is until the budget is approved, and so
wait.
I can tell you that in fiscal year 26, so this fiscal year, the amount that was exempted was $1,568 for this Little League field. Welcome.
Next person in line.
Hi, my name's Maggie Lewis. I'm from District 7, and I just need some clarification on something. I'm wondering, when organizations ask for an exemption from taxes or have payments in lieu of taxes or are abated, do they also have the opportunity to ask for human services funding so that they potentially could have exempted from taxes and then receive money from the town under human services?
A member of administration is interrogated as to whether tax organizations that have been exempted from municipal tax portion of real estate taxes also can seek funding under the Human Services Grant.
I believe that yes, some of these organizations could apply for the human services funding and could potentially get it. That's really In the past, it's been up to the RTM Human Services Committee to evaluate that. Moving forward, there is another arrangement now with a Selectboard committee to consider human services funding, but that may also change in the future. So I guess I would say that many of these could potentially go for that funding, but that is for a specific human services purpose, not necessarily a recreational one in this instance.
Wait, say that last part again? It's
So
for the...
human services funding is generally to support human services, not necessarily recreational uses.
Okay, I think I understand that. So just as example, if NECCA asks for exemption from taxes, which is approximated at $20-something thousand, they can also ask for human services funding from the town?
That's out of order at this time, but given the relationship between those articles, we won't rule it out of order, and the answer is yes.
Okay, great.
They can ask for tax exemption and human services funding.
All right, thank you.
Voter Belknap.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Timothy Belknap, downtown resident and taxpayer. For Articles 9, 10, and 11, I'm going to be voting no to send a clear message. I support ending tax exempt status for any property not required by state or federal law. Right now, excluding those mandated exemptions, based on 2024 grand list figures, there is about 20 million in property that goes untaxed, equivalent of 100 homes valued at $200,000 each. So why should taxpayers carry that burden?
Next voter.
Yeah. Angela Earl Gray, District 8. I came expecting that I was going to just vote yes on this. And then as I'm starting to think about it, if I'm understanding, there are some organizations we have to have be tax exempt. We have, in the past year, I think 2 years, gone to them and said, we know you're supposed to be tax exempt, but if you can pitch in and give us some money, we would really appreciate that. We're going to organizations that are tax exempt, that are used to getting support for charitable giving and going, sorry, we don't have a budget for that. But in the same time, we're taking organizations that don't meet the requirements to have us have to subsidize them. We aren't necessarily vetting and finding out that they actually need that level of subsidizing to be continuing and effective, but we're doing it in a different process, is what it seems like to me, and please clarify if I'm missing anything.
Is there any further discussion on Article 9? Voter Seymour.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I would like to explain that I am going to be voting nay on all three of these articles, and I want to explain why. As a Georgist, as a matter of principle, I do not believe in property tax exemptions. And as a matter of general fairness, I do not believe that these taxes should be exempted, because a property tax exemption is only available to a property owner, and it is not available to any other nonprofit organization who is doing equally valuable work in the town but happens to not own their own property. So as a matter of principle, I will be voting nay on all three of these articles. Thank you.
On Article 9, is there any further discussion? Vote yes, please. Yeah.
Tom Oxholm, just a clarification. Is this a renewal of an exemption in this case? And I'd like to know in the next two articles if it's a renewal or a new application.
I don't need to ask anybody else. The voter previously said it's been in place since the 1950s, 5 years at a time, 10 years at a time. So this is a renewal. Any further discussion?
Kim Barstow, District 9.
I just had one clarification. It came up on Wednesday night at the info session that this did not have to be all or nothing, that it could be a percentage of tax abatement. No, sorry, whatever the word is. It could be a percentage. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. And that hasn't come up tonight, so I just wanted to let folks know who weren't there on Wednesday that that's an option too.
Any further?
That something has changed.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Article 9? Yes, over in the bleachers there.
Hi, I'm Imogen Millman, District 8. I have a
Could you
question.
tell us your name again, your last name?
Millman.
Millman, thank you.
My question is, what about these specific 3 organizations makes this necessary? Are they unable to function without this tax exemption?
Is there a representative of Post 5 who can explain and who wants to explain the reason that this exemption is sought? We'll ask for the others, Voter Millman, when the other articles are called. Is there any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, is there a select person, Ellis Thurber?
Yes, thank you. I have a question about a potential precedent that this might be creating for other nonprofits in our community who are property owners. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention.
A member of the administration or the assessor is interrogated about how many nonprofits or how many organizations currently are benefiting from town meeting approved exemptions on the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes. Can a member of the administration, the assessor is interrogated, please.
Hi, Jennifer Burnell, Town Assessor. We have just these 3. There were, wrapping up this last tax year, 4 or 5. I believe it's 4, and we only had these 3 apply.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Article 9? Seeing none, the question on Article 9 is whether the town will approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Brattleboro's Post 5 American Legion's Little League field for a period of 5 years. You ready for that question? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 9. On Article 10, the moderator recognizes select person Ellis Thurber.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for the Family Garden, Inc. for a period of 5 years.
Is there a second? What's your name? Dolan. It's been seconded by voter Dolan. It's been moved and seconded that the town approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for the Family Garden, Inc. for a period of 5 years. Select person Ellis Thurber, you want to speak to this motion?
Yes, we approved this at the select board meeting. I can't remember when it was. All of these cases came up. January 2nd? January 22nd, thank you, Town Manager. As mentioned earlier, the organization is on the hook for paying state education or state taxes, but we approved as a select board to allow them the exemption for the municipal portion only.
Is there any discussion? Voter Davidson.
Judy Davidson, I wonder if you could, this was brought up at the informational meeting, and we all asked what was the actual amount of municipal taxes that were being exempted. So if you could say what that is for this as well as for the NECCA, that would be great. Thank you.
Town manager is interrogated about the amount of taxes that Family Garden paid this year, not next year.
Yes, thank you. So in fiscal year '26, Family Garden's tax amount would be $4,147.
Any further discussion? Yes, please.
Hi, Robin Morgan. I just wanted to say, by the way, that these tax amounts are listed in the Finance Committee's report. It's on page 30 of your addendum document. But the reason I wanted to speak was just about the question that an earlier voter had asked about the orgs that are asking for a tax exemption and also possibly asking for human services funding. So I think this Family Garden is the only one that did that of the ones that are asking for exemption. But it's something that is considered by the committee. It's on the application form where it asks, are you receiving any other form of support from the town, including a tax exemption? And then that's something that the committee considers when they're determining how much funding to support. So for this org, we had supported $2,500 of funding, which was a little bit less than what they had asked for.
Any further discussion about Article 10? Yes, please.
Somebody next to me asked.
Your name, please.
Oh, Laura Evans. Somebody next to me said, what is the Family Garden? Well, and then the next person said, well, if you want to, as if having overheard that, if you want to know about the Family Garden, look on page 30. Well, you could look on page 30 and see that it was previously called Brattleboro Child Development. And I just want to make it really clear, it's a child care center. A long-time child care center.
Any further discussion? Voter Manukin.
Abby Manukin, District 8. I'm curious if there's a way to find out why the state decided not to give them a tax exemption as other nonprofits have received, if that's like public information.
Anybody who's in attendance is interrogated if they know why. Excellent. That's a non-voter? Please come on up. Is interrogated about why Family Garden doesn't have a state tax exemption.
Thank you. My name is Thayer Tomlinson. I am the chair of the board of the Family Garden. I've been on the board for about 15 years. We are a nonprofit child care center we serve about 28 children and have 6 teachers. We have not been able to get a state exemption for both the municipal and education portion of our taxes. In the past, we had an exemption for both. In, I think it was 2019, the town rejected the educational exemption, so we have been paying only the municipal, or only asking for an exemption for the municipal portion since then. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Can you provide any content about your understanding about why? If you don't know, that's fine. But
yeah, we had decided not to ask for both just because we felt it was important to try and pay the municipal portion, so didn't go to the state for the full exemption for both.
Any further discussion?
Henry Barker. I think the question is, why was it rejected? Not, why did you not apply for both?
We had been rejected for the educational portion, and so as a goodwill effort had just asked for the municipal portion.
Right.
We didn't ask for the state. We've just been asking for the town. We could go to the state and ask for all of it. We've just been going to the town meeting every 5 years, as was recommended 10 years ago by the town. To not put it into statute, but to come back every 5 years for a request.
Any further inquiry or discussion? Seeing none, the question before town meeting is to see whether the town will approve exemption to the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for Family Garden, Inc. for a period of 5 years. You ready for that question? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 10. On Article 11, moderator recognizes Select Person Evans Franz.
I move that the town approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for New England Center for Circus Arts, NECCA, for a period of 5 years.
Is there a second? Your name is? Richardson is seconded by voter Richardson. It's been moved and seconded that the town approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for New England Center for Circus Arts, NECCA, for a period of 5 years. Select Person Evans Franz, do you want to speak to that motion?
Sure. The NECCA website says that it's the premier nonprofit circus school in the United States, offering both professional and recreational training, and facilitates greater access and programming to everyone. By participating in local events, we enrich the cultural landscape and introduce new audiences to the art of circus.
Before people ask the question, first I'll ask the town manager, how much tax did NECCA pay last year?
Last year, NECCA was exempt, but they were exempt for $26,315.
And I'm going to next inquire whether there's somebody from NECCA who's in attendance who wants to speak to the reason for the request and for not seeking exemption some other way. I see somebody approaching.
Hi, my name is Serenity Smith Fortune, District 7, and I am one of the founders and the producing director of NECCA. Thank you for considering this today. We are here to apply. I guess we were miscategorized as a gymnasium when the application went to the state. And so they said that we needed to come to the town to make this inquiry. We have 70 employees, many of them who moved here in order to work for us. We're embedded in the community. There's a Silver Circus program happening right now as I speak at the library. And we bring thousands of people to town every year. We are a not-for-profit, and as a circus school, we don't have access to much support from the national foundations, so we operate on a shoestring, and having exemption from the tax, the municipal portion of the tax, is really helpful for our bottom line. I'm happy to answer questions.
I'm going to follow up by just inquiring. You indicated that the initial application was incorrectly categorized as a gymnasium. Is there an intent to reapply to the state for the state exemption?
Thank you for the question. My understanding is that we were instructed to come to the town first.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Thanks. Voter Hasagawa.
Maya Hasagawa, District 8. I'd like to make a motion that we exempt them for half the amount that they're requesting.
Is there a second? Voter Younger. It's been moved and seconded that Article 11 be amended to approve exemption of half the municipal tax portion of the real estate taxes for New England Center for Circus Arts for a period of 5 years. Is there any, would you like to speak to that motion, Voter Hasegawa? Don't have to.
No, it's just that the amount that was exempted last year, the 26,000, seems like an awful lot of money. And I understand that NECCA is a very important organization to the town, and I live next door to one of the people that is actively involved in it, but I just think that's an awful lot of money. I was shocked, actually, when I saw the amount.
Any further discussion? Voter Sprite.
Fritz Bright, District 9. I would like to put this in a little perspective. I imagine that the vast majority of that tax that we would be forgiving would be a result of the building that they built that would not be there if it weren't for them. So you can think of it strictly in terms of how much we are forgiving, or you can think of it in terms of a value that would not have been there if it weren't for them in the first place. So perhaps the administration could delineate which portion of that is actually attributed to their facility and which is the underlying real estate.
If either the assessor or the, what's her name? No, the name of the person. Or Voter Smith Fortune wants to speak to the relative value of the property versus, of the building versus the land, or the improvements versus the land unimproved, if you know.
This is Voter Fortune again. I actually don't have the exact number in my head, but I believe it's close to 1.2 million for the entire property and the building. It is only 3 acres. I believe the building is a significant portion of that. I do know that we pay $32,000 a year in education taxes, so this would be separate. I also do want to say that we are willing to accept and interested in doing a portion of the taxes, so a pilot payment in lieu of taxes, if that is something that the people support. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Voter Franks.
Tom Franks, District 9. I'm also a lister in the town. If my memory serves, we rejected the listers. They came to the listers. We rejected NECCA twice because it did not meet the standards required by the state and legislation and court decisions for this exemption. I believe last year the exemption was granted by representative town meeting. My memory is a little fading, but the key point is the listers, following our duty, following statute, and following court cases, have rejected the request twice. Thank you.
I want to remind town meeting that the matter now in front of the body is the Hasegawa amendment to go from a whole exemption of the real estate portion to half. These other comments are marginally relevant, but we're voting on whether to change the percentage. Good?
Hello. There we go. Wendy Fearing, District 9. I may be misunderstanding, but mightn't it make more sense to, because it sounds like there was some confusion around their applying through the state as a gymnasium, and that was incorrect. Mightn't it make more sense to grant them the exemption that they're asking for a shorter period of time, say 1 year, and then they can fix that application for the state, and then we can reconsider this next year.
So that would be a different amendment, and that amendment would not be germane to the motion to cut it in half.
It seemed relevant to me because it was either or. But okay.
I understand. I understand. But the First Amendment went to the amount, and this goes to the time frame. So they're different issues. And you haven't moved yet, but you can bring that up. You can move that after this one is addressed. Sorry. Yeah, please. Hold on. No. Mr. Younger, somebody else went first.
Julia Hampton, I call the question.
Oh, there we go. So it's been moved. Is there a second? Yes, Voter Younger seconds. So it's been moved and seconded to call the question, move to call the question to cease debate on the Hasagawa Amendment, which is to cut the percentage of the exemption on municipal tax portion of real estate taxes from entire to 50%. So all those in favor of amending Article 11 so that it would read, I'm sorry, I apologize. We've not been going that long. I should have been keeping track. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it by 2/3. The ayes do have it by 2/3. That was non-debatable and by 2/3. And you've ceased debate on Article 11, on the Hasagawa Amendment to Article 11. So the question before town meeting now is whether Article 11 should be amended so that it would read that the town approve exemption of half the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for NECCA for a period of 5 years. All those in favor of amending to add the word half, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. Chair is in doubt. We need a division. All those in favor of the amendment, please rise and will be counted. Stay standing, please, until you're counted. Is the count ready? Okay. You can be seated. All those opposed to amending to half, please rise. And stay standing until you're counted. That's a close one, huh? That's great. You organized it, right? Or did Jane? You can be seated. Listen, please, to the results of your vote. 84 in favor, 92 opposed. You've defeated the Hasagawa Amendment. The continuing question is whether to approve exemption on the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for NECCA for a period of 5 years. Right, there was an inquiry about changing it to a shorter period of time. What was her name?
Can you give me Wendy Fearing again? Could you give me the proper language with which to propose this?
So there's a motion to amend to shorten the time period of the exemption on Article 11 to 1 year.
Yes.
Is that the motion?
That is my motion. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Is there a second? Second. Voter Carvel. Is there any discussion on the Fearing amendment to shorten the exemption on municipal tax portion of real estate taxes from 5 years to 1 year?
Corey Frazee, District 7. I'm a little confused, and I think there's other confusion about the state portion of this taxing. And I'm wondering if under other business, for these 3 articles, if there could be some direction to bring more clarity to this next year with an explanation for the voters about which organizations qualify for state versus municipal. Thank you.
I'm going to try to reiterate what I've heard in the meeting so far, and I'll ask Town Attorney to correct me if I'm wrong. What I've heard thus far is that there's a process for seeking full exemption from both municipal and education taxes. And that's a process that goes to the listers, the appraisers, based upon state statute. And there's a number of criteria that have to be met to qualify for that full exemption from both municipal and education portion of real estate taxes. What I've understood is that there's these 3 organizations that for one reason or another have not qualified and have either been instructed or have chosen to apply to just seek exemption from the municipal portion of the taxes. Did I get that right, Town Attorney? Mostly. Hold on, microphone.
Can you hear me? There we go. With regard to NECCA, the state statute on exemption does not apply to real or personal property of an organization when it's used for health or recreation purposes. That's the part that the listers had determined that NECCA was primarily for health or recreational purposes as compared to any other purposes. So as a result of that, they're not eligible for the state exemption unless the town votes at a town meeting to exempt them. And then at town meeting, the voters can vote whether to exempt the entire, both educational and municipal portion, or just the municipal. And here, it was warned just to be the municipal portion.
Voter Frazee, you have a follow-up?
My question, please?
Yeah.
Under other business, if this amendment passed for 1 year, could we direct the administration to bring more information to this question next year?
When we get to other business, if you seek to be recognized, I'll try to get to you before somebody moves to adjourn. In the back. The question before the body is on the Fearing amendment to change this from 5 years to 1 year.
Hi, I'm Zane Defiant. Ooh, that's loud. I worked for NECCA And I just wanted to take a second to say that we appreciate the town assessor's office for hearing our request twice. We applied in 2018. We also applied in 2022. And the town lister's office, in my understanding, is very limited in what they can approve. They can approve the charitable, pious, or public. We're talking about food banks, libraries, and churches. And some people might argue that NECCA is a church. I beg to differ, and we're here humbly asking for the town to join us in partnership for the next year. As you all know, the funding that has been normally available to us through the federal level and the state level has drastically reduced. In '24, we received $350,000 in support and outside grants and donations. This year, in 2025, that number dropped below 190,000. Because of that, we're exploring all avenues. We all value NECCA's contribution to the economy, local economy. We appreciate what we do as a job creator in this area. We also bring in over 4,000 people a year to see our shows, to come to our workshops. They stay in local hotels, they eat at local restaurants. We have definitely developed over the years, and one of the contributions that we bring is a vocational training program. We have 35 students moving here from all over the world. We have students from Peru, we have students from India, and they all live in Brattleboro for 3 years. They rent houses, they contribute to the workforce between 18 and 35. We're attracting new, young, fresh people to this area. They fall in love with our values, they fall in love with what we show them, and they take that message to the far corners of the earth. So thanks for listening to my rant. I just wanted to share a little clarity on my understanding of why we were denied, that as part of the process, and that the only avenue we have is to ask the town for support, and we're looking for partnership right now. 1-year term is so appropriate. That $25,000 is so valuable to us. That $25,000 is what we use to fund cost of living increasement payments to our staff in '25. On January 1st, we are able to give all of our staff a 3% increase with that $25,000. That's how much that means to us. We're on razor thin margins. And I yield.
Please, once again, please don't applaud. It's just not an appropriate procedure. You can support through your vote. Select person Ellis Thurber.
I wanted to speak to voter Frigie's question. You can find backup materials for when all three of these organizations testified to the select board with backup materials from the January 20, correct me if I'm wrong, John, the January 22nd select board materials that you can find on the Brattleboro Town webpage to more thoroughly explain.
I want to bring town meeting's attention once again back to the fact that what's on the floor, and all of these are sort of germane, so I haven't been calling them out of order, is the Fearing Amendment to reduce the period from 5 years to 1 year. Voter Wessel.
Tim Wessel, District 9. I stood for Maya's amendment because I thought it struck a balance between our responsibilities to the taxpayers and the excellent organization, which is NECCA. I'm trying to keep to the amendment, but I'm going to support the amendment because I do think it's a good balance. I'm going to support the full amount if that gets voted in after that, because NECCA, I have seen NECCA grow. I was around for the inception of it. I rent currently to a ProTrack student. I have seen NECCA everywhere, and you probably have too if you've been paying attention. They show up everywhere, and they really contribute a lot to our town. So even though from a fiscal conservative, it brings a little bit of pain to say so, I think the 1 year amendment is a good way to balance that, and maybe we can process the importance of them to the community a little more after that. So I'll be supporting the 1 year amendment. Thank you.
Select person Case. There we go.
So I'm not going to support the 1 year. And for some things that have already been stated, but I'll just re-bullet point anybody who's watched meetings, anybody who's talked to me personally knows, like the drum I beat is about driving revenue and bringing extra people and new people into our town. NECCA does that. They've stated that. One of the things that hasn't been mentioned, and I think that we all know, is we've been referred to as an aging community over and over again. NECCA brings in youth, much needed youth into our community. The commerce that those people who come and live here for 3 years do in our community means a lot, and I would argue that the exemption far outweighs what they put back and leave behind in our community year in and year out. So I'm not in favor of hampering these people and making them kind of throw themselves on the sword year after year. I'm going to support the 5-year exemption as originally suggested, and I am not going to be supporting the 1-year amendment.
In the back.
So first of all,
Name.
I'm sorry, Tony Duncan, District 9. And one thing that concerns me about this process is that, like, we've already had votes on this without getting information that helps determine which way I wanted to vote. Like, I voted for that First Amendment out of fear that that if I didn't vote for that, we wouldn't get the full amount. So I have a very deep concern about these type of votes because we don't know the will of the people. And if we had a system where it was like, well, what's giving them the full amount, vote on that first, then giving them half. But I voted for the half because I want to make sure they get something. So that's something to me that's very disturbing. Also, there are things that I wanted to say that were related to those things that I think are very important that haven't been gotten to talk to. Again, I want to vote for the 5-year program, as Fish just said, but I'm concerned, well, what if I vote for the 5-year program and people don't want to give the exemption for that 5-year program? That puts me in a bind where I'm having to guess what is willing to pass and what is not willing to pass. I also want to talk about the reasons why I support the exemption, but I'm not sure that that's germane. And am I going to be able to do that after this vote? That was a question to the moderator.
I understand. Thus far, during this particular discussion, the moderator has not ruled it out of order when we've been talking about general issues relating to the exemption as opposed to the request to cut it in half or limit the time period. So if you want to make those comments now, moderator's not going to say it's out of order.
Okay, thank you. So I moved here before NECCA or anyone was involved, and I've been here. I bought a house, then there's other personal things that I won't go into because everybody gets mad at me when I talk about personal stuff. But anyway, I ended up with my current wife. We were deciding where to live. We actually were in Saugerties for a couple of years renting. And then my wife, who wasn't my wife at the time, was like, well, let's go to Brattleboro because you're working there and maybe you'll buy a house there. And we ended up buying a house there because I work at NECCA. The property tax on that house was about 1/5 of what I'm paying now because of exemptions that the owners had then. So I'm paying property tax for NECCA. I also have an Airbnb. Other people have brought this up. The amount of money that's brought into the town, which I think is really relevant. Someone concerned about the amount, how much it is. But if you compare it to the previous one, the number of people working there, it's similar.
Hold on. Okay. This is an example of a point of order.
Okay.
Wait, please. This is an example of a point of order. It's one of the very few times when a speaker can be interrupted. So, Mr. Duncan, if you would wait, please. Who raised the point of order, please? Where? Mr. Rounds, voter Rounds, he's got a point of order. You'll need to come to the microphone. I understand. The moderator has been ruling thus far during this discussion that general discussion about the exemption is appropriate, and so would rule that voter Duncan can continue.
So I don't want to repeat what other people have been saying. The final point, what was my final point? It was really important too. I'm sorry, I forget, but it's really important.
Any further discussion? We're here.
Jessica Dolan, District 8. I'm going to be voting, I would like to recommend and say that I'm going to be following Select Board Member Case's leadership in this situation, because I believe that the benefits to the local economy that NECCA brings far outweigh this tax break. And I also just want to bring up something that is really important about this, as well as the other two, which is they're all organizations that serve children. And even though we think that we're an aging town and an aging state, there's actually a lot of us here who have children and we're working parents. And NECCA provides an invaluable service to children and families. So I want to say thank you to NECCA for that and encourage folks to vote in favor of a 5-year tax break. But if you do not feel comfortable doing that, please vote in favor of the 1-year tax break.
Any further discussion? Voter Manukin.
Abigail Manukin, District 8. I just want to also tie this into the need for childcare during now open town meeting, and encourage both Family Garden and NECCA to consider, as a gratitude for this tax exemption, to offer free childcare to all parents who attend open town meeting, and that would really elevate your votes.
Voter Chapman.
My name's Chris Chapman. I'm speaking as a person who's now retired, and feel that despite the fact that I and many others are subject to limited sources of income as retirees, that I believe that from the perspective of someone who's been involved with a number of businesses, both big and small, in Brattleboro, that it's very necessary to be able to plan for the future in one's budgeting. Forecasting is extremely important to a board. And I also want to say that although this may involve actually the issue of whether we want to give any exemption at all, that the organization, in addition to all the benefits that have been explained to us today, that this is a school that we're talking about. Yes, they do entertain, but I believe that entertainment portion of the school's activities has as much to do with preparing students of circus to perform in front of an audience. It is more important, I think, to regard the organization as a school which serves the entire community. It has a scholarship fund. It occurs to me to caution all of us that taking away a 5-year exemption interferes not only with the ability to forecast the business, but it also would deprive the community if the organization would have to limit its scholarship fund, which allows the organization to serve families and children who cannot afford the tuition. I think it's important to support this organization, which is a growing organization and has a lot of younger people come into the community, and as a business organization is quite viable, that we should vote down the amendment to allow an exemption for 1 year in favor of being more supportive of a valuable member of the community, which is the school. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Is that all great?
Cindy Kane Fitzgerald, District 8. I just want to call the question.
All right. Is there a second? There's a second. So there's a motion and a second to call the question on the fearing amendment, which was to limit the time of the exemption from 5 years to 1 year. If you're voting aye, it's to change the period of exemption to 1 year. Was that? I'm sorry, this is the second time. I'm sorry. All those in favor of calling the question on debate on the fearing amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you've ceased debate on the fearing amendment. So now the question is whether to change the period of time on the exemption from 5 years to 1 year. All those in favor of 1 year, of amending the article to 1 year period of time, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it, and you've defeated the fearing amendment. We're back to the continuing question on whether to approve the exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for NECCA for a period of 5 years. Are you ready for that question? Yes. I figured, but all right. Seeing no further discussion. All those in, yes? There is further discussion.
Louise Zach, District 9. I want to start by saying I have unqualified respect and admiration for NECCA. It is not about NECCA that I want to ask. As I read the town report, it looks as if the assessors have granted over $13 million of special exemptions. I wonder if someone from that office could detail how many nonprofits are in that list that add up to 13 million.
I think that Assessor Brunel was asked that before and couldn't answer the question about the number of properties. Is that right? Hold on a second. Assessor Brunel, if you could be interrogated, if you would.
I do not have that list with me today. We can put it on the website if it's necessary, but there is a number of properties that are exempt. Some of them are clear-cut, straight statute, churches, schools, town, state properties. The others came to the listers and proved to the listers, and these could have been previous listers, not the current ones, and prove their case for the exemption.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
So Voters Act, we don't have that information today.
Right, but my point is that there are organizations, other nonprofit organizations that may be quite comparable to NECCA, that the town meeting or the listers have already approved property tax exemptions. So I think we should look at this question in the larger context.
Lester French. I would like to mention that every time we do an exemption to reduce a given property tax, that burden falls on everybody else that is not exempt. Now, I understand that the organization in question has a lot of benefit to people coming into town. However, for those that are paying taxes on their property and do not get any benefit are facing a higher burden. So that's just what I wanted to mention, that us taxpayers are going to be footing the bill for this exemption of a given property. And it sort of falls into some of the other articles we're going to be voting on today. Thank you.
Voter Stearns.
Stephen Stearns, District 7. It's important to understand that this is pretty black and white. You have a particular organization or organizations that bring benefit. And what is benefit? In the simplest form, dollars and cents. They bring money. We need business. We need people who come in and spend money on all manner of things, education, etc. On the other side, there's the taxes that we pay, and I am a taxpayer. I'm also the founder of the New England Youth Theater. New England Youth Theater is a life school. We train the next generation. NECCA is a life school. It changes lives, all ages, people with handicaps, well-bodied, younger, older, trains the whole spectrum of people. That is, my friends, the next generation. Now, we've got cost. Oh my gosh, we reduce their taxes. Now, I have to maybe increase a bit my property taxes. Not $2,000. I don't know what it would be, $200, $300 or what. But the point is, with a nonprofit like the New England Youth Theater, with a nonprofit like NECCA, it's literally a matter of life or death. That's as simple as that. That at a certain breaking point, they'll go out of business. At a certain breaking point, we look at, with our budget at New England Youth Theater, every single year coming out in the hole between $125,000 and $150,000. We're 26 years old. They're not quite that old. We really have to think of all nonprofits as what do they bring in terms of health and money to this town? What do they bring? And what are we willing to pay for our values? If you vote to not allow them to have a tax break, you are jeopardizing their very lifeblood. If they go out of business, I mean, it's right now where I swim, and I'll end here, where I swim and exercise at the Colonial Motel is out of business. The more people do not support our healthy activities, the more they're going to die up. You think the New England Youth Theater is an icon, it's going to last forever? No, it won't. It won't. 25 years? Okay, fine. No, next year we're out of business. We're gone. NECCA's gone. What are you going to do then? Okay? What are your values, people? What are your values?
Voter Davis, Arthur.
Arthur Davis. Quite a long time ago, when voter Smith Fortune came up, she talked about pilot payment in lieu of taxes, and I think if we grant this exemption, I would just encourage NECCA, if they feel they are able, to put some back in that way. So that's it.
Is there any further discussion? Yes, Voter Watkins.
My name's Andrea Watkins, and I just want to make 2 quick points. My family has utilized NECCA's after-school programs, and I think, just like Mr. Stearns said, this is a vital community organization that is a huge asset to our youth as well as adults. My other point is that if people haven't been inside NECCA's facility, the property tax value is their building, but if this were to be the straw that breaks the camel's back and NECCA go under, that property would have negative value. That building could not be repurposed for anything else. It is highly specialized. So I would dissuade this town from being the straw that broke the camel's back.
Eric Millman, District 8. I call the question.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Voter Richardson. It's been moved and seconded to call the question. All those in favor of ceasing debate on Article 11, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've ceased debate on Article 11. The motion before town meeting is that the town approve exemption of the municipal tax portion of real estate taxes for NECCA for a period of 5 years. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 11. So we're going to take our morning recess, 10 minutes. We'll be back at 5 after 11. The meeting's being called back to order. Please take your seats. I have 2 preliminary matters. First of all, besides the bathrooms in the back on the right, there are some additional restrooms on the main hallway out this front entrance here, and additional restrooms way at the end of the hallway. So there are additional restrooms besides those in the back on the right. Second, we've had some inquiries about the number of people who are in attendance. The clerk has informed me that some period of time ago, 290 people had signed in. Some people have been coming, some people have been going. But that's really great attendance. Thank you all for coming and participating in Brattleboro's town meeting. Before, voter Agave asked that Articles 9, 10, and 11 be taken out of order to deal with financial matters, being the tax exemptions. It had been recommended that we move into committee of the whole for about 2 hours in order to be able to have a more flexible discussion about the budget and human services funding, and to be able to do straw polling on various issues, including the amount, if any, of human services funding. Is there any objection to proceeding that way? Absent objection, we're now going to be in committee of the whole with moderator continuing as chair of the committee and having a discussion on budget and human services funding and potential straw polling. It's now 11:15. It's our intention to break for lunch at about 12:30 or as close to that time as possible. We'll try to gauge where we are in the discussion of the budget and human services funding. At that point, we will have been having the discussion for about an hour and a half. And if we come back from lunch at 1:30 and then continue that for about 45 minutes, we'll see where we stand. And it'll probably be time then to rise from the committee of the whole and to go to the Budget and Human Services article, and it'll be determined whether those remain in the same order or not. Voter Reichman, unless it's a procedural inquiry, I would recognize Select Person Heller first to talk about the budget in general. So if there is an inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Franz Reichsman. How do we determine when we end the committee of the whole period?
There's a motion to rise, and I'll be gauging the conversation. We're going to start with 2 hours. We can move to extend that if it seems a prudent use of time. Otherwise, we can go to the motions, and the motions also will provide full opportunity to have debate and discussion.
So someone could make a motion to rise that
earlier or later.
Okay.
Yeah. Earlier or to extend.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to start this part of the discussion with Select Person Heller being recognized to talk about the budget.
Thank you. I think you'll all be relieved to hear that I'm not going to go through the budget in detail. Yes. Sorry. Point of order. We don't make a motion at this point, right?
No motion.
Okay. So I'm not going to go through the budget in detail. That would take probably hours, and I'm seeing people shaking their heads at me in fear in the audience. I'm not going to do that. This budget was composed by the former Select Board over the period of about 5 months, probably 6 or 7 Select Board meetings, 2 public listening sessions, and months of work by town staff before that. You can find the budget detail starting on page 132 of the annual report. And the entire Select Board, the town manager, and department heads and other town staff are all here to take your questions on any item in the budget you'd like more information about. What the budget does in the biggest, the 10,000-foot view is that it funds the various departments and functions of the town that we all rely on. I'm not going to list them all, but we all know what they are. We went through a long process of trying to design a budget that would be as functional for Brattleboro as possible. This is an imperfect document, this budget. There are things in it that we know as a board it doesn't fund enough. For example, 18 months ago, I was not on the Select Board, I was on the Finance Committee. And I wrote with the committee a report that says we're not spending enough on our sidewalks and our roads. And this year's Finance Committee has written a very similar report. I agree, and I think we all agree, but and yet in this budget, we are not funding those things at the absolute full amounts that are necessary. Another example of something that we're not doing. We made the decision in the spring of last year to not fund an assistant town manager position, which is a key administrative position that a town and staff of this size absolutely needs. And we have been paying a minor price, but a real price for not having that position filled. And on the other side, of course, the number's too high. The tax increase is too high. We would not look to have a 6.3% or higher tax increase in a normal year. Maybe as a one-off emergency measure, yes, but I think this entire board would agree with you that the number is too high. So those two tensions are the things that we're wrestling with when we try to create this document. And I've gotten that feedback. We heard it during the process, and I've heard it since. And it's all fair. and I agree with most of it. And yet, my hope is still that you will adopt this budget. It is imperfect, but I don't believe that there is a perfect fiscal year 27 budget document for Brattleboro that exists, that can be created, that will do everything everybody wants and put the number where everyone wants it to be. What I hope that we've done over the past 5 months is create an adequate compromise. Now, I know that adequate compromise is not much of a battle cry. And yet, I do think that in some ways, this budget is an achievement and the product of a great deal of hard work. It took months of regular work, of just understanding and designing options and making choices. It's also the product of a great deal of spirited, possibly even heated, select board debate. I think every single member of the previous board was on the losing side of a vote about the budget that they really wanted to go the other way. We tried to make hard decisions. So I think this budget has real value as a compromise that is a compromise for a town of 12,000 very different people with very different priorities and needs, and I hope you'll consider it in that spirit. All that said, this is town meeting. I'm really glad that we're here. We're about to hand over our work to the broader body, and I'm really happy about what's about to happen next, which is that a room full of people who maybe are 2 degrees separated from the person they know least here. But most people know a lot of people in this room or know their neighbor. So we're all gonna get together in the real world, sitting next to each other, and we're gonna deliberate on this budget and discuss it and make a decision. I don't know what decision town meeting's gonna make, but I am confident that whatever it is, whatever decision you all make with us, it will be done with thoughtfulness and with care. Thank you.
Part of the budget process and part of the lengthy deliberation that we've had at town meeting over the last years has focused on human services. Human services is a separate article, that being Article 8, and the amount has been essentially zeroed out to $1. So when you adopt the budget article, when that time comes, you're going to be approving funding for the amount in that line item, plus any other funds that are authorized during the meeting. And that means that the Human Services funding article will have an impact on this bottom line budget. The budget that's been proposed by Select Board is $27 million. There is no real money other than $1 listed here for human services. So I'm going to recognize, he doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to recognize Voter Minor. Please to provide a general explanation of the human services funding allocation process and to speak to the number that the Human Services Committee recommended. And it should be clear that that's a representative town meeting Human Services Funding Committee. David, are you willing to be interrogated? Thank you.
Thanks for the heads up. David Miner, Chair of the Human Services Committee. Last year at the RTM, there was a lengthy discussion about an allocation, determining an allocation to be given out for fiscal year 27. There was a proposal and everything was done by percentages. Everything was done by the percentage of the preceding budget. So it was a known number. There was no variable involved there. But you had to do some math in order to come up with the number. In any event, there was a discussion held where we went through different proposals from the floor for 0%, 0.5%, 1%, 1.4%. There may have been one for 1.7, 2%, 2.4, and 3. I don't remember any others, and there may have been. That discussion went on ad nauseum. Finally, the decision was made as an allocation amount for a budget, in essence, amount for the Human Services Committee of 2%, which comes out to about $499,000 based on the fiscal year 26. It was an amount up to that amount. So we went through a process then as a committee. We met, there were 9 members of the original committee. We had an initial meeting in June to kind of a meet and greet and kind of talk about the process. And then we got together again at the end of August to begin to map out a timeline and process. 2 people felt that they couldn't spend the amount of time necessary in order to fully participate, so they dropped out. So it was now then a committee of 7. So we met in August and early September. We revised some of the processes. We asked for a full accounting details, both budget, showing budget and expenses, but also for a 990 that organizations need to file every year with the IRS, and so we received that. We put together a timeline. We wanted we put the application, made the application available in early October. We met for a Q&A, kind of an info session, a couple weeks later, 3 weeks later, and then the applications were submitted at the end of October. The committee went through. We identified any organization that a committee member may have either direct affiliation or indirect affiliation because of a partner or someone that in the house that they lived, so that those individuals were recused from any discussion, final decision of any organization that they felt that there was a conflict. We received 36 applications totaling about $525,000, and we met every week, we met weekly from the end of October, beginning of November through the end of December to discuss all the applications. The applications, each meeting that we were going to review was warned. We had a couple meetings where some people came to participate. For the most part, those meetings, which were open meetings, there was little involvement beyond ourselves. After all the discussion, we then, using a rubric system, which was revised to more closely align itself with the application, we went into a deliberative session and discussed the ratings. The ratings, I should say, each individual on their own went through and scored each application. Those that they had recused themselves, they could not participate, so there was nothing provided there. What we then did is we got together, we created an average for each application. So there were some applications that had, was divided by 7, some with the total rubric scores divided by 7, some applications where the total rubric scores were divided by 6. So we were able then to kind of rank the applications based upon the rubric. We went through and discussed each of the applications. And through all of that, there were some organizations that we felt didn't meet the criteria. And there were other organizations where we ended up decreasing the amount of the application. You can see all of those decisions, I think, on the town report. There is shows the complete list of allocations, what was applied for and what was granted. And actually, no, that's in the amendment. That's in the town amendment, along with a cover letter that the committee provided, which goes through in greater detail what we do. As part of each application, we asked that a paragraph describing the work of the organization be provided, and that is included in the town report. So you can see for the 33 grants, you can read what they provide. We ended up with a budget of $499,000. We provided roughly $486,000, and that breakout is there. So that's the process.
Thank you, Voter Minor. So to be more specific, in your town report, the Human Services narratives are on pages 105 to 112, and the proposal for human services funding, it comes to 482,665, is on pages 34 through 37 of the addendum that was available in the back, including the specific allocations and the explanation. What we'd like to do is to take as much comment as we can about the budget as a whole, and it winds up being about 2% additional cost beyond the $27 million budget that's been proposed. So what we'd like to do is to get as much comment as possible in this more flexible format, and we'd like to get to a point probably when we come back after the lunch break to try to do some straw polling in order for everybody in the group to be able to have as good as possible understanding of what each of us think and are prepared to support in terms of budget as a whole and human services funding. So, anybody who wants to be recognized, Florida Sprite. Try to keep your comments to 2 minutes.
You're mean. So I'd like to start out with a brief history of human services. I remember back in the day before we had the committee, when it took up a huge amount of our time and was a popularity contest, and we were very well served once we set up this committee, and they took a huge load off of our hands and do a much better job than we ever did. I am more concerned about process than about the amount in this particular case. We actually did vote an amount at the last meeting, and this is one of the few times that I can think of where the select board did something different than what town meeting directed. So my suggestion for that part is that we stick with what we actually planned, and if we want to change the number for next year, that we do that, and instruct the Human Services Committee to allocate a different percentage. As far as the general budget goes, I'd like to appreciate the hard work of the select board and all select boards over the years. This year, did not make the double-digit mistake that last year's did, which is going to save us a second meeting, hopefully. However, I think the percentage increases that we've been seeing over the many years are not sustainable. The question is, how do we get around that and still provide the services that people feel like we need? I think one of the big areas where we're having trouble is in the contracted services, and I include insurance, capital projects.
You're at 2 minutes, so
and
you're
solid
aware.
waste. So I think there are ways to do those things differently if we use the resources and collective wisdom that we see assembled in this room and others who might not have been able to be here. So not something we can do much about this year, but I would like to look forward to future years' budgets being a little tighter.
Voter Carville.
George Carville, thank you, Mr. Moderator. We might have a unique opportunity right now, if you'll indulge me. The budget is things that we have to pay for. Fire department, police department. Some things maybe could be outsourced. I'd be interested in having a straw poll right now about how many people would favor the town discontinuing trash collection and let it fall some other way. I'm not trying to be specific. What I'm trying to get a gauge on is whether we as the people assembled here think that the town paying for trash collection is something we could do without, and let us all figure it out for ourselves.
Without objection, we would proceed to that straw poll, but before doing that, I'm going to ask a select person, Ellis Thurber, just very briefly speak to just the process that led to the decision to include the trash here and the discussions that unfolded. Is that okay?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will do my best, and I will be politically savvy and throw it to our town manager for a moment about which dates, if you can remember which dates we discussed. How many meetings? What month it was? Repeat the question one more time, please.
I just want to have the body understand generally where we stand with the inclusion, the cost for trash, and how it just what issues were raised in deciding whether to keep it in the budget or not.
Yes, so I'll speak from the sitting select board at that time, which is not who we have at the table now. And I will also request, if I get it wrong, that someone from Department of Public Works will step up to the mic. We had a number of discussions as a select board, and we're fortunate to receive a lot of modeling, potential cost savings, and what our future solid waste contract would be. In many different iterations, if we were going for a 3-stream model from a subcontractor, we chose at that point to actually adopt a beautifully created municipal-wide compost program that would be part of our new solid waste scheme, and our outside contractor would be handling trash and recycling. That process has gone through many iterations. What you see now is the budgeted number that was decided from the previous select board, and that's what we've brought you here. And I have been informed that I can request that Peter Lynch come to the mic from Department of Public Works, and John also might want to say some things.
Peter Lynch, please.
That working? Good morning. You said keep it short. That's going to be tough for me. So the solid waste budget I'm happy to talk about in totality or in sections, and I would leave it up to you, to Mr. Moderator, to tell me, do you want me to talk about the entire budget or what the budget would look like?
Just in total, please.
Okay.
For now.
So at the moment, we have a contract with Casella for just over $1 million. And if you approve today's budget with the revenue costs that were projected, you'll be spending about $1.8 million for the, I'm sorry, $1,081,000 for the budget.
Now that's the contract with Casella?
Contract with Casella, with our projections for tipping fees, are just over $1 million.
Is there also, does that include solid waste and recycling?
Total package, all three streams.
Does that includes the compost as well?
Yes.
All right.
That includes the town of Brattleboro picking up compost. Casella would no longer take care of compost.
And I want to make sure the person who made the request for a straw poll, I think that was voter Carville, are you seeking general view about just the solid waste and the recycling, or also the compost?
Your question shows us the complication of all of this, but essentially, Mr. Moderator, what I'm asking is, do we do it ourselves or do we have the town do it?
All right. And then the one other clarifying question, if you could let us know, Mr. Lynch, is the compost collection would be town driven, that's correct?
That is true.
What's the cost of that?
It's a little over $220,000. And if you eliminated compost, but elected to somehow do something with Wyndham Solid Waste, that we would pay a portion of their fees, which in one of the last select board meetings, we talked about being in the neighborhood of $164,000. The elimination of compost would only equal about a savings of 15 grand. Now, again, that's with 165,000 paid for in licensing or permits to Wyndham Solid Waste.
And Casella pickup, the contract with Casella is how much right now for solid waste and recycling?
So with the projections for tipping fees, and those are a little hard to estimate, but with the numbers we used, it's $1,060,000.
All right. Absent objection, I'm going to ask for Mr. Blodgett, Voter Blodgett.
Randy Blodgett, District 7. I just have a clarifying question. Does that include monies coming out of one of our other funds for a trash truck, a pickup truck, and does it include the additional 2.6 or 2 3/4 FTEs?
Mr. Lynch?
Yes to the FTEs. The capital portion does increase. So capital portion is not coming out of the general fund budget this year. It would be coming out of revolving loan fund, and that would increase the funds by 181 plus about $181,000. I'd have to look exactly, but in that neighborhood.
Ms. Blodgett, Voter Blodgett, follow-up.
Does it also include to purchase the recycling receptacles that need to be purchased under the Casella contract, if not now, in 6 months?
You can go ahead.
Of course, great question. So when we met on November 11th and then at the beginning of January, we were looking at a contract with Casella that would go multiple years. And that was approved by the Select Board in the budget number that you see in front of you. We also talked at that time about spending in the neighborhood of $300,000 on carts that would allow us to do automated pickup for the town of Brattleboro for recycling only. After the January meeting, we met with Casella. After a long discussion, we came to an agreement with Casella that they would pick up until only the end of this coming FY27 budget, fiscal year. So that means that the contract will stop 14 months from now. During that time, there will be no cart used. Everything will be done, picked up manually. We will then have the opportunity this coming summer to rewrite a spec that would go out for any number of bidders to bid on, and also have conversation about what it would look like for town involvement or no town involvement with all three streams of pickup.
Voter Cooley.
Millicent Cooley, District 9. There is a cost for risk assessment that's in the budget. It's around $450,000. And my impression is that, okay, that amount went up from around 300, increased by 150,000 very late in the budget process. And my impression, and I'd like to interrogate the town manager about this and a second question, is that is that additional cost of 150 come about because of the town taking, doing some of this work? That is adding to the risk of our employees. Then taking all those things, can we get a new number that's a total number? Because Randy Blodgett raised a couple of number points, and then I'd like to ask about the town manager about this one. The second one is the budget, all these, the discussion about the trash, and everybody worked, and the town worked really hard on this, and it was changing a lot. And the discussion stopped, a couple of months ago when the budget was set. I'm wondering, and this is another question for the town manager, have there been any new developments since then? For example, knowledge of new local developers. Casella, for some people who don't know, is viewed as having a monopoly or an outside organization. Is there any new knowledge or insight about potential local resources? Yeah.
Town manager's interrogated about whether there are trash-related costs in the risk management figure in the budget, and whether there are other providers besides Casella who might be able to engage in these services.
Yes, the increase in the risk costs do relate somewhat to the new compost positions, but that's a small percentage of what that increase is. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. But you're right that that type of work does come with a higher risk profile. On the question of competition, yes, we do believe that there may be opportunities in the future for more competitive contracting. Although I would say that the contract that we currently entered into is very competitive versus what individual homeowner would have to pay to dispose of trash going independently. So, for example, I think this contract works out to cost about $20 a month for a resident in Brattleboro. If they have, say, a $300,000 house, quite a bit less if they have 150, so like half of that if they have $150,000 house. So that you have to compare against what Casella or another contractor would charge you per month to dispose of the trash. Of course, our service, the town service as proposed, would be every other week, and there may be more frequent collections that a homeowner might desire.
Since the budget closed, have there been is there any awareness of new haulers coming into the market or new resources since that discussion was closed during the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks? That's my question.
Yes, that was my answer. We believe there may in the future be a more competitive environment.
Thank you.
Voter O'Connor?
Kate O'Connor, obviously Brattleboro. Two things, just one quick thing for anybody, if we do a straw poll, and I just want to follow up on what John just said, we have to take into account that we may cut something out of our budget, but we're just shifting a cost to every resident of this community. And I sat through all the garbage debates, which were actually good debates. And anybody that knows me thinks I think this budget is way too high. But cutting this does not necessarily make things any better for anybody who's paying for this service, because it is like $50 a month if you want someone to pick up your garbage. And or if you want to bring it yourself, it's $60 for the permit and $5 per bag. So I want all of us to keep it in this particular line item on our budget. If we cut it, we're just shifting it back to ourselves in a bigger way. I also just want to clarify what I heard from the Department of Public Works, Peter Lynch, which I see as big bombshell news, and that's why I'm thinking, did I mishear what I said? Up until this second, and I have gone to every select board meeting, literally now I'm starting year 5, this is the first time I've heard that we're not signing a 3-year contract with Casella. And this is the first time I have heard we are no longer purchasing the plastic bins, which I'm not debating, from using our other funds. So I find it actually shocking that on April 11th, we are finding out we are not signing a 3-year contract with Casella, when according to what I just heard, this happened sometime, maybe I got the date wrong, after January 9th. So I just want clarity that everything that we have been heard has now changed, because did I sleep through that section of the select board when this was brought up? Because this is actually fundamentally big news that we're not going to have a 3-year contract, which changes things for all of us. So thank you.
Town manager is interrogated about the current status of negotiations with Casella to the extent that it can be discussed in public.
Yes, so negotiations with Casella had been ongoing since the last public discussion with the select board that was referred to. However, the select board has continued to inform staff in executive session about negotiating that contract, and we had a breakthrough last week, and were able to reach a conclusion and sign a contract with Casella, which we'll duly be reporting on at the next select board meeting.
Okay, so you got news today. Is that Voter Morgan? I see you. No.
I don't understand how we know when we're going to vote on a straw poll, but I just wanted to say that I want to give a little more detail to what the town manager said and what Kate O'Connor mentioned, that the cost to do this privately for our neighbors in Putney who don't have municipal trash and recycling pickup is about $50 a month for bi-weekly trash and recycling pickup, which is what is proposed in this budget. So for the same service, you're going to be paying about $600 a year. So based on the statistic that John Potter said, unless you own a $900,000 house, you're going to be paying less to have this be negotiated by the town than to hire it out individually.
And we've diverted into, excuse my use of that word, we've diverted into talking about trash based upon a request for a straw poll. It's not clear to me how productive this is at the end of the day, but we'll have a little bit more discussion about the trash before seeing what people's views are. I'll also note that we don't have line item authority over the budget here. We're going to be voting on a total figure for the budget, and you may consider the cost of various services when you're voting on the budget and on human services, but we're not going to be deciding on individual line items. Voter Franks?
Thank you, Tom Franks, District 9. I'd like to bring a few points of fact up into this discussion of the cost of solid waste contract. One of the facts is that all properties in town are assessed for the solid waste contract. Every building, every property in town pays taxes towards that fund. Within the town, only 56% of the properties are eligible. Those are the residential properties of less than 5 units. So when you say the cost is just transferred, there's already a cost transfer going on. It's on the order of 44 cents of every program dollar is paid for by properties that are not eligible for participation, that cannot, by our ordinance, participate in this program. Those properties include multifamily residences over 4 units. In many cases, those properties have their residents pay for trash disposal either through their rents or individually. So the off-cited cost of well under $60 a month or $50 a month does not accurately represent the full cost of the program. People, let's just talk about cross-subsidization. We are already transferring costs, and we have been since 2015, the most recent ordinance, and perhaps before, transferring costs from business owners of, and residents of multifamily units to those who live in units of less than 5. So the number that I've come up with, and I have not kept track of the changes in the estimates of revenue or costs since November, but back in November, I figured that basically if, well, first of all, you have to consider the bag prices went up in November quite a bit. They've been reduced, but they're still going up. The average resistance to increase prices means that participation will probably go down. But I've come up with a range of, costs where the excluded properties are paying something on the order of $334 up to $429 per, to help the properties that can contribute. The cost for eligible households, absent the just the total cost per eligible household, ranges between $600 and almost $800. That's the combined cost of the subsidy from users, non-users, the taxes from users, and the participation by bag purchase. So there's almost very few scenarios under which you're actually looking at $20 per user. And that is assuming a fairly high uptake rate. So the number that keeps getting quoted, that it's cheaper for the town of Brattleboro to have municipally funded collection, is only cheaper for those who are able to and willing to participate. And so far the participation, the best estimate that I was aware of was about 50%. So even people who can participate but are not are paying for this program through their taxes and doing something else with their trash. Thank you.
John Woodland. I'd just like to comment real quick that you do away with municipal trash collection, you're going to see more people finding other ways to get rid of their trash that we aren't going to be happy about. Dumping it in the woods, dumping it around the corner, dumping it over the stream bank, etc. So think about that very carefully before you think about doing away with it.
I'd like to draw this discussion about trash to close. I see 4 or 5 people with their hands up, and we'll see if we can't have some sort of a quick vote about this one and then move on to another part of the budget. Voter Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Gemma Seymour, District 8.
I'm a little unclear as to what matters have actually been referred to the Committee of the Whole, whether any of the articles need to be adopted before they are discussed, and at what point it would be appropriate to move to amend those articles.
We'll be calling both the Budget and the Human Services articles after we rise from Committee of the Whole, and that'll be the time. To the extent that there's a general proposal to cut the budget, for example, we might want to talk about that here in order to understand what people think about it. But formally amending will come when the articles are called.
Thank you, because I intended to offer an amendment to Article 8. Thank you.
Voter quip.
Daniel Quip, District 8. Nice to see you all. Thanks to George for opening up this conversation, and thanks to the moderator for creating this committee of the whole. It's a little more flexible. When I was on the select board, we considered this question, and the equity considerations are huge. When I was the chair of the board, I thought my phone would be ringing off the hook every day, but it actually didn't. One phone call I had in response to the idea that the town would stop providing the kind of trash service that it had previously been providing was from an elderly resident at Mountain Home Park. She wasn't concerned about money necessarily. She was concerned about her ability to get the cart to where it needed to be, to get her trash where it needed to be. She left me a long message. I had a long phone conversation with her. It was less about dollars and cents and more about the ability for people to get their trash off their property safely. The number of people in this community that are elderly, that are disabled, that have some kind of transportation limitations is pretty large. I know that from my work and from my work on the select board. And I would really urge the town to continue to provide this service as a public good.
There's a non-voter who's been asking to be recognized for a long time. So if you would like to come to the mic, please identify yourself.
G. Marie Davis. I just had a question, not about the garbage. Just want to make that clear. So on Article 7, and I've been looking at this because I run an organization here in Brattleboro, which is branches, and I have to pay my employees. And every year for the last 3 years I've been here, I keep hearing everybody talk about these taxes going up. I've gone to the town manager and in the past and have asked him, why do we not have more middle grade companies in this town to help alleviate some of the pressure for the property taxes. Now I'm noticing in your guys' budget, which will affect employers like myself and other employers, to have to raise our employees' benefits and pay because they have to deal with this $20 million uptick for property taxes. Now, I'm just having a question, but the question I still am going to bring is, why is this community not having more middle grade in companies come in to offset some of this pressure, for instance, your garbage and things like that, instead of looking to these individuals here to hold up a budget that's basically going to crumble these people's livelihood. I'm just concerned because you had the opportunity to have Walmart here, now it's in Hinsdale. You've had other opportunities to have people come in, and pretty soon it's going to topple over, and you're going to have what we call, because I am originally from California, from Oakland, you will have a lot more prostitution, homelessness, and you're going to have more uptick in drugs and gangs, which is already a problem in this community that we're dealing with. So instead, to offset it so you could stop having pressures with your town people to lower some of their tax, I'm like I said, I'm not from Vermont, I live in New Hampshire, but I work here, and I see the pressure that my employees have to go through, and also my friends that live out here, and that is not okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We were hoping to move towards some sort of a closure on that question of trash. Are there other comments about trash, particularly Voter Hasagawa?
Maya Hasagawa, District 8. I just have a question, and that is composting mandated by the state? I think it is.
Can the town attorney respond to the obligation to provide compost collection or otherwise?
Is this on? Okay. I believe it is mandated by the state. I don't have at my fingertips the regulations that go with that, but if Peter Lynch knows that more than I do, I'd ask him to supplement if he can.
A member of administration is interrogated if somebody's got the answer.
I'd rather not speak to the law right now, but recycling is, compost is being.
All right. Unless there's an objection, Voter Roser.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, Bob Ozer, Brattleboro District 9. Just a question, did we ever try to cobble something together with other private haulers other than Casella to maybe cover parts of the town and maybe come up with a patchwork quilt that might work? And if we did, what was the cost of that? Thank you.
Somebody in administration is interrogated.
No, it's, all right, there you go. Yeah, yes, we did look at that. There were no organizations that or no companies that were interested in doing something like that at the time we started this whole process. That could change. We could see that the economic environment has changed for solid waste in the town, and that is one option that could be looked into for future requests for proposals or other means of procurement.
To try to bring this part of the discussion to a close in response to the request by Voter Carville, I would ask for all those who are in favor of considering or removing trash collection from the budget to say aye, but I would ask you please not to raise your voice, but just use your ordinary speaking voice so that we get a real sense of what the majority is really seeking. All those who would be in favor of striking the trash collection, would you please say aye? Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Yeah. Okay. Is there other discussion about topics relating to the budget or human services? Voter Andy Davis. Yeah, let me, yeah.
Dub, can you hear me? Okay, I want to say something. I just wanted to reiterate for clarity, because a lot of people are at town meeting for the first time, about how Selectboard works when it comes to active contract negotiations. So we are required to have those in executive session, and those don't become public information until we have a public Select Board meeting. So when Kate O'Connor said, "This is the first I've heard of this," it is in fact the first you've heard of it. The trash issue is still a moving target, probably in Brattleboro's favor. And I just want to reiterate what Peter Lynch said, not Welch. Peter Lynch said that we are now going into a 14-month contract according to this budget with Casella, and things are changing. That's public now.
Thank you. Bo Davis.
Hello, Andy Davis, District 9. I have advocated for including human service spending as a part of the budget, not as a separate article of the last few years. The same kind of scrutiny that is applied to the Recreation Department, the Public Works, Solid Waste, Library, police, fire, all of that same scrutiny should be applied to human service spending. A specific amount, not a percentage of the overall budget, should be presented as a defensible part of our town's spending of taxes collected. If we were a much larger city, we would have a Department of Human Services that would be in the budget. But we're not a large enough town to have the staff or the knowledge to do that. So we essentially are contracting by giving grants to nonprofits to conduct the work of addressing human services in our town. I support this essential role of human service nonprofits in our community. The human needs are real and often very painful, and we should respond as a town with our available resources. However, the list of human service organizations receiving tax support above property tax abatements, which is a form of support, that list should be focused on critical human needs that are widely supported as essential to our community. The proposed human service spending can surely be assisted by a committee. However, I believe the actual amount should be written into the town budget, politically defensible by our elected select board and widely supported by voters. It is not required that we vote on human services as a separate article. In some towns where there's an organization that is funded year in and year out, it's part of the budget, and there would only be a separate article if some new project with a new nonprofit was being initiated and they were seeking public support for that. I think this is the only way to create a solid foundation moving forward on human services. I applaud the work of the Human Services Committee. They've done what Representative Town Meeting asked them to do, but it's turned into something else. Since about the time of COVID, Representative Town Meeting started pushing to increase the amount outside of the regular budgetary process, and I think we need to reset that. I personally would support passing a budget, the budget as presented under Article 7, but I would also support amending Article 8 in the amount of $250,000. It's a reasonable amount of money, and it would be an opportunity to reset and re-examine the metrics to use for making these grants. We give some money to organizations that have a larger budget than the town of Brattleboro. We also give grants to organizations with very large endowments. We give organizations that have a wide range, good work, but not dealing with critical and immediate human needs. And I think we need to reset and refocus and rethink how we do this at the select board level. And I would propose that as in the spirit, our select board chair referred to this being a compromise budget. I think this is a year for a compromise human service budget. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I know you spoke before, but I don't remember your name.
Imogen Millman, District 8. I was looking at the recommendations, and something I noticed was that Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, the recommended amount to fund was 0. And I'm just curious on why we are choosing to defund things like things that help assist with housing when we already have a problem with many unhoused people living in Brattleboro, when a lot of other things that are like, I do think a lot of these things are necessary, but there are some things that are more important, like people being able to live in houses. And I think it's a problem because like a lot of people don't realize that it's really easy to end up houseless. All it really takes is one surprise bill. And I think resources that help people have houses are really important.
I think Voter Turbo is looking to respond. And you're recognized.
Thank you for recognizing me. Sarah Turbo. I'm the vice chair of the Human Services Committee.
Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, I believe, asked for a specific program, which we decided not to fund because I believe it was an untested program. It was a program within their actual housing. It wasn't actually money for housing. But I think the question overall brings up the larger point, which is that the Human Services Committee really reads these applications very, very, very in depth. Some of them are asking for operating funds. Some of them are asking for specific programs. And each program that they're asking money for, we look at and see whether or not we think it's worth A, the bang for the buck, and B, whether we consider it to be human services. I believe Mr. Davis mentioned whether these are vital human services. We really, really think a lot about that. So we're happy to answer more questions about the specifics of applications if they exist. And I also know that before my time, at least, there was debate on each line item, each organization. And I just want to assure people that we spend a lot of time vetting these applications, looking through them, and we stand behind our recommendation. Thanks.
Hi, Christine Hazard, Town of Brattleboro, but also Executive Director of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships. Just to clarify a little bit. So this year we normally don't apply for this funding. We've applied for it twice in the last however many years. One was for mediation for residents who are dealing with difficult neighbor interactions with their residents, and we didn't have internal funding for that, and we were approved for that 2 years ago, and that program went really well. The program that we applied for this year was specifically to support residents who needed dental repair. And we have a nonprofit called Brattleboro Housing Opportunities, Inc. that just specifically raises money directly for funding. So the money that we applied for was a direct kind of pass through to support residents in getting denture work when they've exhausted all the other resources that are given to our community. And so we thought, because we have no funding for this and we found a need for it, we would apply for this funding. We learned through this process, through the Human Services Committee's education, that because we were really only able to serve a small amount of the population, it didn't really lend itself to this type of funding. It was, if we applied for administrative fees for our organization for $10,000, and we shared that we were serving the 750 people we house, that we might actually get that funding. But because we were really looking at a more a smaller amount of the population that it would serve, that it didn't lend itself to that. So I just thought that that was an important clarification, that we weren't necessarily denied because we were housers, we were denied because the committee, and I'd love to work with them further, but because I really saw a value in this, but that it wasn't necessarily because they didn't believe in what we were doing, it was because it didn't really lend itself to the parameters of the Human Service Committee, and we weren't applying specifically for housing needs.
Thank you.
Renee Walliver, Town of Brattleboro. I also am the Communications Director for Senior Solutions. I just wanted to say that Human Services funding, and I agree with Andy that 250 is probably close to the right number, but Human Services funding actually saves the town a ton of money. It prevents people from going to emergency rooms. It prevents people from needing emergency services. It prevents people from having to go to hospitals, from calling the fire department, from calling the police department. It really helps the wraparound services that Human Services provides, really supports people and saves the town money. I'll just give a quick example of EMT that would go into a home because a woman fell and saw that there was no food in the fridge, saw that there was a hoarding situation possibly, and was able to come to the situation table, which the town of Brattleboro has, which is an amazing thing, where emergency services, nonprofits, the library all come together and talk about how to support people. That EMT was able to come to the situation table, talk about, they walked into that person's home and was able to refer that person to us as Senior Solutions to help that woman, get the services that she needed. Without that, there wasn't an easy process for the emergency, for the EMT to make that happen. So while, it's not a lot of money and it's not make or break for some of these agencies, whether or not they get the funding. It's really just a show of support that the town has, that the human services are important and that the town can't provide them, but they need to be provided by someone. And it does actually save the town money. Thank you.
Thank you. Votable budget.
Mr. Moderator, Randy Blodgett, may I approach for some handouts for you and the Select Board to discuss this?
Sure, but really it's the body as a whole that's be more interested, so.
Okay, I'll go with that then. Happy to hand it out if you'd like it. As we enter the FY27 budgeting discussions, I find it challenging to justify the recent trend of over 10 million in budget increases since 2018. While the budgets have been steadily rising, we have also been delaying infrastructure spending for far too long. The list of overdue projects is long and growing. Roads are 18 million behind in spending. A simple drive around town reveals the extent of the issue. Sidewalks are equally in need of repair. The town pool is losing millions of gallons of water during its short open season. The replacement cost is estimated at approximately $6.5 million. The Public Works Garage building is outdated and requires complete replacement. The estimate cost is around or above $15 million. Town Hall is also in distress and needs significant repairs. The elevator in the fire station is broken and will cost approximately $100,000 to repair. The overall situation is dire with a long list of overdue projects. Instead of opting for the easy solution of raising taxes, we must take the difficult step of implementing budget reductions. We've outlined a budget reduction plan in the following pages, with a plan with two options: a zero-level budget, which I have talked about for over a year, or a 2.6 rate of inflation CPI increase. It's time to reset. It's time to get our finances in order. It only gets worse the longer we wait. The FY28 budget must also address how to fund our infrastructure. The Select Board should begin budgeting for our future now, rather than waiting for this fall. Our town cannot sustain all the programs and services we currently have into the future at this rate of decline. And I have laid out, and I'm happy to discuss with people, whoever wants to, or hand out two options to get to a level budget or 2.6, and both include whether we fund human services fully or at Andy's rate of 250. And I have a plan so that if the budget does get voted down or we do have amendments and changes, the Select Board, if they have to rewrite the budget, has a guideline, and from the discussion, I hope, to know what the voters here wanted.
Thank you. Voter Schwartz.
Ellen Schwartz, District 8. I first want to say that I agree with what Andy Davis brought up about that's for future years, getting the human services as a line item in the regular budget, but that's not something that's going to happen this year. And my mind is still not made up about how much I think the human services budget should be for this year. The other issue I want to bring up is about the road situation. I am not going to propose that we increase the budget to cover the roads, because I took what you said, Oscar, seriously about this was an adequate compromise. I don't think that we can afford, other than increasing the human services budget, we can afford anything more than what's in there. But I would be interested to know if there's any way that the problem with the road, as I understand from the finance report, is that every year that they deteriorate more, we're being sort of penny wise and pound foolish. So we're saving money this year, but then in the future, we're going to be having to pay more both in road repairs and also the life expectancy of the town vehicles that we all contribute to. And I don't know if there's any way other than increasing the budget to deal with the road situation. I'd be interested to hear whether there's any other options this year, and then I certainly hope that next year that gets addressed through the budget so that we're not falling behind every year and we're at least maintaining, if not improving, our roads and sidewalks.
Member of administration is interrogated.
So we have been gradually increasing the amount in the capital improvement program for roads. That's been going up every year. It's, as Oscar was talking about, it's like a balance. There's trade-offs to putting more funding there as opposed to other places. The speaker is correct that it would be less expensive in the long run to tackle it all at once. As an alternate, the select board had us looking into additional revenues, and Representative Burke introduced a local option gas tax, which could have potentially taken advantage of all the folks that are using our roads that aren't you, that are coming into town every day and wearing them down. And we were looking for revenues to hopefully be able to increase that amount in the budget. But that I believe that bill is moving forward in some other form, or not even moving forward at this point. So, but that the other side of this is, how can we generate more revenues to support this need, as opposed to finding trade-offs that could really be impactful for large numbers of residents.
We had a pretty good discussion so far about human services funding. I've heard a recommendation from the Human Services Funding Committee itself, which was at $485,000, if I recall correctly. What's that? $483,000, and there was a request, or there was a suggestion from voter Andy Davis to consider $250,000 for this year. I see that Mr. Rounds has risen, and I'm going to ask him to speak. I'd also like to, to try to draw that part of the discussion here in Committee of the Whole to a close, to see whether you think that we're ready to have some sort of a straw poll, really on three alternatives, which is no human services, 250, or 483. So, voter Rounds.
Yeah, my question is just to the human services people. How many of the money that they're receiving is connected to grants? In other words, they put in their grants that they were going to be able to receive the money from the town so they could get the matching funds from the grant. So it's really a double bubble for them. I just wonder how many of the organizations put that into their grant writing for this.
Voter Turbo or Voter Minor, if you can respond to that as well as you can, as is phrased.
Sarah Turbo. It's a great question. So many applications have said I would say all of the organizations are applying for other funds, but many of them have said this helps us in our applications. I believe that was mentioned actually in one of the earlier articles about Little League or Family Garden, I can't remember, that having a contribution from the town demonstrates commitment from the town such that then they're more attractive to funders. In addition to that, I would just say every single application, I believe, mentioned the difficult funding environments on the federal level, the state level, the foundation level, and the private level. So yeah, we definitely are looking at town funding in the context of the larger funding environment, both in terms of how can our funding support organizations in getting additional funds, but also how are we filling gaps that are being created by other funding streams collapsing.
Thank you. Voter Arroyo, are you want to talk about human services? Do you want to talk about human services? All right, well, come up and...
Alyssa Arroyo, District 9. I just have a point of clarity, and I may become public enemy number one with this question. However, when it comes time to vote on Article 8 in matters regarding human services, is it possible that we have a private ballot voting?
You'll be able to request that.
Okay, thanks. I just
Yep.
didn't know when that would come in.
That's great. Good question. Select person Mayo.
Sorry. So I had been doing some math because I think what helps some people understand how they feel on an issue, regardless of the morals, is how it impacts you all and how it's going to impact your tax bills. So when we're looking at the budget that we have right now for Article 7, that's $27 million for $40,801. And that was presented as a 6.3% increase. So I took what the human services allocation was, the full suggestion, which was for $182,665. If that were to be approved in its entirety, that would look at an additional 1.78 or 54 increase over that. So I put that onto our municipal rate tax, which is basically $1 and some change dollars per $100 of assessed value. What I have written down here, and I'm just going to emphasize this is my math, but it's just percentages, it's not that complicated. For those of you, I'm going to start at, for $100,000 of assessed value, the current 6.3% increase that is presented in the budget with no human services, that would be about $99.70 off of your last tax bill, just for the municipal rate, not for the school rate. That's the increase. If you were to fully fund human services at the 482, that would be an additional $28.04 if your home was assessed at $100,000. So essentially you're looking at the low end, very low end there, an additional $30. Very high end, I went up to $400,000. The 6.3 increase would add $398.80 onto your municipal portion of the tax bill from last year. Fully funding human services would be an additional $113.06. So your tax bill, if you were to accept the 6.3 budget that you have and fully funding human services at $482,665, that on the high end at $400,000 of assessed value would be an increase of $512.40 off your last bill. So I hope that's not too complicated, but you're essentially looking at anywhere between $130 to $512, depending on where your valuation is. If you were to accept the 6.3 increase and fully funding human services at 482, just mid-range, so it's in your mind, a $250K assessed home, $250 at the 6.3, $71 additional for the human services, so that would be $320 increase from the last year that you would have paid if your home's around $250 assessed. So I hope that that can just help that resonate with some people. That's all I wanted to add.
Select person Case, please.
Thank you. Man, we covered a lot of ground since Voter Davis spoke, and I wanted to thank him for his perspective on that. One of the reasons we're having this conversation about human services budgeting at $1 was because it was something I had proposed during a select board meeting, not as a mechanism to be cruel, not as a mechanism to actually zero this budget out, but as a mechanism for this board to present the lowest possible budget that we could on the things that we control. So I appreciate the moderator bringing this committee as a whole in so that we can have this conversation sort of succinctly and knowing once we get into the articles, maybe the direction we want to head into. Somebody had pointed out as we are going through these processes and how we execute these functions. And one of the things I said, and one of the reasons I brought this to light was because we failed a budget last year, and then we added this $483,000 into a failed budget. And to me, I don't know anybody who runs their own household or their fiscal or their finances like that. So I wanted to have this conversation out in the open, but I also do, at some point in time, want to bring this line item in as a budget line item that we can agree on, but that the select board can control so that we can budget accurately. So I appreciate Voter Davis bringing that up. I also kind of wanted to touch on and maybe echo some of what Oscar said about our budget. This board worked really hard. There's a lot of work that goes into this that I think some of you can appreciate, some of you might not know about. The painstaking hours, the conversations, the arguments. Sometimes they get a little heated because we all feel passionate about certain things. Municipal budgets mean, balancing fiscal discipline with essential services that keep our town vibrant and livable. Investments in safe and clean streets are not luxuries. When you pick up the phone and dial 911, you expect somebody to get there quickly. That is not a luxury. They are the foundations for public safety, economic activity, and community pride. And how this supports our infrastructure is for everybody. The people who are in this room, the people who visit over there in the corner, they're all impacted by decisions that are made on this floor. I'm going to go back to the drum I keep beating about revenue and this Next Generation Brattleboro Committee that has been formed to help sort of lower the tax burden through things that are going to bring in money that will lower the tax burden, because this is not a conversation without this work that is going to stop. We will be back here a year from today or whenever the next meeting is, looking at 3% COLAs, uncontrollable health insurance things that cripple a budget, and we will be talking about increases on things we can't control while thinking that we can control a decrease in something. This budget is something that I believe in. I thank Oscar for putting it out there in the way that he did. My time up?
Wasn't me.
So I just kind of wanted to put that out there as all of this. I believe in the human services work that is done in this town. I've often thought that parsing it out to 41 different people might be the hardest part of this whole thing. I've advocated a little bit about just taking that entire amount and giving it to one organization that can do the most good with it. It's just something I don't think we want to litigate today, but I do think that we should be thinking about stepping in that direction moving forward. Thank you.
All righty then. So it's almost 20 to 1, and it's time for lunch break. So there's 2 or 3 things that we're going to do before we go to lunch break. First, the guy in the hat's been waiting for a very long time. And so I'm going to recognize the guy in the hat.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ryan Larrabee. I live in District 9, I'm pretty sure. I got a couple things to say as it pertains to this conversation. First, I want to thank the Finance Committee for doing such a great job spelling everything out and putting this information out here. It's allowed me to kind of formulate some thoughts that I think are pertinent. I hear people saying that we should not be making reactive budgetary decisions. I agree with that. I think the fact that we don't have efficient town software is kind of wild. Software companies today are a dime a dozen, and I think that we could absolutely find a way to lower costs in that specific department and open up a flexibility for our human services budget. I also think that one of the non-negotiable aspects of living in this town, I feel, are safe and dependable roads. That is very clearly not the case. It's not lost on me that one of the most busty, crusty parking lots in the entire town is the municipal lot. That's wild. Sorry for my colloquial terms. But it's also not lost on me that we are voting on the municipal budget, and there are members of the municipal services, like employees, that are not here to advocate for themselves because they are doing the hard work of keeping the library open and providing services to members of our town that aren't here in the building today. So I think in closing, I'm in favor of non-reactive budgetary decisions. I think that there's wiggle room for us to find space for funding for our human services, which I also feel are non-negotiable parts of living in this town. So software, roads, and I hate to bring up the T word, but trash is also something that that has felt very reactive to me. So it would, I think, be helpful if we, in the future, instead of thinking about a budget that everybody can agree on, that doesn't really feel too possible. I would like to see more action being taken towards some of the things that we've been deferring, like the roads, like non-efficient town software, things that are eating up dollars in our budget that could be maybe better spent elsewhere. I know we're not getting into line items, and I'll yield my time in a second, but like just seeing listed a number of vehicles that need to be purchased or are being suggested as potential things to be funded. I want to know how necessary those are. I want to see facts and figures on why we need two 85,000 police cruisers in addition to a 90,000. I'm not here to talk about the police. I'm not here to talk about line items, but I would love to see information about, is that really necessary at this time? Can we defer those purchases instead funding our human services, which we've kind of talked about the importance of. So thank you for allowing me to take a few moments before our much needed lunch break to say those things.
I think, based upon the way discussion has gone, that by voice vote, we could begin moving towards having a sense of what people who are in attendance think about human service funding levels. So I'm going to propose to have a straw vote on that at this time. But there's a couple people who raise their hands who may disagree with me. So without talking to substance, Voter Seymour, quickly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. The reason why I worded my question the way that I did earlier was because I was trying to get a sense of when it would be appropriate to request an amendment to Article 8. However, several speakers have gotten up and essentially offered what are amendments to Article 8 and have had the opportunity to speak to it. I did not speak to what amendment I wished to offer. I did not speak to why I wished to offer that amendment. And now we are moving forward with a straw poll on that very subject. Okay. And I think that is highly inappropriate.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will have opportunity when the article is called to formally amend and to have discussion about those matters. But at this point, what we'll do is we'll take some more comments about human services funding and hope to be able to move to straw poll on that issue when we come back from lunch so everybody can think about what's been discussed. I also hope to get on the floor and discussed when we come back from lunch whether there are any concrete proposals besides what Voter Blodgett has recommended about potential amendments to the budget, because that's another topic where we're going to have to be making decision. So before we stand in recess for lunch, I recognize Molly Burke. Who's going to turn the mic around and talk to all of you. You want to come from here? Here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the opportunity to address this body. For those who don't know me, I'm State Representative Molly Burke, but I've also been a Brattleboro Town meeting member since 1990. First as an elected member and then ex officio after my election to the legislature. Now, after 18 years of serving in the Vermont House, for District 8, I've decided not to run for re-election. This is a difficult decision. I've loved serving in the House. It's been an extraordinary opportunity to work with dedicated representatives from all over the state on issues that impact the lives of Vermonters, but just as much to work for constituents to access state government assistance. The Vermont legislature is a place where people of different parties and ideas can work together on policy, can laugh together, eat together, and sometimes dance together. In our best moments, the house is a family, with family quarrels, of course, but most of all with shared respect and affection. I would be very sad to leave. We also, in the legislature, get to learn about the work of a multitude of local and statewide organizations that come to the State House to present their work. I've loved representing this special town of Brattleboro, and specifically District 8. It's been a great honor. I hope I've served you well. You've all been very kind. I will miss knocking on your doors this fall. That has been a special part of my service. But I look forward to spending more time in town, and will hope to see you out and about on the streets and at events in our wonderful community. Thank you for electing me over 9 election cycles, and I want you to know that I will still be a representative until the new legislature is sworn in January. 9 more months. So please feel free to contact me if you need my help or information. Thank you.
Somebody left their phone in the bathroom. So if you don't have your phone, I think it was the women's bathroom. If you don't have your phone, come get it. It says Becky Graber right on top. So if Becky was trying to get in touch with you, we're in recess for lunch until 1:45. We're going to resume town meeting at 10 to 2. First, by way of announcement, besides the refreshments that are being offered that were referenced earlier, there's also refreshments being provided by the Daily Bear Cafe, which is part of the Culinary Agriculture Vocational Education Program. And those are on the right-hand side as you exit the gym. Before the break, we were convened as committee of the whole and had primarily been discussing human services funding issues. I'm going to resume right now by recognizing Gemma Seymour.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. Let me begin by stating that I believe the fiscal year 2027 general fund budget should be passed as proposed with no changes. We have wrangled over this budget for months, and it's my firm belief that everything that could have been removed from the budget was removed, and everything that needed to be put back into the budget was put back. There is no more room in this budget to move it that will not have seriously negative effects on the town. That being said, the representatives at Representative Town Meeting last year, as well as the voters of the town at large in years past, have established a clear precedent and preference for a certain level of human services funding. At RTM 2025, the representatives duly advised the Select Board to set funding for human services at 2% of the municipal general fund budget. While I understand the desire to consider the human services funding as part and parcel of the general fund in the future, it is simply not true that we have been heretofore operating without the guidance of a specific number. That specific number was 2%, and it's elementary school math to derive the dollar amount from the general fund budget as proposed, so trivial that it doesn't even bear thinking about in the age of the digital calculator. I also do not understand how anyone could possibly find it incomprehensible that RTM voted down the general fund budget while approving the human services funding. None of this is in any way contradictory. RTM sent an abundantly clear message to the Select Board that we were not interested in compromising human services funding in order to fund other projects in the general fund budget, all claims to there being an emergency notwithstanding. That is precisely why, as the record shows, I voted against both versions of the general fund budget last year. While the Human Services budget vote for fiscal year 27 was advisory only, it is an abrogation of the elected representatives of this town and to the voters who placed their trust in them for the Select Board to disregard the unambiguous direction of the town's duly elected body and an unwise direction given the consequences of the obvious need in our town. I believe that that level of funding is necessary, appropriate, and affordable for the town and helps to defray additional expenditures that would otherwise be borne by our emergency services, our other town departments, and private citizens. Human services funding makes our town and its employees and visitors to it safer and more humane. Furthermore, to change the amount now would be to disregard all the work performed by the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee, who was delegated by RTM as a legal body to painstakingly evaluate all requests for funding, and any change to the amount would require a complete reevaluation of grant amounts, if any. Now is not the time to second-guess ourselves, our colleagues, and our neighbors. For these reasons, I believe that we have a moral and ethical obligation to continue for fiscal year 2027 the level of human services funding set by Representative Town Meeting last year. Therefore, I propose to move that Article 8 be amended to read, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $482,665 for the support of social service programs and facilities within the town, to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee, as appointed by the Select Board, and approved by the Select Board, with the understanding that we are not actually at the point where we are formally making motions to that effect. But I feel that given the tenor of the arguments that have been given so far, that it's appropriate for me to state what my amendment would be and my reasons for it at this time. Thank you.
Select Person Heller has information to provide about tax impacts to clarify comments that were made this morning. So he's recognized next, if he's ready.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to give some official numbers to supplement some of the information Nell provided, and I hope this will help people translate what we're talking about into real dollars. Even the numbers I have now are still estimates. They will change if the budget changes, and there are a couple other factors too, but they should be close. So the current entire property tax bill of the budget you have before you now, if it doesn't change, for a home value of $100,000 would be $1,669. For $200,000, that would be $3,338 or twice as much. And for $300,000, that would be an FY27 estimated property tax bill of $5,007. If we want to talk about possible changes to the budget, a change of $100,000 to the budget will change the tax bill for a $100,000 home by $8, and that would in either direction, if we cut $100,000 or if we add $100,000. If we add $100,000, it would change the taxes on a $200,000 home by $16, $300,000 by $24. And I'll go through that quickly again. If we added $200,000 to the budget, the change in taxes for a $100,000 home would be $16, for a $200,000 home would be $32, and for a $300,000 home, it would be $48. I hope that's helpful.
Are we still in committee of the whole? Are we not?
We're still in committee of the whole.
Thank you.
Point of order, or point of information, Ms. Voter O'Connor.
Kate O'Connor, can I just clarify what you just said, Oscar?
Mm-hmm.
I understand, you're telling us that for a $100,000 home under the current 6.3% increase, the taxes would be $1,669. My question was, at the info meeting and before lunch, is what increase is that over last year?
I can give you that. Okay, so for a $100,000 home, This proposed budget increases the taxes by $85.50 for a $200,000 home, $171, $300,000 home, $256.50. Is that, Kate, does that address your, sort of?
It kind of, sort of does, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You all set? Voter McCaffrey.
As a way of clarifying, I was
Say
heading.
name.
Ken McCaffrey. I hear the budget being given as a figure of $27 million. And what I had my hand up for actually before we went to lunch was to question the figures that Oscar just has corrected. And just by way of information, the budget for taxes is only $22 million. The town also gets revenue, like selling dog licenses and numerous things. So when you want to figure out taxes, 27 million is not, I'm raising a question here, it's not really the figure we should be dealing with. I think it should be 22 million when we talk about what taxes are doing.
Voter Fay.
Ken Fay, District 8. I would like to make a real pitch for full human services funding because I like to help people and I think human services organizations help people. And also in terms of the charter, I think safety for town members is a tenet of the charter, and it's safety of all people, even the ones that are unhoused, the ones that may be addicted, the ones that may be destitute. And human services helps those. So I'd just like to make that pitch for full funding. Thank you.
All right. Voter Agave.
Spoon Agave, District 8. When I was a kid, there was an incident when my big older brother ate my piece of pie as well as his. And so I thought I was entitled to eat my little sister's piece, which I did. And my mother thought that I needed some re-education on that. Well, 70 years later, I'm retired, I'm living on Social Security and a little bit more. My house is up for sale, I have to find someplace else to live. I've got some troubles, but I am not going to try and improve my situation on the backs of people who are even less fortunate than I am. The human services budget, indeed, would probably add, wherever I go, a couple dollars more a month on my rent. But I have more ability to pay that than those people who are the recipients of most of the human services money. And I just feel that as a town, as a community, there's ethical reasons, moral reasons why we need to take care of our own. We do have a cap. It's at 2%, so it keeps it at a reasonable level. And I support the human services allocation 100%.
Part of the reason for, what's his name? What's that? No. Go ahead. Yeah. Mr. Smith. I was pretty sure, but.
Aaron Smith, District 7. Hope I don't get tripped up here. I don't like speaking in public. But as we look to the budget and the human services budget and the cost that it may put upon us, one thing you want to keep in mind is we're in the middle of a reappraisal. And the problem with a reappraisal in Brattleboro is residential property increases in value have outpaced commercial. That means that more of the tax burden will be put on the residential properties. So in addition to the costs we may see increase because of this budget, is going to balloon because of the disparity in the amount of the appraisals on those two factions of properties. If you look towards Burlington that just went through this, they saw an average of 12% property tax increase on residential, some as high as 20%. So if you take that in light with budget increases, you could potentially next year, if we saw a similar 6%, seeing an additional 12, that's an 18% increase next year. Just something I want everybody to think about.
Yeah. Voter French.
Lester French. I'd like to say that the human services may be very good, maybe serving a number of people. There are a number of different organizations. However, it's my contention that instead of forcing people through taxes to pay for these things where we have no real control over how they're being spent, that people should be asked to voluntarily reach into their pocket in order to support these organizations. Additionally, if, let's say, an organization wants some funding, that put a jar out with the retail folks and get donations, from out-of-staters, whoever. But when you add the cost to taxes, you're increasing the cost of living. You're hurting the homeowners that are locked into however much they pay. You're just not really, you're hurting the renters. You're increasing overall the cost of living. So I believe that these organizations should do their own fundraising and not force residents of the town to pay for however they want to operate. Thank you.
Cindy Kane Fitzgerald, District 8. I have a question. I heard voter Seymour say that the last representative town meeting voted to affirm the 2% rate of funding for human services. Is that true? Then why are we having this debate?
I will respond to that. The minutes from last year's representative town meeting indicate that town meeting voted to spend up to 2% of the total budget on human services funding. But funding for this year is decided as a matter of law this year. So Selectboard made a decision about how to structure the budget and how to structure the articles on the warning. But it's this year that the town meeting needs to make a decision about how much money is going to be spent in FY27. So last year's vote was not binding on Selectboard and is not binding on this town meeting.
That was very helpful. Thank you. While I'm here, I'll say that I fully support funding the human services.
Junio Anthes Moody, District 8. I just would like to bring a point of levity to everyone who is here in this room and remind you all that a large proportion of your property tax was already determined by a vote of approximately 88 Brattleboro residents earlier this spring for a school board budget of $69,874,600 with very little contention. And right now, what we are arguing over is potentially 2% of a budget that is a third of that budget. So when we argue about 2% of the 33% that is the actual tax burden that the town is going to receive, that is worthwhile, but how you consider what that is actually doing to your cost of living and everything like that, you've got to remember that most of this was already decided by your peers previously. And you had the opportunity to vote for that, and there was very little contention about that. I do plan to vote for both this budget and 100% funding of the Human Services budget later, if given the opportunity. However, and I do agree that there are some things that could have more clarity with time, especially if we continue in this less thoroughly informed body as RTM. In that, I would suggest that in future budget decisions, I think that we should lock in with this, but in future budget decisions, not the budget, but the actual tax base should be assessed, and we should look into the possibilities of a more graduated tax base. So properties that are worth $100,000 would be taxed at a lesser base rate than properties that are worth $600,000 are taxed at their base rate, similar to how everyone in this room who earns an income has to pay a graduated income tax rate that could exist at the town. And this question of fairness could be addressed not on the revenue side of what we actually have to, not on the side of what we actually have to spend to have a functioning town, but instead on the process of determining what the fairest way to spend, what is a very difficult decision. All of these programs are run fairly leanly. Think about what in the future we can spend it on, or the future revenue sources, and looking into perhaps a graduated real estate tax rate.
Voter Schiff. Voter Schiff, do you want to speak, sir?
Thank you. Leo Schiff, District 9. I respect the work of the members of the Human Services Committee and the Select Board and the Finance Committee. I appreciate everything that they have done. I just want to speak a little bit about the Human Service budget relative to the overall budget. I believe that the town is main responsibility is to core services, police, fire, roads, library, and when we increased the size of the police force at the same time as we created the Brattleboro Resource Assistance Team, of which I'm a big supporter, I think that we created a budget problem, and my belief is that the town is meeting its human services obligation through the Brattleboro Resource Assistance Team and the library, which is open 56 hours a week and helps people when it's cold, hot, or wet. And if times are lean, and I believe that they are, we can't have everything.
Voter Wessel first.
Hi, Tim Westphal, District 9. I'd like to ask everybody to think back, way back in ancient history, 8 years, I had just joined the Select Board. Back then, Human Services was funded at $120,000. That was for a $17.5 million total budget. Last year, it was funded at $461 and change thousand dollars at a $25 million budget. So that represents, in 8 years, 3 times the funding for something, and I agree with Leo Schiff, 3 times the funding from taxpayers, essentially forced charity, that you are basically asking people to give money when their financial situations are becoming more and more dire to a fund that is not the purpose of this body and is not the purpose of our municipal taxes. We are talking about, I think people should ask themselves, in those years, in those 8 years, or 9 years if you count fiscal year 27, do you make 3 times the amount of money? If you do, God bless you, that's wonderful. But if you don't, you're not feeling like you're in a position to give 3 times the amount of money. We are a poor community here. All the statistics show us this. We are acting like we are not poor. And our taxpayers are poor. They need us to show, even if you want to make the argument that this is a tiny amount of money overall, you're talking about 3 times the amount of money we thought was appropriate in 2018. And there were problems back in 2018, if you recall. So I think it's getting out of whack, and we need to reset it, something to the tune of what Andy was talking about when we first started talking about this. So thank you.
We've been in committee of the whole for about 2 hours. 3 figures potentially have been discussed in terms of human services funding. And it's the moderator's view, based upon the nature of the discussion, that we are ready for the straw poll, the informal assessment of where we stand, with those 3 potential human services figures being $482,000 and change, $250,000, and 0 human services funding. This is recognizing that the article on human services funding has yet to be called formally, and that there will be additional discussion when that motion is made and that's on the floor. So it is my intention to try to move to the straw poll on those human services funding numbers really very promptly. The open question that I have is whether there's further discussion about overall budget-related issues, because I've really only heard one particular comment from voter Blodgett about a potential cut to the budget itself. And I think there were 2 alternatives. One was to keep up with the inflation rate, and one was to level fund at a 0 increase. So I'll recognize voter Belknap because he's standing. But after that comment, we'll go to the straw poll relating to human services. We'll then see if there's any further discussion to be had informally relating to the budget issue. And then my plan would be to rise from committee of the whole and have the 2 articles called. Voter Belknap?
Mr. Moderator, thank you. Timothy Belknap, downtown resident, taxpayer. Just one quick thing. I'm going to skip all this. I would like to respectfully disagree that this body is somehow less informed than representative town meeting members. That's all. Thank you.
Hear, hear. I think all of you are way engaged. Thank you for attending and participating. There are 3 alternatives that have been discussed for human services funding. And by way of straw poll, what I'm going to do is ask people to raise hand. I know a concern has been expressed about publicly demonstrating one's position, and a request is going to be made for a ballot vote, probably on the human services funding. So at this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for a show of hands, so you can look at your neighbors and see what it appears to be in terms of where there's support. One, and the first alternative, is to fund human services at the full amount that was recommended by the Human Services Committee, which is $482,665. Would everybody who's in favor of proceeding that way raise their hands? 482,665. Yep. Thank you. You can put your hands down. All those who would be in favor of cutting that number to approximately half, $250,000, please raise your hands. All those who would be in favor of not having human services funding through the town at all, please raise your hands. All right. Thank you very much. I think everybody's had an opportunity to see where members of town meeting or attendees at this town meeting are standing. We'll probably have to have a ballot vote on various amendments, because there'll be a $1 figure that's moved, and then there'll be an amendment to take that up to $482. There'll probably be another amendment to take that to $250,000, and we'll be voting on those by paper in order to get to the final number. The other inquiry right now is whether there's anybody who's in attendance who is prepared to, wants to speak to the budget figure itself. The budget is proposed at just over $27 million, and there's been a proposal to level fund it with no increase, potentially to have approximately a 2.8% increase that keeps pace with inflation. Are there other positions that people who are in attendance here today want to articulate? Voter Wilmerding.
I move that the budget as written and as forwarded for consideration here today be funded in full.
Being in the committee of the whole, the motion isn't proper, but certainly that's the alternative that's going to be first proposed. Given where we currently stand, we're now going to rise from being convened as committee of the whole. I want to thank everybody for your involvement in this discussion. I hope it was enlightening and it helped everybody to think about the issues and to make up your minds. At this point, the warning, the agenda, calls for us to proceed to Article 7 on the budget, followed by Article 8 on human services funding. If there were an intention to change the order and to go to human services funding first, a motion to suspend the rules in order to reverse the order of those articles would be in order. If that were seconded, it would put the human services funding article before the budget article. That would be subject to a 2/3 vote and would be undebatable. Is there a motion to suspend the rules to reverse the order of those articles? Voter Blodgett.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to switch the articles.
Is there a second? Second, what's your name? Manning. All right, it's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules to take Article 8 and 7 in reverse order. That's undebatable, and it requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of suspending the rules and considering Article 8 regarding human services before Article 7, the budget, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted the motion to suspend the rules to take Article 8 before Article 7. On Article 8, moderator recognizes a select person Mayo.
I move that the town of Brattleboro raise and appropriate the sum of $1 for the support of social service programs and facilities within the town to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee as appointed by the Select Board and subsequently approved by the Select Board.
Is there a second? Ms. Seymour seconds. It's been moved. Was there a point of order? Voter Reichman.
Franz Reichman, it strikes me that it's impossible to allocate $1 as determined by the Human Services Committee.
Then we'll hope for an amendment. It's been moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $1 for the support of social services programs and facilities within the town to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee, as appointed by the Select Board, and subsequently approved by the Select Board. Is there a motion to amend? Voter Seymour.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. Once again, I move that Article 8 be amended to read, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $482,665 for the support of social service programs and facilities within the town to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee, as appointed by the Select Board and approved by the Select Board. Because I have already given my explanation, I will yield my time to speak to it. Thank you.
Is there a second? Seconded by voter Sprite. Was that? As appointed by the RTM. Yeah. The article, the article, if amended, will read that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $482,665 for the support of social services programs and facilities within the town to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee, as appointed by the Select Board, and subsequently approved by the Select Board. No, it's not appointed by RTM. Representative town meeting is discontinued, no longer exists, and Select Board will need to appoint the committee, probably with the same members, but it's not the representative town meeting committee anymore. Voter Elwell.
Just as a point of order, so we get this wording right, if the amendment is approved, the amount that we as town meeting will be approving is in fact what's been recommended to us today by the committee that was appointed by the RTM. The language of the proposed motion, or that has been put this in play today, was because of the $1. So there would need to be a Select Board appointed committee that would need to go through an allocation process for the new number. But if we approve the number as it was brought to us today, it would actually be last year's committee, which was appointed by RTM.
Is that what you were saying, Voter Sprite? Okay, without objection, if the, what's that?
I object to that amendment. This would actually be a new board to be appointed by the Select Board after this meeting. And so it would not be the now defunct RTM's Human Services Board. It would be a new board.
And if I can add to that, the statute, which is different with regard to your budget committee, the statute provides for a budget committee to be elected at a town meeting. There is no such statutory provision for the election of a Human Services Committee. So that would have to be appointed by this Select Board after this meeting. So the way it's worded with the amendment is to raise and appropriate the sum of 482, et cetera, to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee as appointed by this select board, not by RTM. I think it needs to stay that way as a matter of law.
I'm gonna do my best to cut through this in a different way and to note that what I'm hearing is that it would be the intent of town meeting to allocate that 482 and change as recommended by the former RTM Human Services Committee without any further review by the Select Board. That's what I'm hearing. And so based upon that understanding, we will understand the motion to amend Article 8 to move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $482,665 for the support of human services programs and facilities within the town to be allocated as recommended by the former RTM Human Services Committee. Go ahead.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. Once again, as a legal matter, the recommendation has to come from a new Human Services Committee as appointed by this Select Board. We expect that Human Services Committee to be the same people who comprised the RTM committee that made the recommendation of that specific figure so that they can make the same recommendations that they have already been made. This is a formality, but it is a legal necessity. Thank you.
All right, at this point, preliminarily, this is a matter that calls for a ruling by the moderator that could then be appealed if necessary. Okay? And what I will do is indicate that the motion as I stated it, with the allocation as recommended by the former RTM Human Services Committee, is a proper form that the moderator is going to accept for consideration by town meeting. And I'm only going to note further that the reason that it's being accepted in this form is essentially in conformity with the way the Human Services article has been worded for the last 5 or 10 years, which is that the numbers as recommended by the RTM Human Services Committee have been included in the warning itself. And that's already been warned or provided as part of the supporting materials and is in the addendum. So what you'd be voting for with this form of the amendment is the schedule of human services funding as included in the addendum that's been circulated as developed by the RTM Human Services Committee. So that's the amendment as it currently stands. You can appeal if you like. Voter minor. I see.
David Minor, my comments may not relate so much to this decision because you're looking simply to decide on the amount that the committee's already approved. But I thought I understood that there was a decision at some point by the board that if needed, that the committee as existed was going to be appointed for 4 or 5 months to be able to handle any changes. Is that still true?
I think that's fair to say. If the town meeting were to vote to cut this to $250,000, then the language in here about a Human Services Committee as appointed by Select Board would need to remain.
That I agree to, but it was already decided that it would be the same committee that
Yes,
that
I
exists.
understand that.
Right.
Yeah. Was recommended, it hasn't been decided, but Select Person Mayo.
So I believe part of why I was set to read this article is because we wanted to be able to speak on some of the trickier articles here. And I hope that Bob can clarify, again, some of the legal issues following this. But because we shifted from representative town meeting to open town meeting, it made our representative town meeting committees defunct. And so in, I believe, state statute, there is a provision to establish an advisory budget committee, which is a later article, which would represent what we had known as the Finance Committee. However, there isn't in state statute a provision for establishing a Human Services Committee, which made it an ad hoc committee, which means that it had to become a committee of the Select Board, which is why for anybody who observed the March 10th Select Board meeting, there was a significant discussion on that regarding the warnings, and it was told to us by the town attorneys that in order to disperse this funding, it would have to be done through a committee of the Select Board that would be a Human Services Committee. They would be appointed at the meeting, the Select Board meeting following this meeting, for a term of 5 months so that this could be rolled out into the new fiscal year, and then so that a new provision for the committee could be figured out in the remainder of the year. I, as a person, am a big proponent of having dual legislative bodies here. I was on the Finance Committee. I very much respect the work that both committees do, though my perspective is limited to the Finance Committee, and I feel that I can safely speak for the intention of our board to honor the membership of both what was the Finance Committee and the Human Services Committee going forward. And so I understand that's a really sore point for a lot of people, but there's no rug is getting pulled out from under anyone. The chairs of both committees have been in conversation with the Select Board leading up to this.
Mr. Moderator.
Town Attorney.
If I could just, all of that is correct. It doesn't matter to me if what the committee, of what the Select Board appoints as a new committee is the same committee as before. That's perfectly fine. But it has to be a new committee, and then if they do appoint, as is the board's intention, the same board, then the allocation could be the same as before. My point in objecting to the way that it is read as recommended to be allocated as before is that it has to be the new committee making that allocation. Now, they may do it the way it was done before, but it has to be the new committee. So I think the wording of it is just leave it the way that it was originally read with the amendment by voter Seymour, which did not, I don't believe, have the as recommended by in it.
RTM.
Well, by RTM. That's correct. Right.
Voter Blodgett.
I'd like to call the question by paper ballot, please.
I think that is out of order at this time and combines two motions, but I understand the intent, and we'll get to that promptly. Voter, was it Sherman? Yeah.
I'm Dave Spencer, District 9. We're voting today also on a budget created by a select board that is not here. Can you explain to me then why it's not okay to vote on the human services budget created by a board that is not going to exist soon? What's the nuance?
Moderators made a parliamentary ruling. Town attorney appears to disagree. We're trying to figure out how to go past that. Mrs. Spencer, I don't have more of an answer at this point. Voter McCaffrey?
Ken McCaffrey. I may be the only one in this room that doesn't understand what's going on. So I just had a question, and that was, how come it is that an amendment can be made which changes the money, why can't an amendment change the wording?
The amendment would be in order. The question that's being raised right now, and for anybody else who hasn't been following the discussion, town attorney's taken the position that the funding in the Human Services article needs to go back to a Human Services Committee, and at this point, because the Human Services Committee formed by RTM no longer exists, it has to be a new Human Services Committee formed by the new Select Board. The parliamentary ruling the moderator made was that the intention of town meeting was to allocate $482,000 according to this specific chart in the addendum, which is what RTM committee developed. The RTM Human Services Committee developed. And I can confer with town attorney about this once more. I can confer about it with town attorney to see if we can break that impasse, or else we'll have to decide how to proceed. Voter Sprite has a point of order.
Frick Sprite, District 9. I'm assuming it's your call, and if need be, the body could vote to support your call. The town attorney works for us, and what the town attorney is suggesting makes no sense, as pointed out by Daniel, where we honor the decisions of many previous select boards, town meetings, and with the work of their duly appointed committees. When we impanel a committee to do some work for us to apportion that 2% or up to that 2%, that was our call. And when we did it, we were absolutely empowered to do that, and the committee did that work during the time that they were still impaneled, and so it was their work, and there is absolutely no reason that logically I could see that we could suddenly erase history.
We're going to be in recess for 2 or 3 minutes while the moderator confers with town attorney and the select board chair. We're in recess for 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to seek to clarify. If we can be seated, please. We're going to seek clarification from Ms. Seymour, voter Seymour. We're looking, please, for clarification, if you would stand. Is it your intent with the amendment for $482,665 that money be distributed as set forth in the chart on page 36 and 37 of the addendum?
It is, yes.
Thank you. That's all that's needed. Yep.
If I may just continue for a moment. This has been discussed extensively in select board meetings. The wording of the article as warned was worded that way because of the legal fact that the RTM Human Services Committee no longer exists. It is the intent of the select board, as they have agreed, to reappoint the same exact people to the new Human Services Committee, and assuming that the same dollar figure is approved, they will simply rubber stamp the allocations that they have already made.
Procedurally, I don't think that that's necessary.
Okay,
all right?
Thank you.
So I want to clarify whether the following amendment and the language of the amendment is consistent with what you're seeking. You've moved to amend Article 8 to be that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $482,665 for the support of social services programs and facilities within the town to be allocated as listed in the chart on pages 36 to 37 of the addendum to the town report.
Yes, I do not disagree with that.
Is there a second? Second by voter Brunick. Is there any discussion on that proposed amendment? Voter Belknap. First off, Mike, but voter Belknap, you can go ahead. He calls the question. Okay. A motion to call the question is undebatable and calls for 2/3 majority. All those, well, unless it's a point of order, voter Blodgett, undebatable, and we're going right to that vote. Are you calling for a point of order? Nope. Yep, point of order of voter French.
Mr. French, I've been a little confused about this whole thing, and my question is, as far as the order, did anyone second the initial?
Yes.
It was seconded, yes.
It was seconded, so then we have another amendment, or we have an amendment
To change the number.
that we need to change the number. Okay, because I did not catch where that initial was moved and seconded.
It was.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion to call the question on the Seymour amendment. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Seymour amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. There's been a call for division. We'll ask, please, for those who are in favor of ceasing debate on the Seymour amendment to please rise and remain standing until instructed. You can't move to amend to get to the $250,000 alternative. You can't amend now, move to amend. You get to we could, there could be another amendment. Right. Jane, we're ready. You can be seated. Those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise and remain standing until counted. We still could have another motion to amend on the $250,000 alternative. And that would put the two of them on par. What we'll do is we'll vote on the 482, amendment to 482, and then I'll ask if there's further discussion and any other further amendments, and maybe the 250 will get opposed.
I think I just heard the answer.
I think. We will see, but. You can be seated. Thank you. Listen to the results of your vote. On the Seymour amendment, those seeking to cease debate are 189. Those seeking to continue debate are 37. The ayes have it, and you've ceased debate on the Seymour amendment. The motion that's now on for decision is whether to amend Article 8 to read as follows: to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $482,665 for the support of human services programs and facilities within the town, to be allocated as set forth on pages 37 to 38 of the 2025-26 Town Report Addendum. All those in favor of amending to $482,665, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. Chair is in doubt, the moderator is in doubt, call for division. All those in favor of the amendment, please rise and remain standing until counted. While this count is going on, I recall that I was informed just at the end of the lunch break that somebody had left their purse, I believe in the women's bathroom. Might be somebody with the name Pinger. Has that been picked up? All right, we're all set. Please don't leave your stuff in the bathroom. Oh, hold on a second. Wait. You can be seated. Jane, you ready? Couldn't find Star. All those opposed to the amendment, please rise and remain standing until counted. Couldn't tell before, I guess, but standing up too. No, I can see from there. Jane, they can be seated? You can be seated. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor of the amendment are 144. Those opposed to the amendment are 101. The amendment is adopted. Article 8 now reads that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $482,665 for the support of social services programs and facilities within the town, to be allocated as set forth on pages 37 to 38 of the 2025-26 Town Report Addendum. Is there any further discussion, including the possibility of an amendment to a different figure? That's the way the procedure works. Representative Davis Arthur.
Arthur Davis.
I'd like to move to amend the motion to an amount of $250,000.
There's been a motion to amend the number to $250,000. Is there a second? Second. Ms. Belleville, voter Belleville. Now there's a motion to amend the $482,000 to $250,000. In light of the previous discussion, I would submit that this amendment needs to be that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $250,000 for the support of human social services programs and facilities within the town to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee as appointed by the Select Board and subsequently approved by the Select Board. Is that acceptable? Okay. So now we have the two choices between 482 and 250 for decision. Is there discussion?
Mr. Moderator.
Select person Evans Franz. Yep. Yep. Well, we have 482 has already been adopted as the amendment. There's now a motion to amend to $250,000. And so those two alternatives are going to be set directly against one another. Those in favor of 482 will vote no on the amendment. Those in, 1 minute, please. Those in favor of $250,000 will vote in favor of the amendment. And we'll start with that by voice vote, but there's been a request for a ballot vote, so that'll be submitted to ballot vote. I'm responding to a point of order, Mr. Wilmerding. You're out of order. Does that answer your question? You have to come to the mic.
Hi, Avery Thompson, District 8. So if you're in favor of either of those two numbers, we would vote for this, and then we would debate that afterwards? That's right. I want to make sure this is clear, because it isn't fully to me, and I was on the committee.
And say your name.
Avery Thompson, District 8.
There's been a motion that's been adopted to amend the original article to $482,000 and change of human services funding. There's now a motion to amend that figure to $250,000. That's been seconded. We can have discussion about whether the number should be 482 or 250. And then there'll be a vote on whether to accept the amendment or not. If the amendment is accepted, the article will be amended to $250,000. If the amendment is rejected, we'll remain at 482, and then we'll go to a vote on the article as amended one way or another. Is there any further inquiry about that? I'm sorry about the difficult procedural posture. This is why we went into committee as a whole as a beginning. Voter Tyler.
Is this on? Is it on? No. Can you turn me on?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, so we're wondering about the zero. There were people that were hoping for zero. If they wanted zero, how does that come about?
$1 was voted down in the last amendment. $1 essentially being zero. If you want to make a motion to go to zero afterwards, I guess we can, but we already voted, the body already voted down $1.
Okay. I don't know.
Any further discussion?
David Turneau, District 8. Question on possible procedure to make this a little bit easier. Is it possible that we vote on one as a whole? Say we voted on the 480 as a whole first, and should that pass, it passes. But should it fail, we reconsider and then have another amendment? Or does it have to be done in this way where it's kind of people divided on a third want this, a third want this, a third want this, and we have a hard time?
Well, this is the procedure, the proper procedural way to move forward. There was a motion to increase from $1 to $482,000, And now there's a motion to decrease to 250, and that puts the 482 and the 250 directly opposed to one another, those being the two alternatives at this point. Voter Blodgett.
I make a motion to call the question.
There's been a motion to call the question. That requires 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. I'm sorry to the people who had their hands up. Was there a second? Yeah, second by voter Belknap. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Belleville amendment to change the number of human services funding from $482,000 to $250,000. I'm sorry, I did it again. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Belleville amendment? Yeah. Is that? Oh, it was Davis. It was Davis, and that was a second. I'm sorry. Right? I'm sorry. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Davis amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've ceased debate on the Davis amendment. Sorry. I understand paper ballot. We're going to start with a voice vote because that's the way we start. On the, what's that? Somebody asked for paper ballot. You have to ask whether it's we'll get there. But you don't vote on it by voice if somebody asks for paper ballot. Right away? All right. I guess I've been corrected. There's been a request for paper ballot. Are there 7 voters in favor? No. The process for going to paper ballot is that if a voter requests it, 7 voters together can make the request, and then Vermont law requires proceeding by paper ballot. If there's questions about, I see, yes, there's 7 people who raised their hands. Yes. 1 second. Yeah, we'll get there. That's passed. On the, hold on a second, please. We've already moved on to another issue, and there's no longer an opportunity to move for division on calling that question. Yes.
I have a point.
Yep.
Is it not working? Okay, there we go. I have a point of clarification. Jessica Dolan, District 8. I'm wondering if this goes to a paper ballot, if it's going to revert back to a ranked choice voting of the 3 numbers, or if we're voting now between $250,000 and the 480 odd amount. Thank you.
That's right. There's no mechanism here in town meeting for ranked choice voting. So at this point, if you have your packets of paper, if you are in favor of proceeding with $250,000 and amending to $250,000, you're going to vote yes on the pink piece of paper. If you are opposed to amendment and seek to leave the figure at $482,000, you're going to vote no on the pink piece of paper. Voting will be open for 5 minutes. Please mark either yes or no. Yes is in favor of $250,000 and amending that article to $250,000. No is in favor of rejecting the amendment and leaving the figure at $482,000. Please mark your sheet of paper and go to the ballot boxes in the back and vote your preference on the motion to amend. The ballot period on the Davis amendment is closed. If there's anybody who still has a ballot on the Davis amendment, please put it in the ballot box. We're going to be in recess for 10 minutes to tabulate the ballots. We'll reconvene at 20 after 3. Please be seated. Listen to the results of your vote. On the Davis Amendment, those in favor of the amendment are 133. Those opposed to the amendment are 125. The amendment carries, and Article 8 is amended to read as follows: that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $250,000 for the support of human service programs and facilities within the town, to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee, as appointed by the Select Board, and subsequently approved by the Select Board. The continuing question before the town meeting is on Article 8 as just amended and just read out loud. Is there further discussion?
Leland Wilson. I understand the sentiment behind the amendment to reduce the amount that was originally proposed, but I think we've gone too far. So we are now at a human services budget that is below 1% of the town budget. I therefore move that we amend the motion to change the allocated amount to $350,000.
There's a motion to amend the figure from $250,000 to $350,000. Is there a second? What's your name again, please, sir? Your name?
Leland Wilson.
Leland Wilson. The second, where did I see second? Voter Chapman. Is there discussion on the Wilson amendment?
My name is Lindsay Weaver. I'm from District 9, and I am a healthcare provider in this community, and I've spent the last 15 years working in Brattleboro at 2 different major healthcare organizations, and I see every single day what happens when these funds aren't enough, and what happens when these social services, these human services, have cracks and gaps. And I've watched an astronomically high number of people treated for hypothermia, for frostbite. I've seen people lose toes and fingers because the services weren't enough for them. And I know that when people don't find those human services and they reach kind of the end of their rope, they go to the emergency room, they get care in the emergency room in an astronomically expensive way. And they reach the end of their rope and they don't feel like they have any other options, and they spend time in inpatient psychiatric hospitals to the tune of $5,000 a night is what we help to support folks who get put into positions where they don't have other options. And what we know, so let me back up. So first of all, I believe that funding human services projects is moral. It's morally the right thing to do. But even if that's not compelling to you, what we do know is that thousands of studies have been done on this, scientific, well-designed studies that have shown that for every dollar we spend on human services, we save many, many, many more dollars. Every $1 spent on prevention is worth, $5 that we're not spending on these Medicaid funds that are going toward additional crisis intervention services. I know it feels like a lot of money to spend, but it's really hard to see the things we're not spending money on because of them. It's really hard to see that ounce of prevention that is equaling a pound of cure. And I do think that this is not only the right option, but it's the cheaper option. And I would urge everyone to keep that in mind.
Is there any further discussion on the Wilson amendment? In the back.
Hi, Robin Morgan. I just wanted to say that I'm going to be voting in favor of this amendment. And part of the reason is that we're working with our town services right now in collaboration with all of these human service agencies in a project called the Situation Table. And the point of the Situation Table is to help close the gaps that are causing people to come into these crises where they end up having 911 or a call for police or EMS made. So if we defund these human service organizations, we're going to end up increasing the need, but decreasing the ability to meet it of these organizations that the town is supposed to be collaborating with. So it's very uncollaborative for the town to remove money from these organizations that we're depending on when folks like the BRAT team are out there trying to refer people into getting the support that they need from these very organizations.
Hi, I'm Elias Burgess. So I'm the executive director of Turning Point of Windham County, which is, pardon me, good enough. So we are one of the organizations that has been traditionally funded through the Town Human Services allocation. Given that I only have 2 minutes here, I have a lot of numbers to throw out, which I apologize for in advance, but I want to give kind of a behind-the-scenes sort of financial context for what this means to us, what this means, to sort of the larger scope of the human services work that's done in town. I want to begin by addressing in the supplemental materials, the Finance Committee pointed out very correctly that the human services budget has increased since 2017 by about 229%, I think is the exact figure, which is a lot. A lot of other things have also happened within that time, and I think that historical context is really important, especially around the time of the pandemic, which put such an increased and unforeseen strain on human services and then has had lingering after effects, some of which have only actually increased. Just to give a few examples, the number of unhoused people in Vermont has increased threefold, that is 200%, from 2020 to 2025. Between 2020 and 2022, the rate of overdoses in Vermont more than doubled, and that was the historic high. It's decreased every year since, thanks to us kind of working on that. But it still remains 30% higher than its pre-pandemic levels. So to talk a little bit about the funding, I want to give specifics about our budget. I wish I had more time to go into what that budget is going towards. We're a peer support recovery center in downtown Brattleboro. We also serve as a community space. I'll save you the rest of that spiel. But financially, so our yearly operating budget for this year is roughly $784,000. 86% of that comes from state and federal grants, which have extreme restrictions placed on what they can be spent on. It's extremely granular, and so the vast majority of that goes towards payroll. We're a direct service organization. We're here to serve people with people, and that's where most of our money goes, about 75% of our overall budget. So the recommendation made by the Human Services Committee for this year in the original amount was for us to be awarded $30,000, which would have been our largest award since we began applying for this money. And so that would overall represent about 4%, a little bit less of our overall budget. And I say this really just to demonstrate that that is a really important 4% of us, because we always ask for operational funds. It is unrestricted funding that we can use to address everything that isn't addressed directly by our grants. But also I really want to demonstrate that as the need has increased over the last 10 years, as I've talked about, we have also been working very hard to increase our reliance on other funding sources. It is not our first choice to come to the town to ask for this operational funding. We have greatly increased our budget. The Vermont legislature has been extremely supportive of recovery efforts across the state, for which we are incredibly thankful. But most of those increases that we have gotten from them have come in the form of amendments that have to be voted on every year. It's not guaranteed ongoing funding. I could go on about the uncertainty of the federal funding environment right now. I'm sure I don't really have to, but all of which is to say, I just want to put in perspective that the request that we make of the town is not to place an undue burden on our community, a community that we live in as well. I think that the several members of the select board—
You're in excess of 3 minutes, if you please wrap up.
Yes. Several members of the select board have said that there are no easy decisions here. I certainly couldn't agree more. I drive on the same roads that you do. I get it. But I wanted to provide that as we go into this conversation. Thank you.
Hi, you're right, I guess that's good enough. Avery Thompson, District 8. So I have been a member of the Human Services Committee for some years now, but I'm speaking as myself voting today, and really wanted to build on what Robin Morgan just said too. What I'm hearing from everybody is, regardless of what we're worried about fiscally and what we want to do for our town, it doesn't sound like anybody wants to not have human services or not care for each other. We just want to do it in different ways. And I really love that about living here. And one of the things that's making me really want to do what we voted in last year, I was actually one of the people that helped draft that, and we actually said up to 2% on purpose so that we, the committee, could make it lower if people weren't eligible and we wouldn't spend all of our money for no reason. And so we didn't anticipate this at all. And so the reason I would advocate I know we can't do the higher number anymore, but I'm going to be voting for the 350, is because what I read in the almost 2,000 pages of application were that we'll really be pulling the rug out from people who have been kind of relying on these funds year over year, or at least are. And we can argue whether or not they should be, but the fact is they're local, they're here, they're caring for people, as some people have spoke to, and they are relying on this. So if we did pass this year with them knowing that next year it might change, we would give them the opportunity to be a little more moderate here and split the difference and figure something else out if they can. And we can continue to debate this and discuss it, but it wouldn't be going back and pulling the rug out from people who are planning for something. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
All the way in the back.
Aubrey Kleindens, District 7. Pigging back off of what a lot of people have already said, especially those in the medical community, people are really worried about the money going to crumbling business and infrastructure. Human services is infrastructure. You don't have a town without people. And we're talking about, as someone else pointed out, 2% of a third of the budget, less than now. And the town's people infrastructure is falling apart. Yes, it is a bigger number than 8 years ago, but the need is that much bigger, like they were saying, than 8 years ago. I'm disabled now compared to 8 years ago. And there's a saying in the disability community, there's the disabled and the non-disabled, because you're just not disabled yet. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Everyone eventually will need some of these services. And to keep cutting them and defunding them is the wrong way to go. It is defunding the infrastructure of the town. The less people you have invested in, the less people are going to invest in the town. Like someone said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The more you invest in your people, the more you're investing in your town. And it is less than 2% of a third of the budget. Please vote for this higher number.
Voter Wessel.
Tim Wessel,
District 9, if that's relevant. I'm fully confident that even at $250,000, Brattleboro is among the top, if not the top, most generous town when it comes to human services in Vermont. I also want to point out that if $250,000 that a lot of people are being forced, some people don't want to give any, some people want to give more, some people want to give a lot less, but this is a mandate going out to all the taxpayers. So if anybody here thinks $250,000 coming from the taxpayers of Brattleboro is not enough, do what you should be doing. Pick some of those agencies on that list and open your own wallets. That's what should be happening.
Please, once again, I ask please that you not applaud or boo. One side, two sides of the same coin. Please continue.
I'll be voting this down so that we can go back to a more reasonable level for taxpayers. Thank you.
All the way in the back. Yep. Voter Disler.
Rachel Disler, District 9. I just want to add to some of the comments that I've heard earlier that when considering whether to support the increased amount or not, I'd like everyone to kind of take a second and think about whether you're voting for or against based on whether or not you think you yourself benefit from or need these services. You may not think that you will need them or use them or benefit from them because you don't right now, but saying that we shouldn't fund them because you don't see how you benefit from them is a little bit like saying we shouldn't be funding our fire department through our taxes because your house isn't on fire. You cannot see the future, like the voter before me said. You're just not disabled yet. We distribute the burden equally among the voters to support these services to better ensure that they are there to support us all when our unforeseen futures become our unfortunate presents. Thank you.
There you go.
Arlo Manning, District 8. I just want to say that the tap's running dry. We're going to have more people there needing the services if we can't afford to pay our own bills. So I think $250 is fair. It's everybody helping, but not having to take the loss and not be able to provide it for themselves. Thank you.
Voter Carter.
Terry Carter, District 6. I propose actually another $50,000 specifically for the library, specifically for the technical support department, which covers a huge demand in the community. It's a great asset. And but you have to sign up way ahead because there's such a demand. And I asked Matt, you know, what can I do or what we can do as a town? And he said, come to this meeting and ask for funding towards an assistant. So here I am. And yeah, 50,000 seems about right. Thank you very much.
Voter Carter, that request for an amendment to add money to the library funding is out of order at this time. You can move to, I understand, you can move to amend the budget article by increasing it by $50,000. That's the next article.
Oh, not now?
No, not now. Voter Arroyo.
I'd like to call the question.
It's been moved to call the question. Is there a second? Second by voter French. It's been moved and seconded to call the question. That would be to cease debate on the Wilson Amendment to increase the amount of human services funding in Article 8 from $250,000 to $350,000. All those, and that's 2/3 majority required, and it's non-debatable. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Wilson Amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've ceased debate on the Wilson Amendment. The question before town meeting is whether to amend Article 8 to read as follows: that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $350,000 for the support of social service programs and facilities within the town to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee, as appointed by the Select Board, and subsequently approved by the Select Board. Before I call for a voice vote, I'm going to inquire whether there's 7 people seeking paper ballot. Yep.
Is there a mechanism by which a larger group of people could override the request for paper ballot?
No.
Thank you.
Vermont law provides for, I was just reading the language. It says that if a person immediately questions the vote called by the moderator, there shall be a division, and if 7 voters call for it, there'll be a paper ballot. So, are there further points of order? Point of information from Voter Ozer. So there's specific instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Ozer. This is for my benefit and for the benefit of folks who might be new here. What would a yes vote or a no vote on this amendment mean in the bigger picture of this article?
That's next. Any other points of information or order? Okay, so you're called on now to vote on the Wilson. Yeah, were there 7 people seeking paper ballot? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so a paper ballot having been requested by more than the statutory requirement, 7 people, we're going to be voting by paper ballot on the Wilson Amendment. Please, if we could be quiet, okay? Using the gray piece of paper, which you'll detach but not tear in half. You're going to vote yes if you're seeking to increase the human services allocation to $350,000. A yes vote is to increase to $350,000. A no vote is to leave the number the same at $250,000. Please pull off only the gray piece of paper. Please vote only once. Don't tear your slips of paper. If you want to change your vote, you can cross it out, but don't initial it. Please line up and put your ballots in a box. 5 minutes to vote. The time for voting on the Wilson Amendment is over. You have 10 more seconds to get to the ballot box. Voting on the Wilson Amendment is closed. We'll be in a 10-minute recess while the votes are tabulated. Listen to the results of your vote. I guess please be seated and listen to the results of your vote. Total ballots cast, 259. Those in favor of the Wilson Amendment, 145. Those opposed to the Wilson Amendment, 113. The Wilson Amendment carries, and you've amended Article 8 to $350,000. The continuing question on Article 8 whether the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $350,000 for the support of social service programs and facilities within the town to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee, as appointed by the Select Board, and subsequently approved by the Select Board. Are you ready for that question?
Georgia Morgan, District 8. When you cited the rule about 7 people asking for paper ballots, I heard you say it was in the context of questioning a division of the House after a vote. Can you clarify why we had a paper ballots as the only form of voting?
I can. Section 2658 of Title 17 says, when a vote declared by him or her is immediately questioned by one voter, he or she shall divide the meeting, and if requested by 7 voters, shall cause the vote to be taken by paper ballot. So the statute says that I call a vote, and if one person says division, we go right to division, and if 7 people say paper ballot, we go right to paper ballot.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Corey Frazee. I have a procedural question as I share the concern about the rug being yanked out from under these organizations and a lot of volatility that I see going on a yearly basis with these for these organizations. I'm not going to wait till other business. So in line with what Select Person Case suggested, is there a procedural way that we have an opportunity today to remove some of that volatility by perhaps giving this decision-making to the Select Board moving forward? Or is there another alternative?
The warned items do not include requests for discussion of that structural change. So there's no way for town meeting today to take binding action. During other business, I've already been asked whether a motion would be appropriate to call on the Select Board to change the procedure for human services funding to make it a line item in the budget. And that would be appropriate, but it's not binding. There's also discussion of the process for determining human services funding currently underway in the Charter Revision Commission. And I expect that human services funding process and committee will be the subject of part of the charter changes that are ultimately proposed that will go to Select Board and then will come back, I believe, to town meeting. Is that right, Kate and Maya? Right, it's going to go to Select Board, then it's going to come back to town meeting. And so town meeting will have an opportunity at that time to act directly on the question, but you can't make a binding decision about that today.
Thank you. Can I yield to Select Person now?
Well, I've heard people saying yield, but you get 2 minutes apiece, and if you stop, it just goes back in a pot. Select Person Mayo.
I think this could help clarify. Part of the situation we're in this year is because last year at the March 25th representative town meeting, there was a separate article that was an advisory vote for how much should be spent in the FY27 fiscal year on human services, which is the amount that we are essentially debating and ratifying now. This year in the warning, we only have the vote that we're currently on to ratify the amount going into this impending FY27 fiscal year. We have no advisory vote for the FY28 budget. So in effect, it will be under the purview of the Select Board insofar as we will be the ones setting the initial line item. And I believe this is somewhat subject to change, but essentially Throughout the budget year, we will be working with the line item initially set by the Select Board, and that won't be in contrast with the Human Service Committee work, because the new format we're moving into would not see their work beginning until they are elected, if the committee can be established next March. So essentially, we'll be working with the line item that we all here on the board put into the budget in the fall, and then at next town meeting, you all, the body, will have the option to amend it or ratify it, and then the Human Services Committee will be working with that number. So the issue we're in now, where the Human Services Committee thought that they had 499 allocated, and then the Select Board changed the amount in the budget, that won't happen. I hope that makes sense.
The question before town meeting is on Article 8 to raise and appropriate $350,000 for social services programs. Are you ready for the question? 350, what did I say? I don't care. 350. Sorry. Are you ready for the question? All righty then. Voter Schwartz?
Ellen Schwartz, District 8. This is just a point of information. I'm really confused because I thought that was what we just voted on the paper ballots, and now you're asking us to vote on it again?
Well, excellent question. We were at 250, and the question was whether to amend up from 250 to 350. So you have decided that the article for decision is 350, but we still have to vote on the main article.
Thank you.
Voter Belknap?
Timothy Belknap, downtown. I would like to put this to 300, please, a movement for 300.
Is there a second? I don't see a second. All right, I guess there's a second. What's your name? I need the name of the second for the record. Hool? What's that? Ruth Hool. Second by Ruth Hool. It's been moved and seconded that the amount of human services funding be amended from $350,000 to $300,000 in Article 8. Is there discussion? Select person case.
I call the question.
Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by voter Richardson to call the question. All those in favor, that's 2/3 majority and non-debatable. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the motion to amend Article 8 from $350,000 to $300,000, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've agreed to cease. You've ceased debate on Article 8. On the motion to amend Article 8. So the question before the body is whether to amend Article 8 from $350,000 to $300,000. If you vote yes on the amendment, you want to decrease the amount to $300,000. A yes vote is to decrease to $350,000. A no vote is to keep it the same at $350,000. A yes vote is to go to $300,000. I'm sorry. A yes vote is to go to $300,000. A no vote is to stay at $350,000. Is that clear to everybody who's in attendance? Okay. All those in favor of the Belknap amendment to decrease the human services number in Article 8 to $300,000, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it, and you've defeated the Belknap amendment. Are you ready for Article 8? Yes. All right. On Article 8, The question before the House is, will the town raise and appropriate the sum of $350,000 for the support of social service programs and facilities within the town to be allocated as recommended by the Human Services Committee as appointed by the Select Board and subsequently approved by the Select Board? All those in favor of Article 8 as so stated, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 8. The moderator recognizes Select Person Heller on Article 7.
Thank you. I move that the Select Board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $27,040,801 in order to defray to that extent all general fund expenses for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, including all highway and Windham County taxes, and that the Select Board be authorized to expend, in addition, any sum authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special town meeting. This motion includes $20,864,686 to be collected in property taxes, and the balance to be comprised of all other sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1st, 2026 shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes, that such payment of the installments shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on August 17th, 2026, November 15th, 2026, February 16th, 2027, and May 17th, 2027, and that an interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax, installment, or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 17th, 2027.
Is there a second? Second by voter Seymour. It's been moved that the Select Board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $27,040,801 in order to defray to that extent all general fund expenses for the period of July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027, including all highway and Windham County taxes, and that the Select Board be authorized to expend, in addition, any sum authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special town meeting. This motion includes $20,864,686 to be collected in property taxes, and the balance to be comprised of all of the sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1, 2026 shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes, that such payment of the installment shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on August 17, 2026, November 15, 2026, February 16, and May 17, 2027, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax installment or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 17, 2027. Select Person Heller, do you want to be recognized again?
No, thank you.
Is there any discussion?
Inquiry.
What?
I just have a procedural point of inquiry. Doesn't he have to add, since you went to Paul Round's District 9, since we already went to Article 8, that goes into the budget, so doesn't he have to add that 350 because we've passed it? It's not that it's coming afterwards, it's already been done. So that should be added into the figure that we have now. So that 27 million figure should have an extra 350,000 added onto it. Is my understanding how it should, proper procedures, how it should go.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Article 7 states in relevant part, in addition, Select Board be authorized to expend in addition any sum authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning of this meeting. So that 350 will be added after the fact to the 27 million. All right, you should come to the mic and say your name and do that. Seems a little premature, but not to express a personal view or nothing.
Red Townsend, District 9. I call the question.
There's been a motion made to call the question. Is there a second? Voter French seconds. That's non-debatable. Calls for 2/3. So all those in favor of ceasing debate on the budget article and going right to a vote, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The nays appear to have it on a 2/3 vote, and we're going to go with, is that? There's been a call for division. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise. Please remain standing while you're being counted. It's just a plastic bag. Yeah. That's what everybody always says, but Jane, you're all set? All right, please remain standing. All right, you can be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate on Article 7, please rise. Remain standing until counted. I'm taking tomorrow off. You can be seated. $5 o'clock or 5:30 is noticed. Notice for 5 or 5:30. 5. In favor of ceasing, listen to the results of your vote. In favor of ceasing debate, 109. In favor, opposed to ceasing debate, 100. 2/3 required to adopt that motion. It fails. Anybody want to be recognized on the budget Article 7? Voter, I'm sorry. Blodgett. I just was complimented for remembering the names.
I'd like to make an amendment.
What's the amendment, please?
I'd like to vote for a level budget amendment. And I'd like you to bring, I'd like to put in public record how I'd like to do that for the record.
If you could please give me the number that you're seeking to have replaced for 27 million.
Last year's $25 million budget.
So I need the exact number, please. All right.
I'll work up to get there, but I don't have that off.
All right. Yep. 24, committee number 24,971. Yeah. Okay, 365. All right. Voter Blodgett has moved to amend Article 7 to provide for a sum not to exceed $24,971,365. Is there a second? Second by Voter Franks. Voter Blodgett, if you want to speak to the proposed amendment.
As I stated previously under the Committee of the Whole, I feel people just really have to realize how many millions of dollars we've been deferring. We've got a Beta Group road report that's over $18 million we're behind on infrastructure on our roads. The sidewalks, I know we're behind. There hasn't been an official number given. We have multiple buildings in town that, we're over 20 million. The pool. I mean, all these things are adding up, and at some point, we're going to be held accountable. We can't keep deferring, and we have to be able to run the town. And if we keep raising taxes on people, there's a limit. What number is too much? When do we break people's backs? And is it this year? Is it next year? I don't have that answer, but it's coming somewhere in the future. We have to be reasonable. We have to look and take care of our infrastructure. And, the way we do it is start being reasonable with our taxes, at least the rate of inflation. We need to reset, we need to rethink, and we need to do with what we have.
The question before town meeting is whether to amend Article 7 to replace the 27 million figure with a figure of 24,971,365. Is there any discussion? Voter Chapman.
Frankly, I don't think we can afford, as a town that looks to its future as a town that's attractive to people moving in to populate the place and support its many cultural activities, to support its continued commerce by cutting where basically the budget has been put together without a lot of very desirable elements. I think the budget that's been presented to us was put together in a very disciplined form, and may I say it was even professional. I'm very much in favor of keeping our vote to the proposed amount and not to reduce it for fear that if we cut, we will be damaging our community's future.
Is there any further discussion on the Blodgett amendment? Select person Case.
So where I appreciate where this amendment is coming from, if I'm recalling a select board meeting where a 3% reduction was proposed to our budget, and that would have only been a sum of $810,000, I believe, if my math is correct. And that was described as somewhat devastating to our community, which included all of our essential services. So I am not in favor of removing 1.2 million above that from a budget that we have all embraced, endorsed, and worked really hard to get to. This feels like an 11th hour grab that I personally don't appreciate. I would call on Voter Blodgett to rescind his amendment if that's appropriate.
I'm not going to rule at this point about whether comments or that request is out of order. We'll move to the next comment. Any further discussion? Over here. Carrie?
Good. Am I facing you, moderator?
Excellent, thank you. Please say your name.
My name is Eric Karen. I was District 7. And I wanted to make a comment about this budget. And I do first want to say that I have a lot of faith in this new select board, but this new select board did not make this budget. And I feel like they deserve a chance, which kind of is different from what was just said, but I think they deserve a chance to look at it again. I've been going to select board meetings for over 2 years now, and I saw many, many places where the budget could have been reduced without damaging services. And I would like to give this select board a chance to do that. The only way they're going to be able to do that is if we reject this budget. And I heard you ask for a number, so I'm not great with numbers. I'm terrible with math. But I would like to ask for, I don't know if you can help me with how do I word this, but I'm trying to ask that we propose a budget of $26 million versus the current. Can I add one more small point? That if my math,
Karen, I want to make sure. I want to make sure that I understand.
Yes.
Procedurally, if what you're advocating for is for the budget to be rejected in its entirety and reworked,
yes,
that's really a vote, a call for a no vote on the budget as a whole.
Okay.
That's what happened last year. The budget was rejected at town meeting, and then Select Board had to redo the budget. If you're seeking to have a different number than what voter Blodgett has proposed,
that's right.
You can make a motion to amend the amendment.
Thank you. I will do that then. I am sorry, Randy, but I will make a motion to amend. I think that this is 26 is where we need to give the select board a chance.
And so, am I understanding, because I didn't hear, you are making a motion to amend the Blodgett amendment to $26 million?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second? I don't think it is out of order. There's an amendment, and then there can be one secondary amendment. Voter Blodgett, did you second? Okay, Voter Blodgett seconded. So do you want to speak further to that proposed amendment, Voter Karen?
I do. I'm terrible with math, so I hope somebody will verify this or tell me I'm wrong. But I was looking at the numbers of these increases, 6.3 unless we change it with this vote, and what I paid in taxes 2 years ago. What I'm trying to say is that if you pay about $10,000 in taxes 2 years ago, and there was this kind of raise plus the school tax, which has been double digits, over 10%, my feeling is that I'll be paying $20,000 or double my taxes in about 8 years. My feeling is we must send a message to this kind and really strong select board that this financial trend must be turned around, and this is a healthy way to send that message and still take care of our town. Thank you.
Point of order.
The select person Heller.
Can I go?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Just in the interests of simplicity, if Randy is seconding the amendment to his amendment, would he accept it as a friendly amendment?
Well,
or is that
procedurally, once it's been moved and seconded,
great.
It's the motion, including the amendment, belongs to town meeting, not to the person who moved it. So hopefully we can expedite the process. Is there any discussion about the Karen amendment, the proposed Karen amendment to the Blodgett amendment, which would change the figure to a $26 million budget? Vote or French?
Thank you. Lester French. I have somewhat of a question to the board. Now, we've got a pretty big figure. They did a lot of work on the budget. I don't believe that they have to spend all that money that we raise and appropriate. Correct me if I'm wrong. The other thing I think they may be hearing at this point is that there is a lot of concern about the amount of money that this town ends up spending, which we have to raise and appropriate, which falls right on our backs for our property taxes. For the select board, is that a correct assumption that you do not have to spend all the money that's been raised and appropriated?
The answer is yes. They don't have to spend the money.
Thank you.
Without referring it over. Any further comment or question? Over there.
Kreger Boardman, District 7. I'd like to call the question.
There's a motion to call the question. Is there a second? Voter Blodgett has seconded. So, calling the question is 2/3 vote needed, and it's non-debatable. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Karen amendment to the Blodgett amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and you've ceased debate on the Karen amendment to the Blodgett amendment. So, what's before you for decision is the motion by voter Karen to substitute the figure of $26 million for the previously proposed figure of $24,971,365, which was proposed to be substituted for the number currently in Article 7. All those in favor of $26 million being the proposed amendment will say aye, and all those who want to leave it at $24 million in the Blodgett amendment will say nay. All those in favor of the Karen amendment to the Blodgett amendment, which would change the number to $26 million, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The chair's in doubt, but for right now, I'm just going to ask those who are in favor of amending to $26 million to rise. All right, you can be seated. Those opposed to amending to $26 million, please say nay. Oh, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you've amended the Blodgett amendment to a $26 million proposed amendment to Article 7. So the continuing question before town meeting is whether to amend Article 7 by substituting the figure of $26 million for the figure of $27,040,801. Is there any further discussion? Select Person Heller.
Thank you. I don't intend to speak at length at this, and I really want to leave the discussion and the decision to the body, but I just want to, I would feel remiss if I didn't reiterate my strong feeling from the work we did that what is a $1 million cut to this budget would be incredibly difficult and disruptive. If you look at I am looking at, which we don't all have, but a copy of the handout Randy had been passing around before the meeting. And just to give you an example of what a $985,000 cut could look like, this approach A is $260,000 from fire and EMS, $150,000 from the police department, $260,000 from public works, $110,000 from Parks and Recreation, $110,000 from a variety of administrative offices, including the town manager, the town clerk, et cetera, $95,000 from the library. Each of these cuts would have a dramatic impact on those departments, and certainly I'd like to pull out Public Works in a conversation where we're talking about not doing enough on capital and infrastructure. That would move us backwards. So my hope is that we will vote no on this amendment, but I'm happy to see the decision of the body.
Is there any further comment or discussion? Select Person Case.
So as Oscar just laid out what this means to our town, and I go back to that select board meeting that we talked, that I mentioned earlier, and that means things like real things like the closure of the West Brattleboro Fire Department, the loss of police officers, the impact that it has to DPW. I can't even really kind of express and put into words. The budget that we put forward worked hard at getting to that number, and just to lower it randomly by $1 million is devastating to our town. It truly, truly is. We worked hard. We took a lot into consideration. And, when I think about a $69 million school budget that passed, might I add, with the lights out, okay? And we are kind of nitpicking over what is, I think, the impact, if the math is done right, is about $125 per 100,000? Per $200,000. I would really hope that we vote this amendment down and really do take a look at what we have proposed and let the organizations throughout the next year, the Next Gen Brattleboro and stuff, do that work that dumps positive revenue back into our town that will lower this number over time. We can't continue to keep having these cut conversations year in and year out. We have to be pouring something back into the other end, and that is something that this board, this town manager, and the committee are working very hard to do. So I would implore that we allow this budget to go through.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Okay, hi, Kate. The moderator recognizes Voter O'Connor.
Kate O'Connor. First of all, my father was town moderator for 22 years, so I totally understand what David Gartenstein is dealing with right now. So thank you, David, for doing a good job. I just...
I noticed he didn't stop the clapping for that one.
I know.
Yeah, but I'm blushing.
I just want to say, and the people that have come to these meetings before know, like, I'm on year 5 of going to select board meetings. And anybody who watches select board meetings know I do not like the budget. I do not like this budget. I think 6.3% is way too high. But I'm going to vote no on this amendment, and I'm going to vote ultimately for the budget. And I'm doing that because I'm really, really worried that we're going to mess something up. It's already, and with all due respect to the select board who did actually look at this budget better than the previous select boards have, we have a lot of structural issues with our budget. If you recall, we spent $860 or $50, whatever it was, $1,000 last year from our unassigned fund balance. So we're low. We used to transfer money that we had extra into the general fund so we wouldn't have to raise taxes. We can't do that anymore. We're spending money out of our revolving loan fund that's supposed to go to housing and economic development. We're spending it for other things. Thankfully, we just find out we're not going to use it on trash cans. But we have real structural issues, and what I want the message to be from whatever we vote today to this select board, that we want them to go back in April and really start looking at not just our budget, which is what we're looking at right now, but the structure of our town finances. I went back and we're talking about, oh, it's only $120 or 120 whatever dollar increase on a property of value of $100,000 from this year or last year to this next year that we're talking about. Back in 2000, we were talking about a $13 tax increase per $100,000 value. Last year, per $100,000, it was almost $130, and you multiply that by whatever your home value is. So our taxes are going up too much. It's unsustainable and it's unaffordable. And at the same time, we're not being responsible with our money in our fund balance, with our revolving loan fund. So I just urge you, this is coming from somebody who cannot stand this budget, could not stand the budget process, and sat there every night thinking my head was going to explode at select board meetings. I'm asking you to reject this amendment and ultimately vote for the 6.3% increase, but do it with a strong message to the select board and to the town staff that we've had enough, and we want them to start right away, not just looking at the budget, but looking at our finances. Because I think that's the most responsible thing we can do right now. I'm afraid that if we cut or add, we don't know what the ramifications for anything is. I'll make a point that we don't have a town audit for FY25. And as we know, in FY24, we were in a deficit. We could be deficit spending in FY25. The early reviews we're in, that's what we're going to be doing. So we're really in a precarious situation. So I just want us to all be really, really careful about adding or subtracting, and really come out of this meeting with a super duper duper strong message to our town administration that we want them to do better, and really letting us all understand what our town finances are. Thank you.
There was somebody else who had their hand up.
Apple Sullivan, District 9. Gonna do my best, I'm really nervous. Participating in last year's representative town meeting and paying close attention to the way the budget was redone, going through department by department, putting a large number of essential functions into play, into jeopardy. My impression as it was constructed is that the budget as proposed initially is an austerity budget, which I don't believe reflects the culture of this town or our values. To reduce it further is utterly anathema to what I believe in. I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Voter stall, Tyler.
I'm not on the school board anymore, but just as a point of clarity, it was only 2.6% that went up for the school budget. So it's a much bigger jump on the town side, and I think that's what the voters are saying, that it's the jump that goes up. And yes, more than 88 of us should show up, myself included, when we come to that vote.
Any further discussion on the Blodgett amendment as amended by the Karen amendment? Voter Smith.
There comes a point where you have to send more than just a strong message. Last year, we sent a strong message that we rejected the budget for the increase. I think it's time to make a reduction. This amendment does that. I believe that, the world isn't going to end. We have to really look at what the town is supposed to provide, needs versus wants. There's a lot of things that are spectacular that the town offers, but it's beyond our budget. They're nice to have, but we're at a point where a lot of the citizenry can't afford the increases. And I think we have a lot of strong managers in the different town departments, and it would be best to leave it to them as to what to cut. I've been to many select board meetings, and it's always putting the onus back on the citizens. What would you cut? What are you taking away from everybody? And I think that is wrong. I think we have many strong department heads, and if we said, you need to cut your department by $100,000, figure it out, they would find a way to do that. And I think we really owe it to all the citizens to really contemplate the constant increases in what we can afford. Brattleboro pays more in property tax when you compare it to the average income of just about any large town in Vermont. And at a certain point, we have to say no. Thank you.
The question is on the Blodgett amendment as amended by the Karen amendment. Is there any further discussion? I want to see if there's anybody else. Voter Evans.
I just want to say that I think maybe one
Just
answer.
say your name.
Oh, sorry, Laura Evans. I just, seems to me that one solution to the problem of not enough money with a whole lot of needs to be met would be to have a graduated property tax rate system where those who could afford a higher rate would pay at a higher rate and those who can't would pay less, a lower rate of taxes. Just a general thought.
Any further comments on the Blodgett amendment as amended by the Karen amendment? Select person case.
I call the question.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Voter Delaney. That's non-debatable, 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the Blodgett amendment as amended by the Karen amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and you've ceased debate. The question before town meeting is whether to amend Article 7 by substituting the figure of $26 million for the figure of $27,040,801. All those in favor of amending down to $26 million, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to the amendment, please say nay. Nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it, and you've defeated the Blodgett amendment as amended by the Karen amendment to Article 7. Is there any further discussion on the continuing Article 7, the 27 million and change select board budget? Seeing none, I'm going to read the question again. It's been moved that the select board be authorized to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum not to exceed $27,040,801 in order to defray to that extent all general fund expenses for the period July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027, including all highway and Windham County taxes, and that select board be authorized to expend in addition any sum authorized for special purpose under any article contained in the warning for this meeting or any special town meeting. This motion includes $20,864,686 to be collected in property taxes, and the balance to be comprised of all of the sources of revenue collected by the town. This motion also provides that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1, 2026 shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes, and that such payment of the installments shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on August 17 and November 15, 2026, and February 16 and May 17, 2027, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of the payment on any overdue payment of the town tax installment or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 17, 2027. All those in favor of Article 7 as so stated, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 7. On Article 12, the moderator recognizes, I know, Select Person Heller.
David, do we want to ask for nominations from the floor?
Why don't you read the motion and then we'll ask for nominations?
Well,
All right, I'll do it this way. Article 12 is to elect 2 representatives to the Capital Grant Review Board. It was established at the informational meeting that the Capital Grant Review Board hasn't done anything for about 10 years. But we need to have a Capital Grants Review Board. Are there any people who want to be nominated?
I'll nominate.
Maya Hasagawa. Oops. It's not working.
No, you're good. Yeah, it is now.
Okay. Maya Hasagawa, District
You want
8.
nominate-
And I'm nominating Gemma Seymour.
All right, so we have Gemma Seymour. Any other nominations? Voter Stroud.
Gary Stroud, District 8, nominate myself.
All right, we have 2 nominations. Thank you very much. Are there any further nominations? We're ready for a motion.
I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year until the 2027 annual town meeting: Gemma Seymour and Gary Stroud.
Is there a second? Second by Voter Richardson. It's been moved and seconded that Gemma Seymour and Gary Stroud be appointed to serve on the Capital Grants Review Board for a term of 1 year until the 2027 annual town meeting. Is there any discussion?
Keen Southard, District 9. Just requesting information about what exactly is the purpose of the Capital Grant Review Board. And as you mentioned, that there has been no work done in years, I'm curious why.
I'm going to ask Voter O'Connor. Can you say what's the Capital Grant Review Board?
Kate O'Connor. It's in the town charter. That's why I think the moderator is asking me, because I'm on the Charter Revision Commission. And I used to be on it too and never did anything. But it was, if there was any kind of grants or anything that came up, it would meet to review it, just like the name says. But I will say that the Charter Revision Commission is making a recommendation that we get rid of it, since it absolutely does nothing. But we're required, because it's in the charter, to appoint people. I know I didn't really answer your question, but
Oh, you
that's...
did. Reviews capital grants. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of appointing Gemma Seymour and Gary Stroud to the Capital Grant Review Board for 1 year until the 2027 annual town meeting, please say aye. Aye. And all those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, and you've elected those representatives to the Capital Grants Review Board. The original warning called for the meeting to run till 5 o'clock. I expect that the remaining articles should take about 15 or 20 minutes, and then we would move to other business. Absent objection, we're just going to continue with the meeting until there's a motion to adjourn. Hearing no objection, on Article 13, the moderator recognizes Selectperson Mayo.
I would like to speak on this after the motion, but I move that the town establish an advisory budget committee consisting of 5 members.
Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by Voter Seymour. The motion is to see if the town will establish an advisory budget committee consisting of 5 members. Selectperson Mayo.
So as has been referred to earlier in this meeting, because we rescinded representative town meeting, our finance committee, which you all have a copy of the report in your addendum, that was a committee of RTM, and so it is no longer existing. There is a provision in the statute that allows us to create an advisory budget committee. The statute only provides for that committee to consist of 5 members, which is why this warning only specifies 5 members. It can be amended on the floor. So in able to have a body that functions the same way the Finance Committee did, we need to establish this advisory budget committee. And then there will be more details in the next article as well.
Is there any further discussion about Article 13, being to establish an advisory budget committee consisting of 5 members. Voter Cooley.
I'm Millicent Cooley, District 9, and for the purposes of this discussion, I was the chair for the RTM Finance Committee that just ended. I'd like to make an amendment, and that amendment, there's 2 parts to it. One is that the committee name be called the Advisory Finance Committee as opposed to Advisory Budget Committee, and also that the maximum number of the committee members is changed from 5 to 7. And I'd like to talk to that when you're ready.
Is there a second? Second by? Stephen Minkin, right? It's been moved and seconded that Article 13 be amended to rename the committee the Advisory Finance Committee? And is that what you said?
Correct.
And that it consists of 7 rather than 5 members. Voter Cooley.
Can I make a point of
Yep.
information?
Yep.
Point of information, could we hear from the town attorney on the name? Because we've had a little discussion about that.
Sure.
Town attorney is interrogated.
So with regard to the statute, your amendment to increase to 7 is perfectly fine, but the statute specifically provides for the electorate to establish what is called an advisory budget committee. So to keep it strictly to the statute, it's my recommendation to keep the name Advisory Budget Committee. What you're doing with it is advising on the budget, and you can amend it up to 7 if you'd like. That's perfectly fine. But my recommendation, in order to stay within the confines of the statute, would be to keep the name the same as in the statute.
I'm not quite sure what to do. I'd like to talk to why I'm saying this. Does that mean we're not supposed to do that? Or are we causing a problem by doing that?
I have to wait. I'd be happy to respond if you...
What's that?
David, come over here. Would you like me to respond to that?
Yes, please.
There are only certain elected officials that, offices that can be created by the open town meeting, and under statute, it is an advisory budget committee. There's no mechanism to elect an advisory finance committee.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah, on that basis, at this time, I'm going to rule the first part of that amendment out of order.
Okay.
And
then I'll just do the one.
please, if you would speak to the 7 rather than 5 members.
Right, okay. So we've been operating with a maximum of 7 numbers for a bunch of years. And the committee, the members of the committee that has been operating this past year agree that 7 would be better. We're also we're starting to work earlier in the year. In the past, we did our work concentrated towards the end of the year during the budget season. We are now moving in the direction of working earlier in the year and collaborating more with the Selectboard this year. So 7 people would be better for doing that. So.
I'm going to try to gauge the body's position. Is there objection to the amendment to change the number from 5 to 7? There being no objection, that amendment is approved without objection.
All right.
And so now Article 13 reads, to see if the town will establish an advisory budget committee consisting of 7 members. Is there any further discussion? Voter Agavi.
Thank you.
Ms. Cool, Voter Cooley, you finished?
I am, thank you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Voter Agavi.
I wasn't clear on this notion that it can't be a finance committee. I refer to is in my early days, we had a finance committee and it focused on the budget. And every year we spend a lot of time arguing whether we should spend $20,000 on this or $50,000 on that. I would say 9 out of 10 would lose. And then we had a financial crisis in town. And we realized that that the finances of the town was a great array of financial issues such as a debt and employee benefits and health insurance and all kinds of things. And consequently, RTM created a new definition for a finance committee in the charter of 08, or what ended up being 012. And that was to create a finance committee and expanded specifically its purview to include all of the issues of town finance, the debt, et cetera, et cetera. And I feel it's important to leave that term in to make it clear that this committee will have that purview.
All right, so as a procedural matter, that proposed amendment has been ruled out of order based upon the advice of town attorney. But I would note, Voter Agavi, that the Charter Revision Commission work remains open, and that the broader scope and definition of the committee would properly be directed towards the Charter Revision Commission with the goal of including that function and that broader function with the Charter Revision Commission, which would then be forwarded to the legislature. Voter Hasagawa?
Maya Hasagawa, I'm Vice Chair of the Charter Revision Commission, and we've already put that in our draft.
Very nice. Any further discussion about Article 13 to establish an advisory budget committee consisting of 7 members? Voter Belknap.
Timothy Belknap, I call the question.
We have a second? Your name? Odell? Did you get the name? Yeah. All set? Laura Odell. It's been moved and seconded to call the question. It's non-debatable, 2/3 vote. All those in favor calling the question on Article 13, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. Calling the question. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, sorry. Calling the question. Yep. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've ceased debate on Article 13. The question before town meeting is to see if the town will establish an advisory budget committee consisting of 7 members. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, and you've adopted Article 13 and established an advisory budget committee. Article 14, the moderator recognizes Select Person Mayo.
I'd like to speak to this after, if possible, as well. I move that the advisory budget committee shall be appointed by the Select Board and thereafter elected by ballot beginning on town meeting day 2027.
Is there a second? Second by Voter Seymour. It's been moved and seconded that the advisory budget committee shall be appointed by Select Board and then thereafter elected by ballot beginning on town meeting day 2027. Select Person Mayo.
So we seek to have this committee remain an independent committee, but because we have only just established it, we cannot have these committee members elected at the same meeting because we were not able to warn the election of committee members for a committee that did not exist. So that is why we have to appoint them by Select Board this year. But we have been in conversation with the chair of the Finance Committee, and it's a good working relationship, and those who were on the Finance Committee who want to continue will be given that option, and then it will be moving back into the hands of the town come the ballot on town meeting day 2027.
Is there any further discussion? Select Person Heller.
Thank you. I'd just like to add that, as with any select board committee, we'll be appointing it with our normal process. You'll be able to apply to join this committee in the same way you could to another town committee. And though our intention is to have a finance committee that works much the same way the previous one does, that doesn't mean we'll be giving unfair preference to existing members of the committee.
Any further discussion? Voter Sprite.
Frick Sprite, District 9. I'm a little confused about the gap between the 5 months that has been talked about for this group of people and voting a new group in next town meeting day. That's 12 months. So I was under the impression that the interim group was going to serve until the elected group was going to start. There are answers over there.
Select Person Mayo.
So the 5-month interim period was referring to the select board appointment of the Human Services Committee so that they can work with the amount that was just allocated and disperse that before the impending fiscal year, because that is now designated an ad hoc committee that will now have to be, essentially the future of that committee will have to be decided through the Charter Revision Commission work. There were a few different conversations prior to the March 10th Select Board meeting that discussed how the interim appointments of the Advisory Budget Committee would work. Some discussion was trying to put names on a ballot sooner. There was some discussion of potentially doing an interim appointment until August and then having members be elected via ballot there, but that would incur additional costs for us through our election budget, and it would put an undue amount of work on the town clerk's office. Essentially, it made the most financial and administratively logistical sense to appoint Advisory Budget Committee members by the Select Board who will serve until the exact date. I have to check myself, but the first Tuesday in March when there is an Australian.
I misunderstood.
Yeah, a ballot vote.
Is there any further discussion on Article 14? Seeing none. The motion before town meeting is to see if the Advisory Budget Committee shall be appointed by Select Board and thereafter elected by ballot beginning on town meeting day 2027. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, and you've adopted Article 14. For Article 15, moderator recognizes Peter Case.
I move to elect the following 3 trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library to serve 3-year terms: Margaret Atkinson, Jennifer Rowe, and Stephanie Swindle, and to elect for a 1-year term Felicity Rattay, thank you, and to ratify to complete an unexpired term ending in 2028, Robert Ferrante.
Is there a second? Second by voter Seymour. It's been moved and seconded to elect the following 3 trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library to serve 3-year terms: Margaret Atkinson, Jennifer Rowe, and Stephanie Swindle, and to elect for a 1-year term Felicity Ratty, and to ratify to complete an unexpired term ending in 2028, Robert Ferrante. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. And you've adopted Article 15. Article 16, moderator recognizes Select Person Ellis Thurber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the annual town meeting shall hereafter start on the Sunday preceding the first Tuesday in March for the transaction of any business not involving voting by Australian ballot or voting required by law to be by ballot.
Is there a second? Second, what's your name? You got one of them? All right. It's been moved and seconded that the annual town meeting hereafter start on Sunday preceding the first Tuesday in March for the transaction of any business not involving voting by Australian ballot or voting required by law to be by ballot. If Select Person Ellis Thurber, you could explain that, please, briefly?
I'm more than happy to speak to this. And I will interrogate our town clerk, Hillary Francis, but before she comes on, there were some issues revolving around cost and convenience for location. One particular issue was the fact that it's basketball championships on the Saturday preceding the town meeting day, the first Tuesday in March. So therefore, the Saturday was not available to us to be in this space. There may be other complications as well with the availability of our Brattleboro Community Television. So the Sunday was what the Select Board discussed and approved.
Town clerk is interrogated to explain the date of the meeting and why Sunday is picked. Please.
Thank you, Hillary Francis, Town Clerk. So legally, we're required to hold open town meeting either on town meeting day or within 3 days before, unless it otherwise states that in the charter. I believe that the Charter Revision Committee or Commission is considering and looking into that with their charter changes. Holding this type of floor vote on the same day, on the Tuesday of Election Day, would be a major logistical challenge, both in terms of finding a location where we can both have space to do this and have space for 2,000 to 3,000 voters coming and casting ballots. So that's a logistical challenge. It's also a logistical challenge in terms of staff. I can't physically be in both places at once, and the town clerk's staff and BCA members, as you've seen today, need to be in both places as well. So that's logistically challenging. The Monday preceding is also logistically challenging. We're usually at the Legion setting up the polling location. So I'm there for half the day. We have to print checklists. We're usually in the office until about 6 or 7 o'clock at night prepping for town meeting day, and then I'm there at 5 in the morning the next day. So doing that the Monday before is really logistically challenging as well. As Amanda stated, basketball season ends the Saturday before town meeting day. So Sunday is the day that is being proposed. It makes the most sense in those ways. And again, this is for a year or two until the Charter Review Commission makes their proposals and gets those charter changes passed.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on Article 16? Voter Belknap.
Timothy Belknap. I don't support starting town meeting on a Sunday. I think that this body should take priority over any town-owned space and begin on Saturday and continue into Sunday as needed. I would just say taxpayers-only spaces, we should come first. And if conflicts arise, other events can find other venues. And just wanted to put out there, like for the Latches Theater with 750 seats, the largest venue in town, and could benefit from the exposure. For these reasons, town meeting should start on Saturday. I'm also looking at the last time that they won this championship, and if we're going to roll the dice, let's see.
I'll just say that the Latches wasn't appropriate. It's been investigated, and we don't own the space. Yeah. I'm just going to note in response that town doesn't own the high school. The school district owns the high school, and they make that scheduling decision, and the Latches has been investigated and was not feasible. Voter Sprite. And this is a temporary fix until Charter Revision Commission gets to it.
Frick, District 9. I'm sure there's a good reason, and I'm not sure I heard it correctly, if I heard it at all. How many seats in the auditorium, and why aren't we using that since the seats are already set up there?
Oh, the lighting is terrible. So there was space there.
It's better than the school meeting that we had here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so,
Okay. Is that the main reason?
yeah, the lighting
Okay.
was terrible.
How many seats are in there?
500-ish.
Yeah. So from
We
that sense,
investigated
could
it for this year, and
yeah. Okay.
didn't make sense.
Curious.
Any further discussion on Article 16? Seeing none, the voter agave.
Spoonagabe, District 8. I'm just seeking some clarification. Are we essentially saying that our town meeting day will be on Sunday before regular town meeting day when we vote?
Not essentially, that's what we're saying.
That's what we're saying. So that means we would be voting on whatever it be, the budget and everything else would be happening before elections.
Yes, the statute provides the town meeting, open town meeting, has to be on town meeting day or the 3 days before.
Okay, I understand that. And then whatever has to be by Australian ballot or by law by ballot, that would happen on that Tuesday?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 16? Seeing none, the question before town meeting is whether annual town meeting shall hereafter start on the Sunday preceding the first Tuesday in March for the transaction of any business not involving voting by Australian ballot or voting required by law to be by ballot. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted Article 16. Under Article 17, to transact any other business that may lawfully come before the meeting, I believe that there's member of Select Board or members of Select Board who may have a resolution to offer. Moderator recognizes Select Person Heller.
Thank you. Whereas 3 highly valued Town of Brattleboro employees have retired since the last town meeting. Whereas Parking Enforcement Supervisor Carol Coulombe was first employed by the Town of Brattleboro on August 3rd, 1992, and faithfully served the community of Brattleboro for 33 years. Whereas Fire Captain Dave Emery was first employed by the Town of Brattleboro on October 9th, 2000, and faithfully served the community of Brattleboro for 24 years. Whereas Fire Alarm Superintendent Joseph Newton was first employed by the Town of Brattleboro on April 12, 2004, and faithfully served the community of Brattleboro for 21 years. Whereas each of these long-term employees contributed significantly to the town during their careers, and whereas the daily contributions of employees like these are crucial to a well-functioning town government that supports its community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this town meeting, on its own behalf and on behalf of the entire town, are grateful and thank Carol Coulombe, Dave Emery, and Joseph Newton for their many years of service to the Town of Brattleboro.
That's all from here. The moderator recognizes the select person case.
So in the years that I've been a participant of the Brattleboro Select Board, when somebody cycles off the board, typically they're handed a gift card, some bread, whatever's made in some artisan fashion, and we get to thank them for their service. This year, we didn't get the opportunity to do that in person as a result of the way we're governing our town. The new select board was instilled the very next day, and Elizabeth McLaughlin wasn't able to be at this meeting, as every chair or any person who's closing it out is able to do. So I did want to just recognize and thank Elizabeth McLaughlin for 7 years of dedicated service on the Brattleboro Select Board. through changing challenges and important decisions. Elizabeth brought thoughtfulness, integrity, and a steady commitment to this community. She asked the hard questions. She worked to balance the needs of residents, businesses, and the future of our town. Public service is not easy work. It requires patience, resilience, and a genuine belief in community. Elizabeth showed all of that and more. Her contributions have helped shape Brattleboro in meaningful ways, and her impact will be felt for years to come. So I just wanted to thank Elizabeth McLaughlin, even though she's not here.
Voter Kornheiser.
Thank you. Does this work? Yes. I would like to acknowledge a few people who are retiring, who have not made it to the 20-year mark, but were very valuable town employees. The first is Chief Hardy, who came to town, really pulled the police department back together, came from a place that really, a department that really understood citizen policing and footwork and really brought that to Brattleboro and made an invaluable contribution to the community. I know she's not here today to thank, but there is someone here today who I would like us all to thank, and that is our librarian, Star Latronica, who, wait, let me finish.
Wow, that's just about all I can say. Wow. And that's a line from Lily's Purple Plastic Purse. But I just want to thank all of you, because it's all of you that have enabled my incredible staff and my trustees to build this library into just an exemplary place. And we are so lucky. There's no better place to be a librarian. So thank you.
May I continue? I'm so sorry. In order to celebrate all the sparkly, galactic electricity that is Star, I believe there will be an official retirement party for her in the future, but that is not today, and I just think she's incredible. Another person who is incredible that I believe we've given one standing ovation to today, but I think she deserves another, is Representative Burke. It's been... And we're going to have a party for her in the fall or winter to celebrate her. And I don't actually think I can say nice things without crying a lot. So thank you, Molly. It's been a pleasure to serve with you.
The moderator recognizes voter Disler. Yeah, I know. No, I mean voter Disler.
Rachel Disler, District 9. I'd like to present a non-binding referendum to the committee on behalf of Brattleboro Indivisible. Whereas Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, was created in 2003 as part of a federal reorganization in response to September 11th, 2001, and is a relatively new agency whose primary function is the enforcement of civil immigration law, And whereas ICE has increasingly conducted armed enforcement operations within cities and towns far from the border, resulting in fatal encounters, widespread fear, and serious concerns regarding the use of force, constitutional protections, and public safety. And whereas these actions reflect a broader national pattern in which ICE's presence in local communities has caused harm without demonstrable public benefit. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the voters of the town of Brattleboro express their opposition to the continuation of ICE in its current form and call upon Vermont's members of Congress to create law dismantling ICE and conduct full congressional oversight hearings into ICE's conduct. And be it further resolved, the voters urge the Vermont legislature to create legislation permitting civil actions in Vermont courts to hold federal agents accountable for violations of legal or constitutional limits.
Is there a second? Second, voter Seymour. I'm not going to read the resolution again. Is there any discussion? Voter Sprite.
I'd like to endorse it and possibly add a friendly amendment, and that is to, within it, encourage all elected and law enforcement officials within the town and state to actively police anybody who's coloring outside the lines with regard to constitutional protected rights, regardless of whether they hold a badge, even if they're hiding it behind a mask.
Voter Sprite, if you want to amend the language, I need it in writing.
Oh, okay. What's that? Sorry. Yeah, can I repeat it is the question. I guess in short, asking that all elected and law enforcement officials support and enforce the Constitution, regardless of who's perpetrating the offenses, crimes.
Do you have language?
Sorry, I didn't.
We would request, please, that if you're going to
I know.
If you're going to make motion or amendment, that you'll have it in writing, please. Hillary's trying to transcribe what you're saying.
Yeah, crimes to the Constitution. Against the Constitution, I guess is really what we'd say. Thank you.
All right, is there a second to the amendment?
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Yep, go ahead.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. Did voter Sprite make a motion? I did not hear the words, I move.
That was my understanding of what was going on.
I was offering it as a friendly amendment.
He's offering an amendment. So is there a second? Voter Mindell seconds. So it's been moved to amend to encourage all elected and law enforcement officials to support and enforce the Constitution, regardless of who is perpetrating the crimes against the Constitution. It's been moved and seconded to amend the Disler resolution. Is there any discussion? Voter Agave.
It may or may not be some merit in the amendment, but I think it's inappropriate to amend a resolution from somebody. It seems to not qualify as a friendly amendment, even though it's meant well, but I would rather hear from the person herself and see if it is a friendly amendment.
Voter Disler is interrogated if she wishes to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question.
Voter Sprite sought to add language to your resolution, and Voter Agavi wants to know if you agree with it or not. I think.
I fear that the language suggested to be added muddies the language written in the referendum.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Sprite amendment to the Disler resolution? All right, it's withdrawn. Without objection? Very nice. The continuing question is on the Brattleboro ICE resolution, as just read by Voter Disler. Is there any further discussion? Voter Goodnow.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to, Ian Goodnow, District 9, and also one of the representatives. I just wanted to speak on one element of the resolution, the civil action. There's a bill that passed out of the House, H849, which would create a private right of action for violations of federal rights by federal agents, which passed out of the House in March, and I believe just passed out of the Senate Judiciary on the 10th of April. So that should be coming up again, and you should be hearing more about it. So one element of this that's already happening in the legislature.
Is there any further discussion on the Disler resolution? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded as follows. Whereas Immigration and Customs Enforcement was created in 2003 as part of a federal reorganization in response to September 11, 2001, and is a relatively new agency whose primary function is the enforcement of civil immigration law. And whereas ICE has increasingly conducted armed enforcement operations within cities and towns far from the border, resulting in fatal encounters, widespread fear, and serious concerns regarding the use of force, constitutional protections, and public safety. And whereas these actions reflect a broader national pattern in which ICE's presence in local communities has caused harm without demonstrable public benefit. Now therefore be it resolved that the voters of the town of Brattleboro express their opposition to the continuation of ICE in its current form and call upon Vermont's members of Congress to create law dismantling ICE and to conduct full congressional oversight hearings into ICE's conduct. And be it further resolved, the voters urge the Vermont legislature to create legislation permitting civil actions in Vermont courts to hold federal agents accountable for violations of legal or constitutional rights. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it, and you've adopted the Disler resolution. In order of receipt, the next proposed resolution in other business that the moderator received was Voter Davidson's.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Before I read this resolution, I'd like to explain what prompted it. This year, the Finance Committee, the RTM Finance Committee, made a recommendation that the town should reassess the financial value of a Brattleboro Fire Department EMS combined service by having an independent consultant separate out the true costs of EMS from the firefighting costs. The committee feels this would be challenging, but possible. We know that ever since a previous select board canceled our EMS contract with Rescue Inc., our firefighters have worked hundreds of overtime hours on EMS calls, struggled to find and retain staff to do both roles, and spent many hours learning the billing codes to collect payments from the many different insurance companies. I am extremely grateful to the department for their hard work, but given our budget struggles, this seems like an important time to reassess the financial viability of the current system. So this resolution is, whereas the Brattleboro town budget has grown significantly since 2017, and this has become a big burden for many taxpayers, and the Select Board has been searching diligently for ways to cut the budget. Whereas the RTM Finance Committee this year made a recommendation that the town should reassess the financial value of a fire EMS combined service. The fact that most EMS costs are now combined with firefighting costs makes such an assessment more difficult, but is nevertheless possible. The future financial health of the town depends on such clarity. Whereas the total budget item for the Brattleboro Fire Department EMS program has grown since 2024 from approximately $2,672,000 to a projected budget of $3,808,000, with an increase of $1,136,000, which is 43% over 3 years. In addition, there is a capital expense of $165,000 for the reserve fund for the ambulances. So the overall increase is $1,301,000, or 49% over 3 years. This increase is predominantly due to the town taking on the responsibility of EMS from rescue. Therefore, a true estimate of the cost to the town for taking on the EMS responsibility should be established. Be it therefore resolved, the town meeting calls on the Select Board to immediately establish a process in which an analysis of the overall cost of providing EMS services by the town is determined. The review should be done by an independent person not employed by the town, and the review should consider all direct and indirect EMS costs within the current Brattleboro Fire Department EMS program, as well as any other impacts on the town budget. Such costs include, but are not limited to, labor, hardware, including ambulances, supplies, training, billing, and any other associated costs not needed if the town did not provide EMS directly through the fire department. Such a review will also include any revenue actually received by EMS billing, as well as realistic projections of future expected income from billables. Hopefully, this analysis could be completed within 4 months of the resolution to allow for us considering budget issues next year, and then would be presented to the Select Board in an executive session and subsequently made available to the public at a Select Board meeting for review by the entire town. Future consideration of continuing the town providing EMS shall then be determined and will hopefully include a vote by the public about either continuing to provide EMS or returning to a contract with rescue. Respectfully submitted by Judy Davidson.
If we can have a copy of that.
I think you already have one, but I'll give you another one.
You're all set. Is there a second? Second. Second by Voter Chapman. Is there any discussion? Voter O'Connor.
Yeah, Kate O'Connor, I'm urging everyone to vote yes on this. This is one of the things that I was talking about when I was saying we really need to get a handle on our town finances. It has absolutely nothing to do with the great work that is being done by the employees at the fire department. Absolutely nothing to do with that. We appreciate what they're doing, but we don't have a handle on what the expenses are on EMS. We don't have a handle until 2 days ago on what the actual revenue was for FY25, and none of it has still been talked about at the Select Board meeting in a public forum. So I want to thank Judy for bringing this forward. I want to urge everyone to support it, just so that we can have a transparent review and really get a handle on what our expenses are where EMS is concerned.
Is there any further discussion? Chief Simons.
Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening, I suppose. I just want to provide some clarification on what we're discussing here. So Brattleboro Fire Department has always provided EMS services. What we took over recently or in the last couple of years was transportation services. If, we'll certainly do and bring in a third-party service, which will cost let's say $50,000 to have done. We'll do that. Not sure where that money's going to come from, but we'll absolutely do it. Even after that is done, we would still provide EMS services. So if the town chose, we're going to go to a third-party service for transportation, BFD would continue to provide EMS services to this town to ensure that the residents of this town receive medical care within minutes of calling 911. And that's what we provide, and we will always provide. Also in this discussion, you cannot make a motion to go back to Rescue Inc. If you made a motion to no longer continue having BFD provide transportation services, you would put that out to an RFP, and anybody that wanted to provide service to this town could then bid. If you look in the EMS documents, because this has already been done, you will find there's a significant cost as of 2024 to contract for services. I will further put into this discussion that the reason we went to EMS transport is because you were unable to get an accurate account of why this contract was costing you more money. So every year it went up, it went up, it went up, and you finally said, why? Why is this increasing? And the answer was, that's not your business, that's our business. I wasn't there for it, but that's what's been discussed with me, and that's how we ended up with, we'll do it so we have clarity on what it costs to provide EMS. I've provided you those numbers. Those numbers are posted on a website under the EMS page under Fire Department. If you'd like to look at those numbers, feel free to look at them. It shows that we actually had a surplus this year. I would also like to point out that we did a study, AP Triton did a study, and our fire department in 2023 was significantly understaffed. According to NFPA 1710 and 1720, they advise that you should have 15 to 17 firefighters on the scene of a structure fire within 8 minutes. We still cannot meet that threshold, and that's with our staffing increases. So I would further go and say that if you decided to provide transport with another agency, which you will have to pay for, you will lose the $1.3 million that you have received in reimbursement. That'll go to another agency, but you will still pay basically the same amount of money you're paying now to provide fire service to this town, which is required. And I'll answer any other further questions that you have. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the Davidson amendment, Davidson resolution? Select Person Heller.
Against all my better instinct, I will stick my head in the mouth of the EMS lion to make it, it's a dragon? Okay. I will never stand in the way of the town wanting to get more clarity or more information, particularly if we're willing to bear the cost. And I sympathize with the desire. I will make one factual point here, which is that, Judy, in your very thoughtful resolution, you mentioned what is basically a $1.3 million increase in expenditures, which I think it's worth noting matches up basically exactly with the 1.35 million in expected new revenue that we get from the EMS service. So I would anyone who is going into this with the strong hope that we will find massive savings that then we can make a switch and it will solve all our budget problems. Every time I work this out on my own, those aren't the numbers I get. So as long as we're all going into this with tempered expectations, I just wanted to add that perspective.
Is there further discussion? Voter O'Connor.
Hi, I'm sorry to talk twice on this. I think what Chief Simons just said is the reason we need to have a look at this, because he's talking 1.3 million in revenue. Oscar just said 1.3 million in revenue. If you look at the website that they both have cited, or Chief Simon cited, we only received so far $901,000 in revenue. There's all this, we're going to anticipate 200 or 300,000 more. I see absolutely no reason why we can't just get the numbers, because we don't have the numbers. I'm not talking going back to rescue right now. I'm not saying that. All I want, and I think all this motion is talking about, can we get how much it costs and how much the revenue is. It's very, very simple. And I have gone to every select board meeting going on 5 years now, and we don't get clear numbers. And I think it's time we do, because it does impact our finances for our town. I think we've jumped ahead to, you're going to go to rescue, this is what's going to happen to you, blah, 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 blah. That's not what this is about. It's just, give us the numbers, and let's have a public conversation about what the numbers are.
Hi, everybody. It's been a long day, huh? Cindy King, District 8. I agree with Voter O'Connor. Clarity into the revenue and expenses is necessary. I also would like to say that while I appreciate how much effort went into the statement that was read to us, it was long and dense, and I got lost and confused. So I just want to say that I am in support of an audit, and I am in support of clear financial analysis being made available to our select board and to the voters of this town. But I'm not clear whether that's actually what the proposal is. Can somebody sum it up for me?
There's a copy from voter Davidson. I can read it again when...
No, don't read it again. Just summarize it. Does it say anything other than that?
Voter Davidson may want to summarize it.
Thank you.
I'm not going to run that risk.
I'll try to summarize it for you. Basically, I'm following up on the Finance Committee's recommendation this year to do the same thing, to hire a consultant and get clarity on what are the real expenses and what is the real revenue and what is the projected future revenue, given changes in Medicaid and in the Affordable Care subsidies no more existing for many people. So. And then the other part of it was, there was a lot of finance material listed there. That is on pages 25 and 26 of the addendum to the town report that you have, that is under the Finance Committee's report on this particular issue. So for more of the financial data, which I may have confused you with, please feel free to read pages 25 and 26 of the town addendum to get clarity on those figures. So I'm sorry if the numbers confused you. They were hard to actually articulate when you're getting into the millions. So I apologize. But that's what it's about. And then it was just requesting that the select board actually institute such a process and hire a consultant to do that. And I know that the Finance Committee, which has done a whole lot of work on this particular issue and has a pretty big handle on the finances, are willing to advise whoever is hired as a consultant, so that should reduce the amount of time necessary, because of the fact that the Finance Committee people have done so much work on this already and have really itemized what are the issues that need to be studied. I don't know if that helps you at all.
Copy of the resolution also is available to be read if anybody wants to see it before voting.
And I can give you a copy too.
Any further discussion? Select person Case.
That's me. All right, good news. I've only got about 26 or 27 different points I'd like to make on this. The first thing is, the very first year I was on the board, we had to relitigate something that had already been decided by the previous select board while I was there. So this constant sort of thing is growing a little tiresome for me, although I understand that you want the numbers, and I have been satisfied that those numbers are posted and available to everybody sitting here. The second thing, in a risk of elongating this longer than it needs to be, what's the appetite for a budget to do such a study from this body? Do we want to spend $50,000? What would the AP Triton report, I think, was how much? 40. And that gave us a really thorough deep dive into what we needed when we needed it. So, I mean, unless you want to throw a number, and we just went through a budget process that we all agreed was bare bones, I'm not going to support this motion.
Voter Seymour.
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I would like to say that I believe that the formation of this resolution is improper and that it should be withdrawn, and we should perhaps entertain a brief recess during which Voter Davidson could take the time to reform in the form of a brief motion. It should be understood that this motion, and whether it is a resolution or a motion, is non-binding because this is not a warned article. So I think that it could be improved by being stated within a couple of sentences to direct the Select Board to advise the Select Board to hire an independent auditor. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Voter Quip.
Good evening. Daniel Quip, District 8. Not going to speak about this for very long. I think, I served on the board during the time that all of this unfolded, and it's clear that, there's still distrust, uncertainty, and it's really important that we continue to work on reducing that. The town, I might get this wrong, so please correct me. As I understand it, we don't currently have an auditor. And so I would imagine that upon hiring a new auditor, this could be something that perhaps we could ask the auditor to try and kind of disentangle and provide some information on. That's a service that we need to contract for rather than an additional, service. So.
Is there any further discussion? What? Voter, Select Person Hiller.
Just a brief hello. We do have an an auditor, and it's in progress. I think some information will come out of that. I suspect what people are hoping for is something more like an AP Triton report, but for municipal EMS, which would probably have to be its own thing.
Is there any further discussion? Voter Fay.
I am Ken Fay, District 8. I am sort of in favor of this. I'm just very, very wary of AP Triton. I had a experience with them when I was in municipal government in Alaska, rural Alaska, and also they were with Putney. They did a report, and I know Putney had a problem with their fire. So I would recommend if we do a third party, it not be AP Triton. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? The question before town meeting is whether to adopt the Davidson resolution that I'm not going to read again. All those, are you waiting to speak? Okay.
Danny Delaney. I'm just wondering if they would take a friendly amendment to say that an RFP is drawn up, a request for proposals, instead of saying, yes, we are going to do this, that a request for proposals will go out to see how much it would cost and who would be able to bid on it as a first step instead of jumping to a complete yes.
Well, we should be clear that the resolution is non-binding, so Select Board will receive this and make its own determination. If you want to make an amendment, you can go ahead, but there's really no such thing as friendly amendment at this stage. Do you want to propose an amendment? Okay. The continuing question is on the Davidson resolution. I'm going to note that if we were in representative town meeting, we would have lost a quorum a long time ago. So that certainly impacts the weightiness of the resolution that's being adopted here. All those in favor of the Davidson resolution, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've adopted the Davidson resolution. There's another resolution that to be offered. The moderator recognizes Voter Ozer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Ozer. I'm going to give you this resolution and then just speak briefly to it, if I may. Whereas a bill known as the Defend the Guard Act, H. 355, was introduced in the Vermont General Assembly on February 26, 2026, and referred to the House Committee on Governmental Operations and Military Affairs. And whereas this bill, quote, proposes to require the governor to review every order to place a unit of the Vermont National Guard in federal active duty status for service in a military conflict to determine whether that order was issued in conformance with the requirements of the U.S. Constitution. And whereas this bill functions as a constitutional review and transparency mechanism rather than as a literal veto over federal activation. And whereas this bill has yet to receive a hearing in the committee. Therefore, I move the Brattleboro Town Meeting to ask the Brattleboro House Delegation, Representatives Kornheiser, Burke, and Goodnow, to do everything within their power to ensure that this bill receives a fair hearing, that it may move forward in the legislature.
Is there a second? Name? It's been moved and seconded as read by Voter Ozer. If you want to speak to the motion.
I just want to say very briefly, it's a difficult issue, it's a complicated issue, but that's not what this resolution is about. What this resolution about is merely one thing, that this bill deserves a hearing. And when I say that the representatives of our delegation should do everything in their power, that's an open question, what power they have. It may be coming back to us that they tell us who to contact in the legislature to move this bill forward, because it needs a hearing, and it needs a hearing soon. Thank you.
Is there any discussion? Voter Schwartz.
I'm Doris Shannon. I'm speaking as a citizen and a lawyer. And just to review a couple of the key messages. Certainly, the Defend the Guard Act would prohibit the deployment of the Vermont National Guard to combat without congressional authorization. So the constitutional argument is that the U.S. gives Congress the power to wage war, and I think most of you all know that. This bill is really about protecting Guard members, not about limiting them. So it ensures that they're only deployable when the mission has been properly debated, and in other words, when Congress has spoken. And it also helps keep the Guard available here at home for emergencies like floods and pandemics. It's an issue of broad appeal. There are numerous American Legion posts and also state houses and senates who have either are advancing this bill in some ways. The American Civil Liberties Union certainly supports it. It's not a partisan issue. It's really about checks and balances. And it's about the rule of law. And so it's about bringing decision-making really closer to the people. So Vermont should lead by example here, is what those of us who are really supporting the bringing of the bill up to hearing. And lawmakers need to allow a hearing. And as we, I think, mostly know, one of the most important things that a government can do is to be careful about decisions, to be thoughtful about decisions made to send people into war. That is fundamental.
Voter Schwartz.
Yeah, I want to speak in support of this resolution. I have two things to say. One is just to remind people that what we're voting on is asking our state representatives and senators to do all that's in their power to bring this for a discussion. That seems like a very mild thing to get it off the wall so that the committee can at least discuss the merits or otherwise of this bill. So that's the wording of the resolution. I totally support that. This is a really important matter for our Guard members when they're sent potentially into illegal wars, and it deserves to be discussed in the State House. I also just want to say, and I won't repeat everything the previous speakers have said, but the idea of protecting our Guard members against being sent into illegal wars just seems like, to me, it's like a no-brainer. If it's not a declared war, those Guard members should be in Vermont doing the other work that they do to protect us here at home.
Voter Baker.
I also speak in support of this resolution. District 9, I am Mary Diane Baker. Under what a hearing would bring forward also is that under Title 32, this is not a dispute as part of this bill. Title 32 makes sure that our Guard is in state when we need them. It also would not be affected by Title 10, which sends them overseas for training. This is not questioning any of those pieces. So a vote by any of our legislators for this bill is just recertifying their oath to defend the Constitution. And this needs to be brought for a hearing so that all of these things can be discussed instead of being ignored. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the OSER resolution? Yeah.
I'd just like to say that it's fitting and...
Say your name.
Yes, Henry Barker.
Thank you.
It's fitting, although also disheartening, I guess, to be talking about this 250 years from 1776. New England town meetings at this time would have been talking about this very same body of citizen soldiers who have now become the Vermont National Guard, but at the time were state militias. This is central to the values of our country, and it's also a very fitting thing for this body to be doing, is to be asserting control over our military. These are supposed to be democratic institutions, and we have a long history in New England of using town meetings specifically to assert control over these bodies. And so I think this is this is exactly the right forum to be doing this, and we should be voting for this.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the Barker resolution, the OSER resolution, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The OSER resolution is adopted. The moderator recognizes select person Case.
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 The motion carries. Thank you all for participating. Please take your card packages to the back table. Thank you.
On the lunch break, my mother was singing your praises.
Oh, is that right?
She liked how you were able to keep track of so much and be responsive in the moment. She's thinking on your feet. Yeah. My father said,
Still a thank you.
He's an attorney, you know.
Yeah. I used to be